Hello and welcome to Peppermill, welcome to Edinburgh and welcome to the first ever Home Nation 6'S event. My name's Gavin Rittu and I'm going to be guiding you through the action today. We've got an action-packed day ahead of us. It's the brand new Lacrosse World 6'S format, a format which promises to be fast, frantic and a whole lot of fun. In terms of the action today, we've got teams from England, Scotland and Wales all competing in both the men's and women's competition, and we'll be bringing you the action from 10 AM right through till 5 PM. Up first, we've got the small matter of the match between Scotland and England in the women's competition. Earlier, I caught up with both head coaches, starting with England head coach Phil Collier. So Phil, first game of the Home Nation 6'S. First and foremost, how excited are you for this?
We're really excited. After 2 years of hardly playing any competitive games, it's a really good opportunity for us to play, and then this new format is even more exciting.
Yeah, you mentioned the new format, new rules. Everyone's obviously learning. How is it to coach a new format that you must be learning yourself as well as the players learning as well?
Well, I'll tell you at the end of today, because this is the first time I've actually coached the 6'S. But no, exciting. I think both strategically, there's new tactics you can try, different things. We've got a few new things we're going to have a go at today. They may work, they may not, but as you say, we're all learning. And just from the girls' point of view, that we're just looking excited to be playing games. And the 6'S really is, it's exciting, it's intense. And all the best things about lacrosse for me, goal mouth action, goals, speed, stick work, and lots of high quality skills. So really looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of your team selection, your squad selection, can you give us a bit of insight into your squad for the first game?
Well, today, because it's August, funny enough, there's a few weddings going on, so we're missing a few of what you might call the senior, more experienced players. But our teams are really full of, we've got under 23s mixture and our senior players. So I think we've got a really good balance of youth and experience. Mostly, athletic, good running, players that can run up and down really well, good stamina and all that stuff. But I think the 6'S format is really suited to people who think quickly, so it's speed of mind as well as speed of foot. And so hopefully we've got some good players who can take advantage of that today.
Yeah, and obviously first game, difficult one up against the Scots. What kind of challenge do you expect from them?
Well, I honestly think the first game is going to be our toughest game of the weekend. Scotland fresh. They've got a pretty strong squad from what I can see on paper, and we think that might be our toughest game of the tournament. So with that, we need to be ready for that first game. Obviously, Scotland hosting the thing, we'll want to do well on their home turf, so even more of a challenge for us, if you like.
Nice one, Phil. Best of luck with it all.
Thanks very much.
So here with Ailsa Stott, head coach of the Scotland women's team. First game of the Home Nation 6'S. Ailsa, how excited are you for this?
Oh yeah, really excited. A new format of the game, a new season starting, beautiful weather, so it doesn't really get much better than this.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's the mood like in camp, and how's it been selecting your squad for this competition?
Yeah, we're really excited actually. We haven't had a great deal of opportunity to play competitive lacrosse, as a lot of teams haven't over the last 18 months. So we've been able to pick a really strong squad from our sort of 10s sort of team. And yeah, everyone's really excited to be back together, back seeing their friends, teammates, and the opportunity to play really good competitive lacrosse.
Absolutely. And in terms of the matches today, first up against the old enemy, against England, what kind of challenge do you expect from them?
Yeah, I know, in at the deep end, but it's great. You want to play the best teams, and England are certainly up there, in that league. So they're notoriously strong. We know that. They're bringing a mix of some experienced players and some younger players. So all very strong players. I think it'll be really good fun. It'll be a good challenge. Hopefully, for both teams, they can get really stuck in and find their sort of competitive spirit again after not really playing for a while.
Absolutely. Thanks for talking to us, Ailsa, and best of luck for the day.
Nice to speak to you. Thanks.
Welcome everyone to Peppermill Playing Fields in Edinburgh, Scotland for the inaugural Home Nations 6'S tournament, featuring competition between men's and women's national teams representing Scotland, England and Wales. And first up this morning we have an exciting matchup in the women's tournament, Scotland versus England. My name is Dave Simpson. I'm the former Scotland senior head coach, currently the Scotland juniors head coach. I also do development and I'm the 6'S director in Scotland. And joining me for the women's commentary for matches today is the former head coach of the Israel women's national team, currently strategic analyst for England women's national team, Jana Kaufman. Good morning, Jana.
Good morning, Dave. Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
It's a beautiful day in Edinburgh, so it's first match of the day. Everybody's very excited. We are just about to see the teams come out onto the pitches. They're having their final meetings. Jana, what are you looking forward to today?
Well, besides the great weather that we're getting here. I think on top of it, I'm looking to see a lot of the strategic side of the game, because it's going to be very, very different from 10s. I'm looking to see the speed that the teams come out with, and I'd like to see how the goalies react to the different shots, the lack of the 8-meter and the 11 here at the international game, and I'm also looking to see how teams start to sub and what that looks like at this level.
Well, this is the first international competition in the new World Sixes format. In fact, today's tournament is sort of brought to you by World Lacrosse and delivered by Lacrosse Scotland. And it's a real chance to kind of demo the new format and give it kind of a showcase so that we can all kind of learn the sport together. There are a lot of umpires here who are umpiring it for the first time. There are players here who are playing it in competition for the first time. And so it's going to be a day of, in one sense, learning it together, and in another sense, showcasing the best talent in the UK.
Exactly, and it's also going to be some of the first time that we get to actually see it played with some of these elite players, which I think is going to add a level of clarity for those that are going to start playing here in other countries.
Well, just to say a bit about the tournament format. So there are 12 matches today. There is competition tomorrow as well, but it's more of a friendly format. So today there are 12 matches, 6 for women's, 6 for men's. And there are 3 points given for a win, 1 point given for a tie. And they total the points, and then nothing is given. There is no trophy. There's nothing to walk away with because it is more of a demo format. It's bragging rights, I suppose. Okay, England's just coming out onto the pitch. Scotland's just finishing up their meetings, so we're about to get underway. All right, coming out for the first draw. Janet, you want to take us through first possession?
Absolutely. We've got number 25 here for England, Liv Wimpenny. She's going to take a really good draw here. She'll probably look to do a draw, I'm thinking, to the side that we have Tors Anderson on. She's number 1. Not as much of a self-draw. It doesn't look like they're setting up for. And then we have Alex Drew on the left-hand side here. We'll see how this comes out, and it's going to be a really good match. I'm really looking forward to this.
Well, these are two teams that know each other very well, don't they? Because they play so much against each other through the years. So, and yet there are a lot of young players out here as well.
Okay, draw goes to Scotland, and it looks like we have a really good check. Okay, England possession. England looks to be moving the ball, getting a good wrap all the way around. And then Liv looked to take a shot there. Great goal, Liv Wimpenny to Tors Anderson. Great assist.
Well, I think that's the kind of shot we're going to see a lot more of in the Sixes format because of the 30-second shot clock. A lot of sort of quick sticks and compact shooting. Obviously, all the teams trying to work it in for good shot angles to get high percentage shots if they can, but we are seeing more shots that are at poor shooting angles.
And that does that have anything to do with the change in the rule from being in shooting space to not having shooting space in this format?
I think that's partly it, and I think it's also just the shot clock is such a compelling part of the game.
Exactly.
And speaking of shot clock, that was shot clock that just went off for Scotland, so England back in possession here.
Oh, a little behind the back pass there from Liv Wimpenny to... Okay, we're getting into it down here.
Scotland goalie Emma Walkup fighting for possession behind. Didn't quite get there.
Tors Towards Anderson looking for a pass, a nice feed inside. We've got Alex Drew here, great driver, and a shot clock violation again, both teams here.
And this is part of the learnings of the new format, isn't it? Of getting that the spidey sense of how long 30 seconds is.
And
the
what
players are learning.
And what 30 seconds looks like when you're running full speed. We've got Katie Greenwood, otherwise known as KG, with a pass up to Alex Drew here. Oh, beautiful feed. Liv pulling it back out, trying to get that pass off. Great defense by Scotland right there. Number 10, Zoe Dixon. Great save right there by the goalie, number 1. Just Emma looking like she was in really good position there. Scotland looking to take that opportunity and does not put that in the back of the net.
Yeah, good chance there for Scotland. Heather McRae came up with the ball, fed it up to Chess Gray, who's just running off now for a sub. She had a good look at the goal, just didn't get there.
And what you can see is that England hasn't subbed yet. So looking to see what that looks like in terms of playing time and minutes, and how Scotland decides to take advantage of that.
All right. So Scotland left Jenny Ayton well upfield, unmarked. Kitty Greenwood from England stepped out on her as the goalie and marked her. And that's the two of them going at it on the sidelines there.
Oh, goalie's out of the cage here. Looks like that could have been an opportunity. Nice save.
Jenny Ayton to Hannah Grant with a good look.
And for those listening, you have a Scotland coach and an England coach who are commentating, so you'll probably get two different opinions on good shot, good save.
Out of bounds from Scotland. England ball.
Oh, out of bounds from...
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, got an overturn there.
Well, I think both teams need to settle down a little bit here, don't they, Jana? They're really feeding into high pressure, not being as patient as they might be. Here's a fast break opportunity for England. Towards Anderson, high to high.
You're exactly right, Dave. I think that once the nerves kind of settle down, this is some of the first caps that some of these the players are going to have here, and I think when that settles a little bit, we'll start to see a little bit more passing, a little bit more moving the ball around, and really working some of the picks, some of the idea. Ooh, nice back check right there from Liv Wimpenny, and a goal.
Good goal there from Georgie Greenwood.
There we go.
So Liv Wimpenny has been posting up quite a bit.
She has,
yeah, and I think that's, again, as we get into the tactics of sixes, posting is certainly one of the tactics to get a high percentage look. It's Heather McRae on the ball there.
Freya Savage right here trying to get that ground ball pick up. Good defense, I think. That's one of the things you're going to see also is how does the defense settle in here, and how do they stand that drive up? How do they stop that drive when it's going to be pretty consistent? I think we're going to see, is the drive going to come from the top? Is the drive going to come from the side? You can see some goalie pressure happening here too, and I think that's going to be something that teams try out.
So Jenny Ayton, who is pressuring the goalie, is staying upfield, so the goalie's marking her. But that is one of the tactics that some teams are employing.
A little bit of a cherry pick type situation going on.
Right. England electing not to send a player back to mark her, but letting the goalie take her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice save from Emma Walkup.
And there's that cherry pick. There it is. It's got to be a 40-yard pass right there.
Scotland has numbers.
Oh,
nice finish on the bounce shot.
Great bounce shot right there.
Carolyn Getley on the score. England back in towards Anderson. Misdirected pass.
Way to chase that down. I think that's a piece of it. We're going to have to make sure that as play continues, maybe some of the passes get a little bit tighter, a little bit cleaned up more. Ooh. Freya recovering here.
Towards Anderson to Liv Wimpany.
That low post seems to be pretty open for England pretty consistently. I wonder if in the second quarter here, if Scotland's going to take a note of that.
Oh, lovely finish from Jenny Ayton.
Beautiful shot.
Little rocker dodge. So less than a minute left, 5-2 to England. I don't know about you, Janet, but I feel like the quarters move very quickly in sixes.
It really does. It's also going to be, I don't know if you've noticed, England's had very few subs. They're really taking a moment to let the players settle and see what comes out of that. And then when you're looking at how Scotland's moving, Scotland is really taking the time to get to the offensive side of the field, settle down a little bit. Not so much of the quick passing that England's trying to pass off here.
So about 20 seconds left. It is actually 5-3 to England. England in possession, looking for the last look at goal here.
Really going to want to make this a smart play. There's about 8 seconds left here. And Scotland, you can see, Scotland's not really pressuring out when England's... Ooh, and there it is.
And that's the horn. I'm not sure what happened there. We heard the horn to finish the first quarter, but they seem to be playing on.
Not sure if we missed something, but there's another 2 minutes on the clock. We will ask some questions.
And the clock is not running.
It looks like the table here is trying to. There we go.
Okay, they just nobody on the pitch knew the quarter was over. All right, so that wraps up the first quarter. 5-3 to England. It is a 2-minute break between quarters. Jana, you're a coach, as am I. 2 minutes isn't a lot of time to get anything done in a meeting, is it?
I mean, I think that when the coaches, it's interesting. Sixes doesn't have as much coaching as you would see in tens, so you're going to see a little bit of a couple of notes. You'll probably see a defensive idea coming out. You'll see maybe somebody's talking to the goalkeeper about just a quick adjustment, possibly. And I think you get maybe 1 or 2 comments to address anything that you see on the attacking end. But no, 2 minutes really isn't a lot of time. You're not coaching during sixes as much as you are in trying to get these adjustments right in this last 2 minutes between quarters.
Well, I think both coaches would agree it was a bit of a sloppy half in terms of turnovers, possessions, errant passes. So I think they do definitely need to clean up the game. Okay, we're set to get up for the second half. England have stepped out. Here comes Scotland. The teams will trade sides. Liv Wimpany setting up for the draw.
And again, I don't think we're going to see a self-draw here. I'm pretty interested to see how Liv makes the adjustment from the first quarter to the second here.
Yeah, Zoe Dixon stepping up for the draw for Scotland.
And again, it looks like they're pretty heavy on one side here. Scotland coming up with the possession here. Knocked down. But definitely leaving that player behind. Scotland making a good decision, pulling the ball out, making sure that they maintain control and let the attack settle in. Good ball movement too. So you can already see some pretty quick adjustments, Dave, that Scotland took in that 2 minute between the quarters here.
There's Chesbray with the ball up top. Nice finish.
Great finish. Offside stick.
So Chesbray is one of those interesting players who, as she adapts to the sixes game, she was traditionally traditionally a crease attacker in the 10v10 game, which isn't featured quite so much. That was a goal from England there.
Great pass to the inside, Emma Oakley to Alex Drew, as Alex was clearing and coming right into the middle of the cage. Save, Katie Greenwood coming up strong, and that quick clear is really going to be an interesting format, almost kind of like the make it take it basketball. Drew shooting right into the goalie, and Emma Oakley just really taking that right out of the air. Emma Brown putting it in the back of the net. It's going to be the quick movement, the ball movement, and how defense really finds a way to move the ball around, or to watch the ball, how quick it moves, and how they're going to make those adjustments. Does somebody fall into a zone? Do you stay in this man-to-man here, or woman-to-woman defense, and what that looks like?
Well, I agree with you. I think teams that want to play a very fast-paced game, it's a bit risky. Actually, here's Jenny Ayton.
Yeah, that cherry pick Rick.
Nice fake and finish. But it's higher risk, isn't it, to push the ball up the field quickly? And we've seen some turnovers even in this second quarter already of trying to push it up too quickly and having a turnover. However, if you dawdle with the ball, then you're playing with the shot clock. So that's just one of the things that teams have to work out. Individuals have to be better with their stick skills in transition than perhaps in the 10s game.
Do you think that because of that 30-second shot clock and how... Ooh. We're gonna make sure she's
that
okay
shot
here.
Is so that results in a straight red. So she's removed from the game based on that. If you take a shot that strikes another player above the knees,
I think it is
above the knees,
yeah.
Then that is a straight red. And so that was Liv Wimpany, wasn't it?
That was Liv.
Won't see the pitch for the rest of the match.
Now, is she out for this game and the next game? Or
no,
it's just
this.
It
doesn't. Yeah.
It's a good clarification. But so with some of the adjustments that you're saying, I noticed some of the players are wearing goggles, some of the players aren't. What do you think any adjustments that we'll see from shots like that having a higher potential to occur?
Yeah, and what you're kind of referring to is that there is no longer shooting space in the women's game, and so a defender is allowed to stand in front of a shooting attacker. It is from Charlie Berquist there.
It's a little dangerous. Could be a strategic move in some cases, but I'm not sure that's a risk anybody's really willing to take.
Yeah, well, the way the rule's written is that it's the shooter. Here's Heather McRae on the push here. Oh, shot into the open goal. Katie Greenwood stepped out of goal, I think, to help mark and left the goal open. Heather McRae saw it and put the ball in.
And that's just going to be England settling down, making sure that they're communicating. I'm not sure that Katie Greenwood actually knew that there was another defender there who could make that pickup of the defender, or of the attacker as a defender.
So about 3:45 left in the second quarter. I believe England have called a timeout. And we have a score of 7-6. England 7, Scotland 6.
How quick did that turn? Scotland really taking the second quarter here to take a moment and settle down on the attack and really convert some of these opportunities.
I think for both teams, again, it's one of the things the coaches want to talk about. The finishing hasn't been great. You've been sort of, the goalie stats are looking really good, and the goalies are playing well, but, they're sort of being hit
in the chest protector a little bit.
We're hitting the
when you
sticks.
hit somebody in the hands.
We make it easy. So
make them work for it is what you're saying.
Yeah, but as we've gotten a little further into the match here, nerves have settled down. A little more shake and bake, a little fake and finish, changing levels.
And I also think, I wonder if Phil called that timeout and said, hey, settle down. Let's make a good possession. Let's make it worth it. Get the good, clean pass. And that's what you're going to see in these 30-second shot clocks is when you're making a pass, it's going to have to be clean and crisp, and it's going to not have the ability or the opportunity to hit a stick and drop to the ground for a contended ball.
Yeah. So England maintains possession off their timeout.
It's a great job right there on not forcing, on Ella not forcing what potentially would have been a poor angle for a shot. And I'm also wondering how teams are going to make those adjustments. Are you going to pull the ball out, or are some of these teams really going to force those off-angle shots?
Yeah, and this is something that we've seen as we've watched some of the Sixes competition, that really the 2-man, 3-man game is where you're going to find opportunities on attack, and yet we find some players kind of doing 1v everybody, and that's just not working.
Mm-hmm. Emma Oakley right there, trying to make that off-angle shot conversion for herself. There were 2 defenders there, so I think that's what you're going to see. Like, you're talking about that 2-man game. It's a box lacrosse movement, and you're also going to have to see as the attacking team, making sure you're not getting in each other's way. There's only 5 on a side, 6 plus the goalie. If you're not paying attention and you're cutting through, that is a very clean opportunity that you really could be in the way of.
Charlie Bergquist with the finish off the feed.
Nice little draw and dump.
Just want to acknowledge Anna Neville's goal there from England. The quick stick was so quick, it was like she barely touched the ball. And this goes to what I'm saying about the fact that the shooting is going to be quicker, more compact. You're not really winding up and taking power shots unless you're really getting close to the end of the shot clock and need to do that.
Okay, another timeout by England here with 2 minutes left in the second.
We've got a score of England 8, Scotland 7. So Phil's obviously concerned about something that he wants to talk through. He's drawing in the air, so he's mapping out something.
And you can see Scotland looks a little bit more relaxed in this moment, and they're really converting on some of these quick goals. They have good ball movement from the top, getting open down on the low end of the corners here, and doing that feed to the inside is really clean. England needs to take a minute, take a step back, and really understand that these passes don't have to be forced, and the shots don't have to be forced, and could probably also clean up the drive a little bit.
Also, this England squad is a mixture of experienced players and some younger players they brought along, whereas the Scotland team is more or less they're stronger players. So it's not unusual for Phil to want to kind of talk to everybody and coach up the younger ones and let them see where they're getting it wrong, perhaps.
Exactly. Make them realize some of those opportunities. We've got a shot clock violation. Yeah.
Charlie Bergquist bringing up the wing here.
Emma Oakley trailing on that. It's going to be a turnover. Katie Greenwood back here.
So Scotland opting to not pressure the transition at all. And again, this is one of these tactical decisions that coaches are really thinking about. How much do you want to pressurize in the middle? Do you want to take that risk of not getting back? Or do you just want to drop in and have a settled defense?
And it looks like so far that has kind of been working for them. Settle in, make sure that you're talking who's your woman, who's your girl, and defend really cleanly. And we'll see if England decides to make that same move and kind of slow down on the transitional ride here.
Unlucky there, Hannah Whiteley lost the ball in the sun. So it was a turnover to England. 9-7 to England at the minute with less than a minute in the first half.
We're probably going to see a little bit of forcing this, probably from Scotland is my anticipation. Scotland probably knows that there's 35 seconds on the clock, 20 seconds left on the shot clock. And how is this going to... Oh, and another draw and dump.
Oh! Hannah Grant cleaning up the garbage. She fed into Suze Oliphant. Ball went to ground. She's picked it up and finished.
What you saw there, if you were catching the top side of the screen, England running 2 subs in, 2 subs out at the same time. And I think some of it also is a little bit of a box mentality, right? How are you taking those angles? Are you getting ahead of the ball?
8 seconds left. Suze Oliphant on the break here. 3 seconds. Oh, just off the post, out of bounds. That should be the first half.
Still not the first half.
Again, the clock should have stopped there.
Yeah, they're going to have to blow that again or give England a chance to score.
They've sent in word that's the end of the first half. I think something's happening with the clock or the
horn,
the timing
maybe.
or something. The horn's not working.
They might need to start sending somebody on the field to trail the referee here to let him know.
All right, Jana, that's the first half of a big weekend of lacrosse. What are your takeaways in the first half?
Well, Scotland looked fantastic. I think that as Scotland decided that they weren't going to make that midfield pressure, I think that was a pretty clear-cut call that they made, and a choice that has paid off. It's a 9-8 game here, and they're giving themselves that moment to get into the defensive position and really kind of create a hold that looks that it's throwing England off their game a little bit. They're looking for those draw and dumps and the quick passes, and because Scotland has already settled in, it's just not there for them right now.
Yeah, the England squad is skilled enough that if you do pressurize out in the midfield on them and one person gets beat, then your number's down. Mm-hmm. So Scotland perhaps wisely dropping in. And by the same token, England pressuring out a little bit on Scotland being skilled enough to break that down on a couple of those goals.
Mm-hmm. And I think you're going to see England start to pick up that draw and dump, and it'll clean itself up here in the second half. But at the same time, England is really taking advantage of that quick pass to the inside. You saw Liv Wimpenny setting up right on top of the goalie, and that seems to be consistently open for England as well.
I would say that the Scotland defense is quite compressed, isn't it? It's quite dropped in front of the goal, and that seems to be effective because England is having a little bit of trouble. They're posting somebody in there, which sort of inherently brings a defender into that space.
There's not a lot of space.
Yeah, not a lot of space. Yeah, and Scotland's been a little better at sort of pulling them out and finding a little bit of space in the middle. So I'm curious as they think about changing tactics, whether they might try to open things up a little bit on the England side. So the half times are 5 minutes. So again, Jana, for those of us who've played and coached the tens on the women's side and the field on the men's side, there's usually a little more time at the halftime to kind of hydrate and talk to your team and figure things out. But 5 minutes isn't a lot of time.
Well, I mean, you're going from 2 minutes to 5 minutes, so you're making those quick adjustments. You're not getting an entire game plan change, is what I would say, Dave. But you're already, if I were England, I'm probably having the conversation that's tighten up defensively, be able to see your players, see the ball, and understand where those cuts are coming from and where the player's getting open. You don't want to make that low to high slide for the draw and dump. That's really leaving the player open right on top of Katie Greenwood as the goalie. Dave, what do you think Scotland is having the conversation about right now? What adjustments do you think that they're making, if any?
Yeah, I think they know they need to clean up the stick work. I think that they've been let down a few times from some drop balls and some balls that have just gone out of bounds errantly. So I think they're certainly talking about that. I think they're going to be pretty happy with that first half, especially in the latter part of it where they really had some momentum for a good stretch. Not forcing timeouts on the England side, but England felt like that, hey, let's fix this now instead of continuing on whatever was broken. Not that it was badly broken. Not insinuating
not
that,
badly,
but just adjustments needed to be made.
I think they went on a 3-goal run at one point, which in this type of format has the potential to be a game changer. You're not going to get a lot of opportunities because it is a goal and then the goalie clearing it to their own team. You're not going to get a lot of opportunities unless you cause that turnover to really make that opportunity so you can go on a couple of goals at the same time. And that's going to be a piece that is really going to become something that the coaches are going to want to make sure they're paying close attention to. You're not going to get those opportunities to go on a number of straight goal runs in your favor.
Okay, so we're about to come out for the second half of the first match of the Home Nations 6'S tournament here in Edinburgh, Scotland. We have England women's versus Scotland women. So, Jenna, we're playing at a place called the Peffermill Playing Fields at the base of Arthur Seat in Edinburgh, Scotland. I just think it's one of the great places to play lacrosse. The pitches are in perfect condition because of COVID, I suppose. They haven't been heavily used, but the groundskeepers here do an amazing job. It's just a great venue.
It really is, and it's a beautiful day here in Scotland too. I heard, I think when you told me about this, you said dress in layers, and I've got shorts and a t-shirt on, so I'm not sure what layers you're talking about.
Well, they say in Scotland, wait 5 minutes. Okay, here we go. First draw of the second half. Charlie Bergquist in pursuit.
Different draw taker here for England. Number 16, India, came in. And a turnover. You see Tors Anderson just ripping that shot. What a great goal. I don't even know if the goalie saw it go in there. She shot it so quickly. England continuing with the ride and the pressure here. Let's see how this starts to play out, especially as you get into the third and fourth, end of the third, beginning of the fourth quarter. You're gonna start to get an understanding of the legs and the condition that the players are in.
Jen, it occurs to me, I don't think a player's been sent off yet, other than the Liv Wimpany shot. I mean, nobody's been in the sin bin. It's one of the big changes on the women's side. If you have a major foul, then you must serve time in the sin bin, and you're off the field.
Katie Greenwood with a fantastic save there. Alex Drew going to clean this up. England's probably going to get in here and settle, and I would suspect that you might see England go on a 2 or 3 goal run here. Just try to put a couple of points, create some distance. And what you can see, by the way, if you're watching here, Scotland's player is sitting right there, baiting Tors to take that shot, because it would be a red card for Tors for Tors Anderson if she hits her. So she is opting not to push up, not to get on the on-ball defense here, and is sitting and waiting to see if she takes that shot and gets that foul.
So that was an over and back for Scotland. So once the ball passes the midfield line, it cannot go back again, or it's a turnover, and that's actually how England ended up with the ball there.
Mm-hmm. And that's going to be pretty close to what the basketball rules, right, as you're taking the ball down the court here. You can see probably some of the rules have been drawn from a number of different sports as well. You'll see some of the adjustments as well as World Lacrosse continues to make some of these adjustments. And I think one of the pieces we'll end up talking about here is what adjustments, Dave, do you see coming, if any, and how do you think some of the coaches are going to begin to change tactics as sixes continues to grow in popularity?
England looking a little more confident right now, just in the way they're moving the ball and the way they're moving their bodies. I think they're maybe starting to get into the swing of the tournament a little bit.
Yeah, you get some of those first game, post-COVID jitters out.
So a long clear from Emma Walkup does not connect, goes out of bounds. Jenny Eaton's going to step up on Katie Greenwood here and pressurize.
And that's something that Scotland has continued to do, is they're definitely putting pressure on the goalie. Going to see how England starts to convert.
So it's currently 12-8 to England, Scotland's ball. On a shot now, as opposed to the 10s, if the shot goes out of bounds, it is a turnover. In the 10s game, it's whoever is closest to the ball. So it's a big change in the game.
Oh, nice save from Katie Greenwood there. And just to confirm, there's the pressure of the goalie paying off a little bit, even though it did go out of bounds. It's going to be interesting to see how the goalies start to make some of these moves.
Well, this tactic of leaving Jenny Ayton up by the goalie, when they're on defense, when Scotland's on defense, kind of has twofold value, because when they're on attack, she stays and can pressurize the goalie, and then she stays and hasn't been effective in baiting an England attacker to drop back on her. They're happy to have Katie Greenwood mark her. It's a bit of a dangerous tactic, isn't it? Because if Jenny's able to break away from the goalie and receive the clear.
And we've seen that a couple of times where they have converted that goal. So England's making the choice here to leave her open and have Katie Greenwood mark her, which in some cases is leaving a wide open goal.
About 3.5 minutes left in the third quarter. England 12, Scotland 8. Scotland with the ball, Georgia Greenwood. .18 seconds on the shot clock. Bounce shot from Hannah Whiteley there.
And I think one of the decisions that you have to make is, how are you playing defense? How are you standing up and really, are you going to put that pressure on? Are you going to get on body and really get some of these knockdowns? Or are you going to sag into the defensive end a little bit and allow some of these momentum changes to happen? With the long clear there again.
Boy, that's a replay of an earlier clear that went out of bounds in exactly the same spot.
Wonder if that's something they're going to keep trying, or if she just happens to think that side is open.
Yeah, one of the big differences is the goalie play in sixes, and I'm thinking of it a little bit as if the goalie is the quarterback. That they're looking to pass short, pass middle, pass long, and have real effect. In other words, a goalie assist is going to be a very common thing now.
Scotland just got a great knockdown right in front of the goal, and I think that's going to be another piece is the defenders that are sitting there. You're going to have to see sticks up a lot more. That ball is going to come in and come in quick, and so the sticks up approach, which Scotland just did to get that turnover, is going to be impactful.
So we have England 12, Scotland 9. England in possession. Less than 30 seconds left in the third quarter. Misspoke. We're coming up on a minute left in the third quarter.
Drew's letting her know it's England ball, not Scotland ball.
Oh.
Ooh.
Had a look at the open goal, didn't connect.
I think that's something that's going to have to change, right? The attackers who see the open goal, you're going to have to put it in the back of the net there. You're not going to have a lot of opportunities to have wide open goals and not convert that.
So it's a timeout to Scotland just now. 12-9 to Scotland. Again, it's gotten a little sloppy again, and so I think, especially from the Scotland side, they've got to find that momentum again. And off the timeout in the first half, they actually found that momentum off the timeout. So it's a good call from Coach Ilse Stott there.
Now she calls this timeout. What do you think she's reviewing with them? Not just to clean it up, but what do you think she's saying? Is she addressing the attack? Do you think she's addressing the goalie clears and some of the turnovers and the missed opportunities that they've had? What do you think's going on in that?
Well, it seems to me most of the breakdowns were, on the defensive side. England was just getting too much space. What I think England figured out is the quick, compact ball movement. They weren't doing big swings around the outside. It was just like boom, boom, boom. And it's always been my belief that, your best opportunity is 2 passes away. Yeah. And so England seemed to be doing that. So I think they do need to adjust to that. You're right.
Yeah, and you like you said, you definitely saw the adjustment from England where they started out with 2, 3, 4 passes, trying to get everybody a touch is what it looked like, and then making the adjustment into going 1 or 2 and getting that quick feed inside.
Just want to comment on that goal by Chess Grages then. So she did one of her sort of classic crease roll moves because she's traditionally a crease attacker. She just did it from above GLE.
I don't know if you can hear everybody yelling, but there's about 7 seconds left here on the clock. 6. Beautiful save by Katie Greenwood. Great shot, though. It looked like it was a little bit off angle. And again, you're definitely going to see more of these shots that are off angle, outside of what normally a 10 shooter would take. The opportunities are really going to adjust, and the shooters are going to have to say, am I taking that movement? Am I doing a dodge? Am I trying to get underneath? Am I making that crease roll? What does this look like?
Yeah, 12-10 to England here as we're on the third quarter break. I think Scotland probably wishes there was more quarter left after their timeout because they really did turn around the momentum there. And we'll see if after another break here whether they can carry on. It's a close match. It's well. I'm not sure it's well played. I think we used to call it knocking the travel off the sticks, knocking the rust off the sticks. I think the quality of play is going to improve over the day. But certainly the pace of the game is exciting, and there have been some very good goals scored and some very good saves on the parts of the goalies.
And you mentioned pace. I think that's probably something we should touch on here. Pace is going to change as from 10s to 6s. For those watching, there are less fouls being called. The fouls are, and I don't mean less in terms of it's a different refereeing type. The game is quicker. The game is adjusting to teams figuring out what that pace looks like. The rules have changed. The way that sorry about that. The rules have changed. The way that the teams are going to start to execute and what they do and don't take advantage of is going to adjust as well.
Okay, just wrapping up the timeout between quarters. England seemed to like to come out early.
Yes,
Under the pitch. Scotland have more to say. Extend the meeting a little bit.
Well, they want to get in there, settle in, and England Lions really establishing themselves here. They're going to be a really solid team, and the idea being, you see some of these veteran players, they know how to make these moves work and what these moves are going to look like, how everybody's going to play with each other. So that's going to be really solid adjustments, especially as the Sixes games continue to grow. Alex Drew taking it up. Or no, that wasn't Alex Drew.
India Chadwick on the draw. Yeah.
That was Alex Drew with the wide shot there.
So Emma Walkup electing for the shorter clear this time to Georgia Greenwood, who's running it up.
Seems to be a little bit of an adjustment. And what you just see there is the idea that you've got to really pay attention, because if you make that pass, right, where she was looking, nice, where she was looking, it had the potential to be an over and back. And so players are really going to have to adjust into making sure when they make that they know where that pass is.
That was a terrific play. A missed shot. Charlie Berquist was able to catch the missed shot behind the goal and then feed Hannah Grant on the cut. 12-11 to England. So Scotland have brought the momentum with them into the fourth quarter.
That had the opportunity to be a really beautiful goal. I think you're going to have to make sure it's a pass and not so much of a push. Good decision there to kind of maintain control and pull the ball out. But Scotland really holding firm, not chasing everybody out there, and England just taking advantage of that movement right there. The long pass coming out again.
There's open
Katie
goal.
Greenwood. Yep.
The tactic worked.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's the risk England are taking there. If Jenny is able to create some separation from the goalie and they can connect that long pass.
Exactly what we were talking about. If you've got an open cage, you're going to have to convert. That was a big goal for Scotland, coming in 13-11 now with 6 minutes left in the fourth. Good defense here by Emma Oakley. And what you saw immediately, there you go, she gets that over and back. But what you saw was immediately the acknowledgement that player was back there and knowing that you can't leave the goalie in a one-on-one situation.
Well said. Emma Oakley read the danger and got back. And this is one of the decisions that, again, tactically has to be made, is you always on attack have to be thinking defense. Because when that turnover happens, the ball is going to move upfield so quickly. So you have to make sure your players are distributed in your attack in a way that you're ready to get back and play defense quickly and not get a fast break goal against.
Yeah, and you can see what you're seeing is Scotland really having two players low as defenders and making that choice to not bait out. They're really causing a disruption there for England as a team to not take those shots because, What a beautiful shot. But to not take that low shot because you're shooting into a player, there's a potential card there, and you can't afford that.
So interesting shift in tactic there, I think, on that goal. England was kind of trying to attack from the side, sort of attacking from GLE and just running into wall, stop, and then they swung it up top, and then that's where the space was.
Emma Oakley had just a beautiful power shot. Looked like a riser that she just put right in the top of the net there. England calling a timeout, 14-12 with 4.5 here in the fourth. Now that Scotland is really kind of settling into defense, what do you think that they're going to make adjustments on from an attacking perspective here?
I think the recent goals have been more off the fast breaky kinds of things, and I think they are exploiting behind a little bit more, which again is just one of those things. If you put an attacker behind, she's not available to go play defense, and so it's a bit risky in that regard, but it does open up your angles of attack so much. So I think Scotland was able to kind of do that in a dynamic way, whereas in the 10s format maybe you'll more have somebody camped back there at X, but they're using it a little more dynamically, I think. And
that brings up a really interesting point. Does the X player get removed in sixes?
How do you mean removed?
Are they as valuable? Are they a feeder from behind? Are they? What is the ball movement? Are you moving the ball through X as much, or are you keeping it up top?
I think it's an individual tactical decision from coaches. I think it's based on your personnel. From what I'm seeing, I haven't seen anybody really featuring crease play dramatically, other than I'm seeing a lot of sort of upcut goals from X. Not so much sort of standing and feeding. So it'll be interesting to see how that evolves as players and coaches get to know the game more.
And that was Alex Drew with her signature spin move, just putting it right in the back of the net. She is a force. When she makes that move, her goal, she's going to goal. Oh. Scotland.
Hannah Whiteley to Suze Oliphant on a terrific finish.
And we're definitely gonna see. I think, and I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna wander down and talk to Phil and tell him about it. But I think you are gonna see here a defensive adjustment at some point from England. It's got to occur in the fact that when that ball is moving and how it moves, right? You're gonna have to make some of these active decisions. Are you pressuring out or are you holding? And are we getting behind? Is England getting behind the play quick enough?
So Chess Gray picked up the ground ball. Suze Oliphant trying to find space to goal.
Scotland's really taking advantage of the fact that England isn't in position as quickly as Scotland seems to be getting down into defensive position.
5 seconds on the shot clock. And there's the horn for the shot clock, so that's a turnover. So we'll see what Scotland do on this defensive possession. Oh, well, actually...
and there she
Jenny
is.
Ayton has just come onto the pitch. When she wasn't on the pitch, Scotland were happy to do a box-and-one zone defense. And with her on the pitch, it's more of a box defense.
Yep.
But England were able to pick apart, I thought, the box-and-one. So
a little bit better, yeah.
Yeah, going back to this look is probably a good move for Scotland.
And those feeds, what you're seeing is England is recognizing that the feed from the top has to occur, and Katie Greenwood again in a situation of a 1v1 with that cherry pick down there, and so I think that's going to be it's going to be an adjustment. It's 16-13 England with about 2:15 left in the fourth. So England is really making a conscious decision here to say, hey, we're going to score more than we're going to let cherry pick. And you can see Emma Brown getting back on defense. What a great defensive move by Emma Brown there. Let's see. Beautiful shot.
16-15. It's getting exciting here with just 2 minutes left. England in possession.
Going to be Scotland's ball here with about 1:45 left, and we're going to see how Scotland pushes this and pushes the move here. Scotland's looking for that feed. And got a bit of a yard sale for those listening. And if this is your first time, a yard sale is just a kind of a fantastic moment. I think mainly defensively when you check a stick and it comes right out of the player's hands. Alex Drew maintaining possession.
All right, England up a goal with possession.
And that right there, what you just saw is it's a move from tens, not a sixes, not a sixes rule. She could have gone over, but
she thought it was a restrainer.
She definitely did, and she
and both players did.
And what you heard is Scotland yelling from the sideline to go get it, but both players stopped and said, "Well, what do we do now?"
That was Caroline Getley. Georgia Greenwood.
Oh, great save by Katie Greenwood right there, and it's going to be a race, a foot race. Scotland coming up with it.
Yep. Caroline Getley, we've got 30 seconds left, about a 30-second shot clock. Scotland have a chance to tie here. Suze Oliphant. Caroline Getley, the ball's gone to ground. England possession with 20 seconds left. Timeout to England. So Phil wants to talk about the last 11 or 12 seconds of this game. What are we going to do? Well, we're going to stall.
we're going to stall for 11 seconds. That's that conversation.
England's goal would be to not have Scotland get it back. So Scotland is certainly talking about how they're going to pressurize ball. And now in some scenarios, the goalie would come out and
would you pull the goalie here?
Yeah, and said that an extra defender. However, in the new Sixes rules, the goalie position is not allowed to go past the midfield line. So we don't get the advantage of doing that any longer.
So those are just some of the tactics that are going to change and adjust, right? That conversation that Phil had was definitely hold the ball. If you're making a pass, it's got to be a beautiful pass, wide open, clean. And how you're going to work that. You see Tors Anderson, number 1 here, getting the ball, and what is this going to look like? Is she going to move the ball around, or is she just going to run into a corner and hold it for 11 seconds?
Scotland have stepped 2 players up already to double team, and Tors has broken the double and took a shot for the goal.
Wide open net there.
Just seconds away. There's the final horn. Well, terrific match. England 17, Scotland 15 is your final.
Probably, and it was a closer game than I think people were anticipating, but a good game to start with. Get those nerves out. See the game for some of the players that haven't played it, even though we just had the fly. But it will clear everything up and provide Wales, who is watching, an opportunity to say, okay, what does this strategy look like, and how do we move the ball, and what do we do differently, and what do we try to steal with pride?
For those who are unfamiliar with international lacrosse, this is a nice tradition of international lacrosse. The teams meet in the middle after the pitch. The captain says a few words to the other team. Thanks for playing. Great match. And then they will shake hands and do a kind of line dance, I suppose. But it's one of the great traditions that where you always sort of end on a friendly note, you hope.
And most of these players, they have played together before. Some of them, and we didn't touch on it this time, but we probably will. Some of them play on club teams together. Some of them play on university teams together. So, we're playing with teams where they know the players.
Right, I'm here with the winning head coach, Phil Collier. Phil, what a start. It's a great advert for the game, wasn't it?
Fascinating, fantastic, really. A one-goal thriller. Could have gone either way, really, at the end. No, really exciting. Congratulations to Scotland. It was a great performance. Pushed us all the way. I think it was never more than probably 2 or 3 goals in it all the way through. So a really exciting game.
And how were
losing my voice? You can tell.
How were the nerves during the game, especially towards the end? Are you a composed coach, or were you nervous?
I'm pretty composed. I think, and to be fair, we were always in front, so we never went behind. So less nervous, I suppose. No, it's really good. I think it's a 1-goal game. Could have gone either way at the end. Mm-hmm. Luckily, we had a couple of timeouts left. I was able to use those in the last 2 minutes to control the game, really. So no, it's a good game.
And obviously, with the format, you got to play Scotland again. Is it going to be kind of similar tactics and when you play them later this afternoon, or?
I think no. Well, I think again we've got a bigger squad, so we might see some different faces in there. But also we'll change a few things the way we played. Some of the things that worked well we'll keep, and the things that didn't maybe we'll adjust a little bit slightly. So no, I think you'll see. Hopefully it'll be just as good a game, but maybe some slightly different tactics used.
Yeah, and then so in terms of the next game, got Wales. What kind of challenge do you expect from them?
Well, I think Wales they seem to have a younger team from what I can see on paper, but you never know. And I think the format of the 6-a-side games are pretty close. You're guaranteed sort of 50% possession, and therefore it's always going to be close. So I'm hoping my girls will have learned from the first game and settled down. A few nerves maybe gone now, and we'll be a bit stronger ourselves. So I'm looking forward to it. I think, again, I'm hoping it's a good game. And we said to our girls during the game that don't you enjoy playing in close games? That's what lacrosse is all about, the excitement rather than a blowout, and we really enjoy the competition.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck for the rest of the competition. I'm sure we'll catch up with you soon. Up next, we've got the men's games. We've got the Scotland men's team against England men's team. But first, let's take a look at some of the highlights from the women's match. Right, I'm here with Matthew Bagley, head coach of the men's Scotland team. Matthew, first game of the Home Nation Sixes. First and foremost, how excited are you for it?
Very excited. We're really excited to see what this new format is all about.
In terms of, you mentioned it's a new format. Obviously, everybody's learning the new format. What's it like to have to come in and try and coach a new format that is kind of alien to everyone?
Yeah, in a lot of ways, you just got to kind of roll with the punches at the beginning, see how the game goes, and how the game unfolds really will dictate the strategy that we use. So, but having never coached Olympic sixes before, this is going to be something that is going to be new for all of us. And so the best way to do it is just to put a smile on your face, have fun, and do what you can.
Absolutely, and you're proper in at the deep end, first up against England. What kind of challenge do you expect from them?
Oh, absolutely, a huge challenge. England are a fantastic nation. They've got a great lacrosse team. Traditionally, have always had a great lacrosse team, and we can't wait for the challenge.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck with it and enjoy your day.
Thank you very much.
All good?
Is that all right?
Yeah, thanks a lot.
All right.
We'll grab the winning head. Right, I'm here with Matthew Bagley, head coach of the men's Scotland team. Matthew, first game of the Home Nation Sixes. First and foremost, how excited are you for it?
Very excited. We're really excited to
Welcome everyone to Peppermill Playing Fields in Edinburgh, Scotland for the inaugural Home Nation Sixes tournament featuring competition between men's and women's national teams representing Scotland, England, and Wales. And now we have the second match of the tournament today. This is in the men's side. We have England men's versus Scotland men's. And I'm happy to welcome my co-commentator on the men's side. Dave Hallows is a former assistant coach with England, Scotland, and
Wales women.
And Wales women as well. Dave, good morning.
It's a full house. Good morning. It's a gorgeous day. We've just had a very exciting game between Scotland and England women. Variety of tactics and adjustments of tactics.
Just, Dave, I'm just going to jump in to say I'm going to send it for a quick pre-match interview with one of the coaches, Gavin Ritu. Oh. Sorry, it's already run, so it's back to me. Sorry.
All the fun of the fair.
All the fun, exactly. So, so here we go, Dave. I'll turn it over to you. Get us into the first face-off here.
It's the first game of the men's home internationals here. Home internationals used to be a fantastic tournament in football. Unfortunately, that went away. But in the men's, it came back in 2019. Then we had the pandemic. And now it's in the new sixes format here at Peppermill in the University of Edinburgh. And England come up with the first face-off. And the red helmet is for England, number 17, Dan Watson from the Mellor Lacrosse Club. Good work inside. That wasn't a takeout, the referees decide. It did come off a Scotland player, but they decided it came off a white player. So it remains 0-0. Long pass there by number 6 for Scotland, Callum Barrett. He's from the Silver City Lacrosse Club in Aberdeen. And again, it's Dan Watson, this time uses his shoulder to get in, slots that one top corner. It's 1-0 to England. Number 17 with the goal against number 5 in goal for Scotland. It's Toby Cleaver-Ross. Nice split dodge there. Number 2 for Scotland. Shot and save by Will Baxter. Didn't see what the call was there. Looks like someone's going to spend 30 seconds in the naughty corner on the naughty step. So it'll be England ball. It should be a free clear, and they'll be on the power play, 5-on-4. And again, they already lead the game 1-0 with a goal by Dan Watson. Good patience here, number 16 stepping in. Star of the tournament at the fly in Dillashaw. Great look, this excellent passing move there. Tic-tac-toe.
Yeah, really quick ball movement there in tight space, yeah?
Yeah, it was a man up, so they had more space to work with, but that speed of ball movement, everyone's going to struggle to play with. Nathan, I just think about that. Got the right number. Yeah, it was Nathan Edwards with the finish, with, I believe it was a cross-crease feed on the man up from Dan Watson. So it was number 20 from number 17. Gives England the 2-0 lead. Scotland yet to trouble the scorers. Referees are getting together. Stop all clocks. Usually means we're going to have a bit of a chat.
So, Dave, you've been involved in lacrosse for decades.
Yes,
and seen all formats. Tell me your thoughts about sixes on the men's side.
I was a skeptic to start. Thought we've got enough varieties of lacrosse as it is, but actually it isn't an adjusted. It's not like box. It's not like field. It's not like women's. This is a completely new format. The players have been involved in the design and the setup of the rules. They've had trials, and this is very much a bespoke form of the game. Very fast, very action-packed. With just off the post there, actually. I thought it was another save by Will Baxter, the England senior men's goalie at field lacrosse as well. He was voted the 2016 MVP at the European Championships in Budapest, whereas a goalie, he averaged 75% saves, which is just remarkable. Beautiful goal there. You ran out of angle initially. Or have they called timeout first? No, the goal counts. That's Elliot Hurry from Nottingham Trent University and the Norbury Lacrosse Club in Hazel Grove. He caught the ball, realised there wasn't enough angle on goal to get his shot, controlled the ball, then came back and dove across the crease and to get another one past Toby Cleaver-Ross in goal.
So I'm not sure what the stoppage is here, Dave.
Yeah, there's. I think the referees again. It's new for them as well. It's a new format of the game, and with it being an international tournament, you'll quite often get referees who've never worked together, and so the usual smooth running and mechanics may not be as smooth.
Yeah, one of the umpires is speaking with Lorna Powell, the tournament director. There's an issue with the
sneaky. It's a shot clock that's at our side of the field, so we can't see it. Yeah, the shot clock. With one of the rules, obviously, in this new format, is that similar to box lacrosse, there's a 30-second shot clock, and if you get a reset, which actually where the ball hits the frame of the goal or hits the goalkeeper inside the crease, then you get another 30 seconds. But it's absolutely vital that the players on the field have a visible cue for that shot clock. So they need to know if there's 30 seconds left in the shot clock or if there's 5 seconds left. So it is actually a technical difficulty, but it's also a vital part of the game.
Right. You can't really play without it. It looks like they may be ready to restart here. Yeah, here we go. Scotland in possession.
Gets it to number 2. That's Thomas Gilbrook. Great speed clearing the ball. He took it off his goalkeeper, sprints at field. As we see what looks like a box helmet there by number 9, that's Ben Robertson. Get a great trail check. Number 14 for Scotland, that's George Harrison Church from the Timperley Lacrosse Club. He's actually a medic by trade, he's doing his house officer year. Actually told me he did a 13-hour day yesterday before travelling up from Manchester to Edinburgh. That's a long day out. 13-hour work day. But great trail check. Number 14, George Harrison Church.
Yeah, there was a foul earlier in that possession, so somebody's headed to the sin bin.
Looks like that's number 7, which is Ben Pope, an attack player from Exeter University. Taking a break. and I believe that's a timeout by
Yeah, it didn't see.
England.
Yeah, it makes sense. It would be.
Because the England coach that was rushing on
That's
obviously
right.
had something to say about their penalty kill.
Yeah, it's 3-0 to England, and so Dave, I know that you participated in the fly. You watched some of the action there. We didn't participate, but you
watched all the action.
You watched all the
It-
action,
it's-
exactly. And so, how have you seen the game evolve since that tournament, which was kind of the first iteration of Sixes?
I think there's a long way to go, but it has evolved. On the very first day, on the July the 17th, the game day one, there was a lot of field lacrosse being played on a Sixes field. People just hadn't adjusted, they weren't familiar with the rules, and just playing by habit. Finals day was a lot better, and obviously the guys that have played in Lillishall power play, that's one of the keys is taking an outside shot, which would be fine on man up in the field game. Every shot that's off target in Sixes is a turnover. So you have to have the shot on goal, and because you need that shot on goal, you have to make the one more pass. So I give up a good shot for a great shot. And there we just see a sidearm shot from 15 yards. And there we have another shot on the run, on the angle, in field. That would be perfectly acceptable. That was Nick DiCaprio. Nick's actually quite a great story. He's wearing number 22. He actually played long stick for Michigan in Division 1 in America for 4 years, and he was a 2-year captain. He got drafted into the MLL and actually decided to come over to England as part of the Lacrosse the Pond. And now he's playing short stick for the national team in a Sixes tournament. This is Will Baxter on the ball. Scotland taking another errant shot.
So just under 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter. It's England 3, Scotland 0.
Beautiful finish.
Beautiful shake and bake, change levels.
Yeah, hesitation move, make the goalkeeper guess basically whether you're going to go high or low. Super finish by Dan Watson. We assist off his Mellor colleague. I believe that was number 21, Josh Simpson-Pink. Good interception by Baxter. A little bit miss off cue. It's not like him. Looked like he was going to create the breakaway. And there's a goal for Scotland with the box helmet on the far side. Oh, I can't see his number at the moment.
That would be Ben Robinson.
Number 19. Yeah, number 9. This is Ben Robertson. And the assist was from our near side here, marking number 1 is from Fergus McMahon. And another goal by the England number 16, which is Alex Russell, currently plying his trade at Long Island University. So he's playing in Division 1. Actually, he may have actually graduated, sorry. So last year may have been his last year.
I think he has. Yeah, he's back in the UK now.
They really have got a great pipeline over at Poynton. Players playing in college. Again, nice ground ball by Baxter. Gets it up to Dan Watson. Carries it behind.
Well, Will Baxter having a great game. That's 2 interceptions. He's jumping out of the crease and knocking out some passes.
Very, very active player, goalkeeper, but also a tremendous leader. He sets very high standards for himself. That's a great fake and finish. That's another one for Nathan Edwards. So the assist off Dan Watson. I believe that is 4-1 now.
Dave, there's only one rule exception in this tournament to the formal Sixes rules, and that's that men are allowed to run through the crease or be in the crease for this particular tournament. So that kind of came up on that play because the England defender was sort of unwilling to go into the crease, sort of playing the old rules slightly.
There was more confusion, unfortunately, at the first day of the fly tournament down at Lillishall. There was some misunderstanding with the crease rules, so you're absolutely correct. But the refereeing were in fact applying the women's crease defensive rules in the men's game, which added to the confusion. I mean, normally there's no restriction on men's, whether you're marking a man within a stick's length or what are you not. Last 12 seconds, an outrageous shot from 40 yards, hoping to catch Toby Cleaver-Ross.
And that's it, the first quarter. England 6, Scotland 1. I think both goalies had a...
Yeah, the little eyes lit up. There's a chance to get in the score. Under the current rules in sixes, obviously all of these rules are the rules at the moment. They're still looking for feedback, still getting feedback on tweaks that may be for the Olympic version of the game, if they manage to get a chance to go through. There's the World Games next year in Alabama. But the current score is 6-1 to England. And the goalkeepers, the only offside rule, normally in field lacrosse, you have to keep 3 players in the attacking half and 4 players in the defensive half. Now, normally that would be 3 defenders and the goalie. But the goal is allowed over. In sixes, anyone can go anywhere except the goalkeeper. He's like, no, get back. You're not allowed to go over the halfway line. I just think that they're not happy about it. The goalies union.
So, Dave, recapping the first half, 6-1 to England. Are you seeing what you would more or less expect in this matchup?
I think England benefit from both the coaches. They've actually got co-head coaches today. So in the final 2 weeks ago, it was the Forge, coached by Mike Bartlett, who lost by a goal to the Rise, who were coached by Vince Cara. And both of them are now co-coaches of the England team, with most of this team having also played, in effect, 3 game days. So it's like, most of these Scottish players weren't at Lillishall, and so it's like England have had 3 days of practice, acclimating to the rules, tweaking things, and just getting used to the pace of the game. It's not, box on grass. It's not field lacrosse plus. It's a completely different game. So,
what, Coach Matt Bagley of Scotland, he's just coming out of timeout. What do you suppose? What's the message he needs to give to Scotland at this point?
It's going to be a long day. Relax, count to 10, and let's go again. They're playing a little bit tight, so they have scored, but it's not just a physical game. Sixes, it's a mental game. If you're on the field, you can't switch off because it's always live. And even if the ball is out of play, your opponent can gain an advantage just by moving without the ball. As we see the legal procedure there on the face-off. Number 14 for England is Tom Roach. I didn't actually catch. I was looking at my notes. Was that a goal or was that miss?
No, it was a miss over the top. It was such a powerful shot. It was hard to track. Scotland now in possession.
Good pressure by number 21, Josh Simpson-Pink. If he'd managed to get the Scottish player number 2, which is Thomas Gilbrook, to step back over the halfway line, that's a change of possession. It's a turnover, over and back, similar to basketball. This is Mason Robbins on the ball now with a shiny green stick, some fluorescent arm pads. He's actually, this week, just won the nomination for Vice President of the European Lacrosse Federation, which is great news for Mason, but also for Scotland lacrosse and lacrosse in Great Britain. So he's the Vice President of the whole of the European Lacrosse Federation. And just obviously on cue, the
commentator's curse.
He drops the ball and looks at his mates like, why are you looking at me like that? Fantastic.
Still 6-1 to England. No goals scored in the second quarter as of yet.
That's Mike Pomfret lining up. Again, that would be a perfectly acceptable shot in field lacrosse. But if you miss the cage, that's a low percentage shot, running at full pace down the alley, taking a shot on the run, it's a turnover. Again, a feed there through to George Harrison Church, the defender. That one just got away from him. This is Michael Pomfret from the Stockport Lacrosse Club. Bit of a nudge in the back for Nick DiCaprio, no relation. And Toby clears the ball. Good wheels clearing it out. If in doubt, run very quickly. Can't go wrong. It's a breakaway for England. Nice low, high, low fake, and puts another one in the back of the net. England 7, Scotland 1. That was Alex Russell, who was the MVP of the Fly tournament. As I say, he just finished his career at Long Island University. Division 1 player from America, but was actually originally from the Poynton Lacrosse Club, and he's gone back to the Poynton Lacrosse Club. That's a great cut by Ben Pope. Got the feed from Mason Robbins, but I think he was celebrating before he actually caught the ball there. He really had caught it. He had a one-on-one chance. This is I believe he's 21, Nathan Edwards from the Norbury Lacrosse Club, and plays at Leeds Beckett University. He's in the competition for the under-21 tournament in Limerick. That's a great look again by Dan Watson, number 17 in the red helmet, is really good at using his body to get his hands free. So he looks like he's got a man draped all over him, but at the same time he's got his head up and he's looking at who's open and where he can get the feed to, as another one goes astray. It's an unforced turnover, this time by Pete Ross. It's very quiet out here on the field. I'm surprised. There's normally a lot more shouting either by the coaches to the players. It's a timeout white.
Timeout to England, who leads 7-1 with 4 minutes and 12 seconds left in the first half.
Dominant performance to start the game.
Dominant performance, and on the England attack, they seem so confident now. They're just happy to kind of swing it around the outside and then look for an opportunity. Whereas Scotland, when they come down and attack, kind of just bring it in, and they're not quite sure what the next step is. So I think
it is. It's not just comfort. It's the confidence in your teammates. There's a lot of club connections here. There's a few players that have played for Poyntons, a few players that play for the same club at Mellor. And there we see just a quick setup. You're open, I'll pass you the ball, you shoot. That was number 15, Paul Wainwright, actually from the Spencer Lacrosse Club. Nice pick-up. He's under pressure. Manages to get out of it. That's good play by Ben Robertson. And shot by Connor Fitzsimmons from Glasgow City. Again, I'm not sure how much these Scotland players have actually trained together. There's a lot in the domestic league from clubs such as Silver City, Aberdeen, Glasgow City, Edinburgh City. But they've also got some players from, and there's one actually here from Jack Miles is from the University of Edinburgh. So it must be great for him to be playing on his home turf. But they also have players from Hillcroft who play in the Southern League, one from Poynton, Loughborough University. And George Harrison Church is actually just moved clubs. He's playing at, or will be playing at Simply. He's had one practice with them so far. So it's England back on the ball. It's man-on-man defence for Scotland. And it's the man himself, Dan Watson. He's taken to this game like a duck to water, using his physical strength to get inside position and managed to get a shot off while he was on the turn. Another goal for England. England 9. Scotland 1.
Yeah, tough game for Scotland so far. They can't figure out England defensively. England have a powerful attack, don't they? And they just don't quite have an answer for it. Oh,
that's a
terrific shot.
Well done.
Yeah,
there's the inverse commentator's curse. Yeah, Scotland is struggling as he spins and
nice roll and a very compact yet powerful shot.
Shooting on the turn.
Yeah,
fantastic finish. Will Baxter wasn't, and a nice save to follow it up.
Callum Barrett on the save there.
Cleveland Ross, very good. Off hip is a difficult place, or one of the most difficult places for a goalie to make a save, because when you go underneath to get there or come over the top to get there.
Miscue from England there, so Callum Barrett to bring the ball.
Momentum.
Yeah.
Since it's like, well, they're struggling great couple of minutes there, great couple of possessions by Scotland. Let's see if they can continue with it and make the most. This is number 8 on the ball, but Pete Ross.
You know, Dave, one of the things I'm noticing is the change in physicality between the men's field and now the 6's format. The men have tend to err on, committing a lot of fouls and being sent to the sin bin. Not so in this game.
I think there's no long sticks, which is a change. There's no cross-checking. That's now illegal. It's a change. There's no body checking. That's now a change. And in effect, it's almost gone back to the lacrosse of the 1980s, where you have to defend with your feet and your gloves and your forearms and actually use a stick, maybe for a poke check. And there's been not a slippage, that's the wrong word, but the game has been getting more and more power-based.
Right.
And it's like, well, I can actually intimidate you just by hitting you really hard with a big stick. And I don't have to be a great skillful player.
Right, and then it just seems to me that at Fly anyway, the men were committing a lot of fouls because they were bringing that physicality from the field game. But now in this match today, I mean, we've had a few major fouls, but not many. I think they're getting the finesse of it a little bit more.
And what's interesting, there's been a few occasions where somebody in a normal field game would definitely have been taken out, and they've actually managed to stop themselves and make the adjustment.
Oh, terrific shot.
Fergus McMahon with another goal for Scotland.
So as we learn the 6's format, it is a game of adjustments, isn't it?
Like I say, personally, it's quick feet, quick hands, and having a quick mind. If you're, again, beautiful feed by number 14, I want to say. No, it was 16. It's Alec Russell as Will Baxter takes a inverted brackets shot that missed by 30 yards. I hope we caught that one on video.
So that concludes the first half of play. England men's versus Scotland men's. England leading 9-3.
And again, I think a lot of that was England have made the adjustment because all their players have played at the Fly on 17th of July and then 2 weeks later in the finals weekend. So they've had probably 6 games each. And coming up against Scotland, who've not been part of the 6's tournament in this current format. So it'll be interesting because today, in the men's side and the women's side, each country in the home internationals will play the other 2 countries twice. So they're all guaranteed 4 games, and it'll be interesting to see in their next meeting how that goes as we see the replays here. And it really is shoot on sight from the England team. Half a space, half a yard, as we have here. Dan Watson gets really low, centre of gravity, spins his man and then shoots high. Dan technically is an excellent player. As we see, just as you said they were struggling, the turn and shoot in one motion. It was fantastic. And here's the drive that I missed. Looking at my notes, beautiful high to low finish. And just to put it into context, Will Baxter here is the number 11. He's actually playing in Limestone at the moment. He's doing a postgraduate course at Limestone College, which is Division 2 in the NCAA. But like I say, he was the MVP at the European Championships in 2016 when England beat Israel in the European Championship finals, which were filmed and broadcast by our partners, the Lacrosse Sports Network. I was very grateful for that. I didn't make the trip. But he, in that tournament, averaged 75%, which is like averaging an A-star or a double A-star, whatever, something really good. It's like, if you had one game at 75%, you'd be a happy camper. But to average the whole tournament, that's unbelievable. I've never seen any goalkeeper have a performance like that at a major tournament.
Well, still a little bit of jitters, it seems like, especially on the Scotland side. Some of the stick skills aren't quite as sharp as you'd want to see in a match like this. England had a nice run of really connecting some really good fast passes, but in this transition game, the way it is with sixes, it's that risk-reward scenario, isn't it? If you really push, you can get a fast break goal, or it might result in a turnover, and it's kind of back on your defensive end.
Every possession is crucial. It's not can you score more or can you stop more. It's can we get more possessions than the opposition. And if you're throwing away passes, not under pressure, not from a great takeaway check, not from a great interception, just a fundamental exchange between two open players, it's going to make you're batting uphill. It's going to make life very difficult for you.
And because you don't have the face-off after every goal, you're guaranteed pretty close to 50% of the possessions. So if you have a higher conversion rate than your opponent, so it's all about getting high percentage shots in the end.
Yeah, and this is where if you can get a turnover, it's a +1 for you. If your opponent throws the ball away, oh, thank you very much. Throw away some more. That's great, because that's one less goal you have to score against them.
Indeed. All right, looks like we're just wrapping up now. Halftime, England men versus Scotland men in the Home Nation Sixes tournament here in Edinburgh, Scotland. We're at the Peffermill playing fields. Beautiful sunny day in Scotland. England 9, Scotland 3. Time for the second half.
It was interesting, having watched the Lilleshall tournament, it was quite a fast track. So it was a hard field down at Lilleshall and very short grass. It's a little bit more lush here, this grass. So I've noticed in the women's game where the ball normally would have bounced out of bounds, was suddenly stopping, and it's like, oh, got to go and run for that. We had obviously you're doing the commentary on that one, but there were about 5 or 6 times the goalkeeper was clearing it up to this left side, and some of them went out of bounds, but the ones that didn't, it's like suddenly I've got to run 40 yards just to get a ground ball that I thought was had missed.
This is why you tell your players to sprint after the ball, even when you think it's going out. Yeah.
It's funny, so you see the reactions. It's like, oh, that one's gone. And oh, no, it hasn't. Time to run. I thought it was a magnificent performance, by the way, by Scotland in that first game.
Yeah, it really was. That was a fantastic match. Again, like we saw here, a little bit of jitters with the stick skills initially, but knocking the travel and the rust off the sticks. But
I thought when Phil Collier, the head coach, is calling 2 timeouts, one of which with 11 seconds to go, and is a goal up, and it's like, nope, I'm not risking it. Timeout. We need to plan how we're not going to lose the ball in the next 11 seconds.
Right.
I thought Scotland put them under tremendous pressure by varying the tactics, having a goal hanger, leaving. I can't remember what her name was. There was a Scottish lady, left-hander in attack, who was staying near the goal, and basically it was a goal hanger, and they never quite got their head round how to do it.
That was Jenny Ayton from Scotland.
Jenny Ayton, brilliant.
Sorry, we're
the face-off is away, and it's straight out of bounds, but that's off an England stick, and all the action was there. Great pass, great pickup, and unfortunately just bounced it wide of the goal. Quick thinking though there, that's a much better start to this half. Still England 9, Scotland 3, but that first 30 seconds, very sharp. Back to all even. This is Gilbrook on the ball, nice pick by number 6. That's Callum Barrett. Oh, unlucky. Intercepted by the Alex Russell. Great play again, this time setting up a teammate as he sets up Tom Hallam, who's actually naturally a long stick player for the Mellor Lacrosse Club. Came up with an outrageous one-handed pickup in the fly. On the run, just flicked his wrist, scooped the ball up, and they're getting on the score sheet. A nice assist by Alex Russell. Alex, as I said, is part of the Poynton programme as we have a breakaway 1-on-1 Toby Cleaver-Ross, and this time 3 fakes. Josh Simpson-Pink. It's the battle of the hyphenated surnames. Honestly, looks like a Monty Python sketch. But great finish by Simpson-Pink. He's probably the youngest player at this tournament, at least on the men's side. He had thought he'd had a serious injury at the fly. Unfortunately, he didn't. As Baxter comes up with another save, this time I think that was from Robertson again.
That was Robertson again. In fact, I was going to say, we've been name-checking him quite a bit. I think he's having a really good match for Scotland. He's creating some opportunities for himself.
Well, I think there are, of the 3 varieties, 6's, box and field, I think there's more similarities in style with 6's and box than there is 6's. Nice finish again. This is the Michigan long stick. He's actually wearing a flesh-coloured T-shirt under his uniform. I thought his shorts were falling down then. But he had 4 years as a defender in Michigan, 2 years as the captain, and has come over to England as part of the Across the Pond programme, and now he's a attacking short stick midfielder. Here's Robertson again. You build these players up and they just let you down. It's like, nope, denied.
But this is a tough England defense, and he is able to create some opportunities for himself and have a look and have a lash.
I completely agree, but he's probably also able to create better opportunities than falling away off balance. As Alex Russell double fakes and then again puts that on the off stick side, hip high. It's a really tough save for Cleaver-Ross, and that's over and back, and that's just a mental error, a mental lapse. It's Michael Barkley, who my understanding was, because there's not many left-handers on this team, he was going to be playing left-handed attack. Number 11.
Yeah, he's one of the Scotland captains along with the goalkeeper, Callum Barrett.
Oh, helicopter check, and the ball stayed in the stick. Great play, good turnover by Fergus McMahon. He's drawn a penalty as well. Excellent play. Not only does he, what was the Jana said? Jana?
Oh, Jana, yeah. Mm-hmm.
The
yard sale.
I've got no idea what that is. It sounds
I think
great,
we just saw one, though.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what it is, but that's it. When the stick goes flying. Twigged.
Well, it's definitely uncommon to see the ball stay in the stick.
It's probably one that if the coaches or assistant coaches should be putting that one in the memory bank so next time he scores a goal, having a stick check. That was dubious. As that one rings off the crossbar. I think that one was blocked.
Yeah, hit the goalie. So it
remains
Scotland possession, yeah. So Scotland looking a lot more confident now they're man up.
Right.
Now they've got a little space to work with and the ball's zipping around.
That's a great save.
Amazing save.
High bounce shot, and Baxter read it all the way. Shot was from Jack Crawley. He's got a bit of a cannon, right-handed. And there we have one that we were tipped off before the game. Nick Caprio, and I quote, one of the best split dodges in outside of North America, is one of the profile quotes that we had.
Well, we're at England 15, Scotland 3 at the minute with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the third quarter.
Here's Robertson again, driving down the alley. Oh, good recovery check. That's Paul Wainwright, a Loughborough product, who's now playing with Spencer. Alex Russell. The fake is so smooth. It's not just a stick fake. He rolls his head, his shoulders. Everything is showing Toby Cleaver-Ross that I'm going to shoot the ball.
It's all about selling the fake, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, hook, line, and sinker. But it's not just his wrists or his stick. His whole body is showing what he would be doing if he was releasing the ball. He just takes control of it as Dan Watson is called for a penalty there. So another power play for Scotland. And these are some great opportunities because there's already no long sticks, and now you've got the extra man. So somebody is open all the time. Back door at the moment. There he is. Can they see him? Yes, they can. And he was scoring before he caught the ball. But he was waving his stick there. He was open for a good 4 seconds before they got the ball to him.
Yeah, and Scotland have the right idea. Keep the ball moving, keep it hot, and then when you see the opportunity, take it. Just let themselves down slightly at the end.
And I think, like you said earlier, it's that comfort level with the game and just rust. You know, there's another one for Nathan Edwards. He scored 2 great goals earlier. There he was coming around the crease, and he was almost celebrating before he caught the ball. Poise is very important in this game. It's the great quote that Sven-Göran Eriksson, I think it was in his book, it might have been Clive Woodward's, about teacup. Have you heard that one?
No.
Teacup is the acronym. It's thinking calmly under pressure. So when your body is in the furnace, you have your head in the freezer. So in the heat of battle, you still make good decisions and do sensible things rather than just act like a headless chicken. Pretty much what Nathan didn't do. That's shot wide,
and that's the third quarter. Yeah,
that is the end of the third quarter. These are rapid quarters, by the way. That seems to have lasted 2 minutes.
It really feels that way to me. It's the pace of the game is so quickly you get absorbed by it, and then suddenly, wow, a minute left. You're
it's not like, what, is it still going? What time is it? Yeah, I can't believe they're still playing. It's like, it's over nearly, and we've only just begun.
So 16-3 to England. So Matt Begley's talking to his Scots players at the minute. As a coach, what would you be saying to your team at this point? What are the takeaways that they can get out of this last quarter?
Win the next 2 minutes. Score the next goal. Stop England scoring on the next possession.
Yeah, each rep is a new rep, is what I used to tell my team. Yeah, just win the next rep, and let's not worry about the score.
It's what's the serenity prayer where you have to control the things you can control, accept the things you can't control, and have the wisdom to know the difference. It's like, well, what's happened has happened. You can't change it, but we've got 1 quarter left. How would you want to walk off this field? Winning that last quarter, or oh well, we've lost, so we've lost anyway. It doesn't matter. Yes, actually, it does matter.
It does matter.
The winners compete every second of every minute. You don't see Michael Jordan or Messi or Ronaldo, who's gone to United, suddenly, it's like, I'll take today off. I'll take tonight off. When he's there, he competes 100%, whether he was playing for Barcelona, Real Madrid, or Barnsley.
Yeah.
Those are true athletes and true competitors.
Well, let me flip the question for you then. What does the Vince Carra and Mike Bartlett say to the England squad?
Well,
what they're
first off, whose turn is it to talk? Yeah, Mr. Co-Coach. I'm the head coach. No, I'm the head coach. So once we've got that argument sorted, it's 0-0. These are rare opportunities. They're playing scrimmage games tomorrow, where there's no trophy. It's not a formal international. But they're scrimmaging because every chance you get to compete in this new format is an opportunity to learn. I
think you said it there. In other words, everybody needs exposure. Everybody just needs game time, reps, repetitions.
Because, oh dear, comedy of errors.
So it was
I was going to say the
midline violation there. Yeah.
Over and back. There's another goal from Alex Russell, who very quietly just keeps chipping away and has probably got 5 by now. You've probably not noticed, 3 of them. He's very, very good at being efficient with that. There's no flash, no flare. Shot goes wide. Jack Crawley. I'm not sure if he's played in North America, but he runs and carries his stick like a North American player. He's got great balance. This is Mike Pomfret. Everything but the finish. Great dodge, great fake. And then when he went to shoot, he forgot to actually take the ball with him. Very powerful, very fast midfield player from the Stockport Lacrosse Club. he'll be one to look out for in the senior field game as well as this Sixers format. Here we are on the power play. That's the turnover over back. Now if Scotland hustle, he can get to that ball and ask the referee for a quick start. Or he could run over it and leave it to someone else. Oh, they're a man down actually, no. I forgive him for that. Killing the penalty is as important as getting the possession.
Yes, indeed. And it's...
He says,
yeah.
Isn't it amazing? Just it's like you say it here and the opposite happens out there. Great pass and well done.
Yeah, there they go.
A man down goal.
Man down goal.
Thomas Gilbrook of Ben Robertson, who, like you say, has had a great game. And this time, Paul Wainwright, showing why he's a defender.
Yeah.
One-on-one finish, beat the goalie and missed the 6 foot by 6 foot goal. 36 square feet to aim at. But he's a product of a very successful Loughborough University setup, where they're good at converting players from rugby or hockey who've never played lacrosse before, but they're athletes and competitors, and they've had great success in players converting to a new sport.
Well, lacrosse is one of those sports that once you're exposed to it, you fall in love with it. And so exposing more and better athletes to our sport is
showing that last goal on slow motion replay to music, I think, that was more art than sport. Elliot Leonard, another one from the Norbury Lacrosse Club, plays. You can see from his helmet, he's actually wearing a Nottingham Trent helmet. So he was a scholarship athlete there, and they won books under their head coach Sam Patterson. But he plays box as well as field, and as well he plays all 3 formats of the game very well. And there, used his body, then span round, and then held his stick in his hands high and shot low. He gave Cleaver Ross little to no chance on that one. And these players who are under pressure, now people around them, but make it look easy. It's like they play it in slow motion. They really top players just find the extra time, whether it's football, cricket, rugby, one-on-one. Beautiful. There's a highlight goal. Breakaway goal for Fergus McMahon, officially designated as a defender in the roster, and from his coaches. Obviously, he didn't get the memo. It's a beautiful one-on-one finish.
And when we say defender, here everybody's a midi, so defender really from the field game.
Yeah, that's his day job. Normally carries a long stick and hits people for a living. And I'm sure he will have enjoyed that one.
So just under 4 minutes left, 18 to England, 5 to Scotland.
Jack Crawley with that last one. Absolute howitzer of a shot. But again, counts for nothing if you can't hit the target. This is Alex Russell. Look at a little throwback fake there. He was coming off a pick and just feinted as though he was going to throw it back to the pick. And just that slight hitch with his body movement, body language, meant that his defender stops for a second to see where the ball went. It didn't go anywhere, and he's now a step behind him. 18-5 in the fourth quarter with 3 minutes 23 seconds left to go. Again, it's interesting watching these coaches how they're dealing with the timeouts. Some of the very short in time, or shorter than in field game, and a number of coaches got caught and had to serve a penalty. As DiCaprio with an outside shot. I think the assist this time wasn't Russell, it was Simpson Pink. Well, an excellent shot.
As a coach, I know it doesn't feel like enough time to get through the messages you need to get through, so I can see where coaches are bumping up against it. You have to develop that spidey sense of how long the timeout is and make sure you don't run over.
And this is the issue is Elliot Leonard scores another unassisted goal, but their spidey sense is almost hardwired to the 2 minute timeout.
Right.
And now you're telling me it's 30 seconds. Just pushes it wide. That's Gilbrook. Long passes there, 2-on-1. Let's see if they can convert this. Great save. Toby Cleaver-Ross
Callum Barrett on the save there. Quick outlet.
Callum Bear, is that his nickname or what?
No.
Callum Bear. I did not know that.
Nice
I
save.
know, yeah. Baxter, he makes the goal look very small sometimes. He's just really, really good at positioning and his stance. He doesn't give up much. You have to take it.
Well, he's quick, he's confident, he's mobile, he's communicative.
Yeah,
I hear his voice up here.
Vote Baxter. He's the eligible bachelor as a Baxter. I don't actually know, he may not be. Good team goal, making the extra pass. That was Dan Watson to, I believe that's number 13.
Well, we're under 2 minutes now. That's England 21, I believe, Scotland 5.
Another outside shot, turnover. Yeah, it was Tom Hallam who scored that goal. There's another Mellor connection. They both play at the Mellor Lacrosse Club. I believe Tom Hallam is their captain there of the Mellor Mud Dogs, the Brabants Park Warriors. For those of you who've never been to Brabants Park, well done. It's an incredibly muddy pitch. It could be have a drought and there'd still be mud at Brabants. Beautiful low to high finish.
Oh, that will feel good to Scotland in the last minute to actually to put in a goal. They don't really seem to have an answer to the England attack. Case in point.
And it's like you can't switch off. You can't bask in the glory of that fantastic low to high finish by Fergus McMahon, the defender from Hillcroft. And 5 seconds later, Dan Watson slotting another one-on-one with the goalie. I'm sure Toby Cleaver-Ross would be wanting to have a few words with his defenders. It's like, well, here he is again. Thanks, guys. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Pop it on a string. It's like, hello, defence. Any of you out there? Calling all defenders. Please come in.
And that's now 23-6 to England.
Yeah, and again, here we see that they're leaving the England man up. And there he is. Will Baxter says, thank you very much. Thanks for playing. Skippity doodah, unorthodox finishing from Dan Watson. But hey, it works, that's effective. And again, nothing the goalkeeper could do about that.
Right. In that case, you've got to leave a man back, wasn't you? I mean, you can't leave the goalie that responsibility.
Well, it's and there is
that's the final whistle. Yeah, 24-6. England over Scotland.
Outstanding team performance by England, making that extra pass and making the technical adjustments. Co-head coaches is obviously the way to go. Vince Cara from the Brooklands Lacrosse Club, and I believe is the England under-19 assistant coach. Alongside him is Mike Bartlett, who coaches everything. He's the head coach of Spain Lacrosse Club, the assistant coach for England national team. He's the coach for Poynton Lacrosse Club. He's the head or founder of Lacrosse the Pond, a program that allows Americans to come and do a 1-year master's degree. And as well as that, he coaches Cheshire. Have I mentioned Cheshire? And up until this year, he was the head coach at Manchester University as well. So here we see the men's, a slightly different pattern in their handshakes to the ladies. Choreographed cyclotron of handshakes. This is normally a straight line, but it's kind of a bit of a diagonal.
All right, so that wraps it up for England men and Scotland men. 24-6 is the final. Coming up next is Wales women versus England women, and there will be approximately a 15-minute break between matches here. So, Dave, just to kind of put a bow on that match, England clearly dominant. Scotland looked like a team that maybe had players that hadn't played much together, didn't have full fitness, it didn't seem. Stick skills weren't quite there. However, what do you see them building on? How do you see them improving?
That last quarter... That last quarter was great compared to the first quarter. So that's a small victory.
Indeed it was. I'm going to send it on down to Gavin Ritlew, who has an interview with the winning coaches.
Right, I'm here with the England men's head coach, who's just off the back of a win, Mike Bartlett. Mike, very convincing win to start off with. You must be delighted with that.
Yeah, it was a good start. We needed to. We felt the nerves a little bit, just in terms of it was a little frantic throughout some periods. We were trying to, I think, run the score up a little too quickly. But as soon as we found our rhythm, we definitely showed our dominance. I think it was the first time Scotland had really stepped on the field doing this 6'S format, so I think they had possibly a bigger learning curve than us, so it was always going to be tough for them, but we showed our worth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And in terms of the new format, how are you enjoying it as a coach, and how do you think the players are enjoying it? Are you getting good feedback?
Yeah, absolutely. The players love it. It's frenetic, it's frantic, it's fun, it's fast. You know, it's everything that these guys played lacrosse for in the first place. From a coaching standpoint, it's a big learning curve because we have to be able to change things a lot quicker. There's not as much time with the guys in game to influence decisions. However, it's great fun. It's a great challenge for us. It's nice to be able to try something new and bring in some different aspects of the field and the box game.
And it's a quick turnaround, of course, so it's not just the 6'S that's frantic. The schedule here today is frantic as well, and you've got Wales next. What kind of challenge do you expect from them? And are you going to go in with a kind of similar tactics, or are you changing it up?
I think with this game we're going to have to hold the ball a little more. These guys are coming in fresh, whereas as you've seen, just played a game. Knowing how Wales play, I think they'll be a little savvier with the ball possession. I think they'll kind of hold the ball a little more and play a little more off ball, which means we're going to have to be switched on. So I think for us it's a bit of a kind of war of attrition. We're going to have a little tired legs. We've got to make sure we manage our legs properly. We've obviously got the same schedule this afternoon as well, so this is about game management rather than just the scoreline for us.
Yeah, well, thanks for talking to us, Mike. I'll let you get on
No
with it,
problem.
but great to speak to you.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Up next, we've got Wales versus England in the women's competition. But first, let's take a look at some of the highlights from that Scotland versus England's men match.
Yeah, just a little bit of a shining. Yeah, there's about 4 of us that hit my head. Oh, that's a fucking rough. Man, I'm busy. But
Okay, we're back at Peppermill Playing Fields in Edinburgh, Scotland for the inaugural Home Nations 6'S tournament featuring competition between men's and women's national teams representing Scotland, England, and Wales. I want to send down to Gavin Ritlew, who has an interview with the coaches.
Right, I'm here with England women's head coach Phil Collier. Phil, back again. You've had a bit of time to reflect on that opening victory against Scotland. What are your kind of key learnings from that game?
I think some of our girls, it's the first time they played at the senior level for England, so a bit of nerves on our side. I think the key learning was it's always going to be close. The format of the game is designed to keep the scoreline close, and so get used to that, I guess, playing in close games. I think about our own team, we can play better on attack. We didn't do too well, make the most of our opportunities, and I think we can do better at that. We've made a couple of thoughts about what we might change defensively, which hopefully you'll see in the next game. We've got a couple of personnel changes for this game as well, but generally, I think we can attack better. I was quite pleased with some of the things we did. Our riding, was quite good to where the other team had the ball. We made them work hard to clear it, which is one of our intentions for that game. So we'll be trying new things this afternoon, actually. Mm-hmm. But yeah.
Yeah, and the game's come thick and fast. The girls are warming up for the game against Wales, and you mentioned making potentially a few changes to the team, or is it going to be more or less the same?
It's more or less the same, but we're making two changes. We had a red card in the last game, and the tournament rules apparently specify that person has to miss this game as well. So we had to bring someone in for her. So that's a personnel change. But pretty much we're seeing the tournament as 3 pairs of games, and Scotland-Wales the first time round will be playing similar tactics, say with a few tweaks, which I won't say out loud now. But not too much change, but there'll be bigger changes for the afternoon games.
Cool. Looking forward to seeing it. Best of luck.
Thanks very much.
Right, I'm here with Wales women's head coach Matt Sharp. Matt, first and foremost, the sun is shining here at Peffermill. How excited are you to get started?
Yeah, really excited. We've been talking about it for weeks, and it's good to get the team finally together and get out on the field and play.
Yeah, and in terms of the squad and the team selection, how are the girls looking, and how's the pre-match stuff gone so far?
It's gone really well. Good. We've had reasonably good prep. We've got a team of a real mix of experience and youth, so we're trying to see an opportunity to blood some new players, and also then they can take that into their various squads within Wales, and we can learn, and everyone else can learn more about the game, more about the 6'S format.
Absolutely, and you were a coach at the Fly a couple of weeks ago. What kind of key learnings did you take from that experience?
I think you've got to use the 12 players. You can't get away with putting your strongest team on, what you believe to be your strongest team for that particular situation. You've got to keep rotating, because if it doesn't catch up with you before half time, it'll catch up with you towards the end of the game, and you can see that's going to happen here.
Yeah, and first up, you got England women, who they've just beaten Scotland. What kind of challenge do you expect from England?
Well, England, they've got strength in depth, haven't they? All the players are strong. They've all got great stick skills. The conditioning is good, so it's going to be a tough test for us. But it's all about learning for us this weekend, and that's what we've come here to do.
Perfect. Thanks for talking to us, and best of luck.
No worries. Thanks.
Welcome back, everyone, for our next match of the day. This is England women versus Wales women. My name's Dave Simpson, and my co-commentator is Jana Kaufman. Hi, Jana.
Hey, Dave.
Good. So here we have Wales seeing their first match of the day. England came off a really fairly close win against Scotland in the opening match of the tournament. So what do you think England are looking for in this game?
I think England's probably sitting down, looking to find the groove a little bit, have a little bit of a cleanup on defense, work a little bit with the goalie, and provide the opportunity on the attacking side to really connect and put the ball in the back of the net. Got a good break here between games, so they're probably looking to come out, have a good, quick, fresh start, and get up early, get up high.
Indeed, and I know that Wales has brought a fairly young team to this tournament, and so I know they're going to have a lot to work with in terms of younger players getting to know the format, getting to know their coaches and the tactics and the new rules especially. You know, if you've been playing a certain set of rules your whole life and you come in, the muscle memory's there to play the game in a certain way, and so I expect to see sort of some procedural, technical kinds of errors from a younger team. We'll see how it plays out. So here they're coming out for the first draw. So that Tors Anderson setting up for.
That is Tors. Tors is setting up here for a good, solid draw. She took a couple of draws in the last game. Now each quarter starts with a draw, so it's not after each goal like tens here. But Tors has a really solid draw. She can self-draw. She can put it in a lot of places. She has good control and good command of the ball.
That was Serena Grace on the draw for Wales, and Wales will come up with it.
So what you're going to see here is defensively, you're going to see England making a couple of adjustments from the first game. And this is Wales' first game of the day. So let's see if they have some of the jitters, the first game jitters, and if they're going to make some adjustments as the game continues and quarter goes through. It's a good shot here. Katie Greenwood's going to take the ball out for England, get a clear up, and go into England's first attack of this game.
Yeah, I think you make a good point. Scotland and England in that first match both came out with the rust on their stick, and were kind of able to work it out. And so, and yet Wales looked pretty confident in that first possession.
They did, and that's something what you just saw is England forced the pass into the Wales defense, and Wales is coming up and trying to get that fast break. You've got Wales here. That was number 5, Serena Grace, kind of pushing the speed, trying to get that fast break.
Yeah, definitely wheels there from Serena Grace. Ran through a couple of England players to get a 1v1 that didn't quite pan out.
And a great stuff. Katie Greenwood there, just being on great position here and just being stick-to-stick with the defender. And that's what we're going to see. We're going to see those passes. We're going to see the assist trying to happen on the inside pass. By the way, that was Alex Drew with a phenomenal curl into getting a goal. I think the assist was from number 2 for England. That was Emma Brown with the assist. You've got Laura Warren here, number 10, pushing a fast break, and that's what you're going to see. We're planning on seeing a lot of that in sixes. Good defensive turnover. Katie Greenwood getting the pass, and we'll see if England continues to push the pace. Tors Anderson here with the ball. Shot save by the Wales goalie. We're going to see here how long and if she pushes the pace the same way that England does with a long clear.
1-0 to England, and England have possession.
Taking it up the sideline here.
Indeed.
And what you're also going to see is Wales, that was a long clear. That she held the ball a little bit longer than I thought she was going to. Tors Anderson again with another shot saved by the goalie. And here Wales comes. There's the pace pushing that we're expecting to see in the game of sixes. England dropping in, trying to get into defensive position. There is no arc in the sixes format. Katie Greenwood making sure that she's got a save there. This is Ella Cohen making the attack for. Oh, rolling behind the cage, going through X, and that's something that we talked about in the last game. Is X still a factor? Tors Anderson finds the back of the net. Great spin move.
Yeah, picking up what you're saying about X there, it's. I don't think any team is going to camp somebody out back there and feed in the way that you would in the old tens format. But how to use it dynamically feeding or upcutting. I've seen some really nice goals in the fly tournament that happened last month that happened off an upcut, a feed to an upcut.
Yep.
So I think we'll see more of that.
And if you're wondering, it looks like there was a penalty called, which resulted in England getting the ball back. Not entirely sure what the penalty was. It looked like it may have been too many players on the field. Oh, shot and a goal, number 14, Ella Cohen. Just really, you're going to see assists. You're going to see England transitioning into understanding where that shot can come from and where the team is going to be most effective. By the way, if anybody's paying attention right here, you see number 10 on Wales, Laura Warren, getting face guarded by number 24, Emma Savage. And that just goes to show England has a high level of respect for Laura Warren. She is a playmaker, and what you're going to see is the teams know each other so well, and because of that, they know styles of play, they know how they react, they know, they can kind of start to anticipate, and like I said, the level of respect that England as a team has for Laura Warren really means that they're gonna face guard her and see if they can't draw her out of this game.
Yes, these teams, England, Scotland, and Wales, do play each other so much.
Right there, by the way, you saw Tors Anderson putting another one in the back of the net here for England. And Wales isn't, Wales isn't really pushing that pace. They're trying to get that long clear.
Indeed. And again, I think the youth is showing up a little bit on defense. They're not quite closing, not bringing the physicality. It seems to me there is a little more physicality to the Sixes format. And so I'd like to see them. I think if I was coaching them on the sideline on a timeout, I think I'd let them know, step up, make a little contact.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of the differences you can see in England from the first game to this game, is defensively really starting to step up, get the on-body contact, and not go so far out, not go as high in defensive positioning. Here you go. Katie Greenwood, high, long clear to Alex Drew. Emma Brown at the top here. Feed. Ooh, beautiful shot, though. Great save, great positioning by the Wales goalie. That was a shot by Alex Drew.
Yeah, I felt like Caroline Brenchley might have gotten over there and got a stick on the slide there.
Yeah, I think what we heard was actually the top of the goalkeeper's helmet. So, and here's the ride. Here's the England ride. England taking the time to really say, hey, you're not going to get it down the field into our attacking end easily. We're really going to make you work for it, and there is the reason why it's going to be a turnover.
And the shot clock is ticking, and so they're feeling real pressure to get it out, and that's where errors can happen.
Oh, Alex Drew had the opportunity for an assist from the goalkeeper, Katie Greenwood, there, taking a shot that ended up going wide. And that's a good point, Dave, that you made, by the way. If you're taking 10, 15 seconds to get the ball up the field, that's 10 or 15 seconds off the shot clock. That is half of the shot clock.
So whatever sequence you might have drawn up, a two-man, three-man game, then you don't have time to run it. So you end up 1v1 or 1v everybody and take a poor ankle shot or a shot that's too far out.
1v the entire team, right?
That's right.
Again, goalkeeper, and you got to wonder, is that something that Wales is going to address, right? That was 8 seconds, 9 seconds off the clock right there, and a turnover. You've got right here, pushing the pace. Oh, great goalie save.
Step out. Now step out, yeah.
Oh, is that going to be a card? Okay. Not sure the call right there.
I'm not sure the call. Is that Anna Neville then
Anna
is
Neville.
in the sin bin.
Mm-hmm. And again, a goalie turnover. You've got to wonder, is Wales going to take there's 38 seconds in the first quarter. Is Wales going to take this moment and really kind of assess the clear situation going into the second quarter? Because if they don't, it could potentially be a pretty heavily favored game and leaning heavily towards England's favor.
Yeah, I think the Wales defense here is being fairly cautious. They're really laying off the ball and giving England the kind of space they would want, the oxygen, so to speak, to have their attack breathe.
Number 7 here for Wales, Ellie David, pushing the pace, or trying to at least, and that's the end of the first here.
4-0 to England in the first.
Dave, what do you think? Do you think Wales is going to sit down and as a coach, Matt Sharp's the head coach there, do you think he's going to take a moment and say, hey, let's talk about the goalkeeping, the clears, and what we can do to speed that up?
I'm seeing his body language as he's working with his team just now, and he's clearly bringing positivity, which that's one of the things, especially a young team that's not had a great quarter, is going to need. Hey guys, we're okay. It hasn't gone great, but hey, we can win the next quarter. And keeping them positive. Now he's gotten into the tactics a little bit. Now he only has 2 minutes. So you can't get a lot done in 2 minutes. Yeah. But you can't fix everything in 2 minutes. But what should he try to fix?
I mean, like I said, I can't keep hitting the same point again, but you've got to control the ball. The number of turnovers that are occurring on the clear here for the Wales team, I think could be the downfall, right? Like you've got to take a moment, address that, and it's either going to be a quick clear and push the pace, because you're going to exhaust your team. It's going to be a back and forth. Your high defenders are rushing down the field to get into position because they're going to try and get into that low attack position, and if you're not careful, you run the possibility of exhausting your players very, very quickly, and so then it will lead into you having to address your subbing strategy.
Yeah, and indeed, these are talented Welsh players. They're young, but they are on the performance pathway. So, they're going to improve with every exposure. And for some of these, it will be their first exposure to the Sixes format. And so far, I haven't seen any of the real technical issues. It's more fundamental lacrosse of a physical, strong defense, decisive slides. Mm-hmm. So far, they just don't have an answer for the England attack.
And it's a very different defensive setup than what we saw in the first game with Scotland, right, where Scotland was almost hanging the two low defenders and allowing them to sit there, which did cause England problems. It caused England to hold the ball more than they would have liked. And the shooters who wanted those angles, wanted those good angle shots, couldn't shoot because even though there is not a shooting space call, if you shoot and hit a player, it is a red card.
Yeah, I'd like to see Harriet Brooks, the Wales goalie, be a little more active on the clear, too. I think she could sprint it up the field a bit and buy a little time for her attack.
Yeah, get the advantage. We're starting the second quarter here with a draw. And looking to see who is on the setup. I think we have a different Wales player on the draw this time. Got number 5, Serena Grace, it looks like, on the draw. Laura Warren with the ball.
How important is her role as really one of the most experienced players in the UK to help these young players and show them what is required to be a successful elite international player?
I mean, Laura Warren as a player, as a leader, as somebody who really is just the knowledge that she has in the game. By the way, Alex Drew spin move, goal, back of the net. Great goal, Alex Drew. And that's you didn't see that in the first game for Alex Drew. That's something that Alex is really going to have to step up and pay attention here. Alex also looks to be guarding number 5 pretty closely, Serena Grace. But back to Laura Warren. You're going to see teams, I don't think it's just going to be England. I think you're going to see Scotland really give the respect and credit that she deserves as well. Think about it like this. She is, not only did she participate in the fly and was the fly champion on the Swift team, she's the senior team's, she's on the senior first team from 2009 to today. Oh, great shot right there, number 16. Looks like
Ella Malik.
And she drove the pace there. But back to Laura Warren. 2009 to 2021, she's been on the senior women's first team. 2017 world bronze medalist. 3-time gold medalist at the European 2012, 2015, and 2019. You can't compete with that. England looking to push the pace here. Tors Anderson, great assist, back of the net.
So Wales caught a little forward on that one, didn't they? It's part of the Sixes format for women is you've really got to be thinking we're on attack.
Yep.
But if that ball gets turned over, I've got to play D, and I've got to have numbers on D. So
it's that transition.
And it doesn't mean you need to park people up top, but dynamically you need to make sure you've got some coverage.
Mm-hmm. It looks like Wales could take a second here, and there's 7 seconds left on the shot clock, by the way. But Wales is probably going to have to start paying a little bit of attention to cleaning up some of these passes.
Yeah.
You don't get a lot of opportunities. If you afford a team in the Sixes format the opportunity to get on a run, it's going to be a 3 or 4 goal run, and it's really hard to come back from. I'm not saying that it's goal to goal, but if you give somebody an opportunity to get 2 or 3 goals in a row, it's going to be really hard to make up that difference. And that's something about Sixes. It's going to be a game changer here.
Indeed. 7-0 to England. England in possession, 9 seconds on the shot clock. A rare miscue from Tors Anderson there.
Caroline Bedgley pushing. Oh, great save, Katie Greenwood. Absolutely beautiful. That is the definition of a one-on goalie.
I think she has a real sense of timing, doesn't she? That she knows exactly when to step out and exactly what level to attack the ball.
Like a calmness. A calmness that you don't see, especially in this format with how fast and how close people have the opportunity to get in there. She's just composed.
So actually, good ball movement and transition from Wales there, and again the stick skills kind of ended up slowing down the potential for a good break there.
And real quick, I want to touch on something. You see the referee, what she's acknowledging for those that are just coming into the format for the first time. By the way, that was a beautiful shot. Emma Brown just ripped that. What you were saying is she was giving advantage. She's saying, I saw the foul occur, but I'm not going to stop the clock, and I'm not going to stop the play. I'm going to give the advantage. So if you see that arm go up, acknowledge the fact that the referee sees the call and is going to allow the advantage to occur.
It's such an important part of the flow of the game, and that's what Sixes tries to do. It tries to be a fast, dynamic, very watchable version of the game. And that's one of the ways in which the umpires can help facilitate that.
That was a shot by Tors Anderson, went wide. Wales goalie here, really working to figure out how she's going to get those clears probably a little bit quicker. Laura Warren just pushing the pace.
That's the second break that she's had. Terrific.
Phenomenal goal.
It's a second break from where Laura Warren has created the opportunity by drawing the England defense towards her and then leaving a wide open cutter in the middle. The first one didn't convert, that one did.
And you're probably going to see a little bit more of that as Laura Warren pushes the pace and the game starts to go. England is going to have to slide to make sure that they're picking up on her. A little bit of ball on the ground here.
Yeah, well, that was a cheeky check from Tors Anderson. I'm not quite sure how she got the ball out of that without fouling, but
it's Tors Anderson. That's how she got the ball out. Okay, and a turnover goes back to Wales. So England again, not dropping into defensive or to the defensive end, staying in that defense one-on-one, working the transition. Alex Drew here staying in really good position on the defense.
Wales broke it effectively with a couple of really crisp passes.
And a turnover.
Unfortunately.
And a turnover. Yeah. So Dave, what do you think if you were Wales, right? You're 8-1, 2 minutes, 15 seconds left in the second. If you're Wales, what adjustments are you making, especially as you're going into the half here?
Well, I think the first thing I'd tell my team,
great shot
off the
by
post,
the way.
yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The first thing I would say is, look, we're fine. Let's win the next rep. And
Alex Drew, spin move back
finish.
to the net. That is, if you're Alex Drew, that is your bread and butter move right there.
So we don't win this game, guys. Let's not look at the scoreboard. So let's work on what we can work on. So I think I'd call a timeout at some point and say, let's work on this one thing. Let's not try to fix it all at once, but let's get more physical on defense. Let's step out. Let's make some contact, because I think there's a little passivity in there, and let's see what that buys us. And then maybe in the next timeout, let's work on keeping the ball moving on attack so that we can create some opportunities for ourselves.
Anna Neville just pushing again, and I definitely agree with you, Dave, but right here we've got England pushing to get the ball on the attacking end. Gotta be wondering if they are paying attention to that minute left on the clock. Nice shot and save here by Wales. Wales goalie, I mean, even though the score is 9-1, she's having a good save game.
Yeah, see, this is a little passive for me. I think really you've got to be working harder and sooner than Wales is here at the minute, because now we're
10 seconds left
halfway.
on the shot clock.
Yeah, exactly. So now we've got to do some compelling, and perhaps desperate shot in the end.
A good save here by the Wales keeper.
Tors is being sent off for
checking into the crease.
In the crease,
in the goal circle.
Yeah. We haven't seen many major fouls. We're not seeing players in the sin bin very often, which is a little surprising to me, actually. I
mean, that was a frustration foul, right? That you go high to high, and that's something that I guarantee you that the conversation for England. By the way, it's the end of the second half, 9-1 England-Wales. But England is going to have that conversation, right? You've got to convert.
That's it. So let me reverse field on you then, Jenna, and talk about what you would say to the England squad at this point. Okay, guys, we're up. We're going to win this game. We've got more tournament ahead of us. We're also maybe have some long-term plans that we're trying to accomplish. What would you be saying?
I think this is where I'd sit down and start looking at what we can try, what strategy, what is experimental, right? Are you going to go into a zone? Are you going to drop a player with a backer? Are you going to continue to face guard Laura Warren? Are you going to try a cherry pick type attack and leave an attacker down on the offensive end and see there's a lot of just strategy that you can try, and Wales is a good team. Wales is a great team to try this on and to really take those moments to get comfortable with some of those movements. What would you be saying right now to Wales?
I think it was more or less what I said before. It's like, guys, we can get a lot of takeaways out of this game, so let's concentrate on the things, control our controllables, and concentrate on the things that can make a difference. Enjoying watching some of the slow motion replay of the scoring here. Certainly there were a lot of different kinds of goals scored. What is England doing that's creating so much space for themselves?
Well, I think one of the things that England does really well is the three across the top. They have good movement. I think if you're looking at the off-ball movement, that obviously, for any team, it doesn't matter how you're looking at it, off-ball's got to be increased, especially when you're basically playing a five-a-side. So off-ball's going to be the impact of the game here. Off-ball movement and the two-woman game. So that's what I'd be saying to England. What are we going to do? What are our slides look like? How are we taking advantage of some of these opportunities? And maybe saying a little less one-on-one, right? A little less of that. Let's see what some of these passes look like. Can we create opportunity?
I'm going to say that of the sixes that I have seen, so at the Fly tournament and then what we've seen so far here, really an overemphasis on the one-on-one. I really thought that teams would exploit two-man, three-man game a lot more. We're seeing more either ISOs or just attacking a settled defense. Mostly we're seeing zone defenses, and so the tactics that we use in tens should work in this format, overloading a quadrant and sending multiple cutters into an area, using a post to try to lock down one of the defenders. So I hope to see more variation on defense, frankly.
Yeah, exactly. I think defensively, some of the teams, Wales, Scotland, and England here, have got to zone in on not just the variations of defense, but how far out defensively do you go?
So it's England 9, Wales 1 at the Home Nations 6's tournament here in Edinburgh, Scotland. Really a stunning day here on a stunning pitch and some terrific lacrosse going on. Coming up next is going to be the Scotland men versus Wales men.
And again, if you're just joining us, it is a beautiful day in Scotland. I don't know, Dave. Do we get many of these here?
So I've coached in Scotland for something like 8 years now, and I always describe, even on a nice day, I say, well, the weather is going to be Scottish. It's going to change in 5 minutes and become cold. Jana, you're still in shirt sleeves. I'm actually put on a layer because to me it's a little chilly right now. So even though it's a beautiful sunny day, it's not going to describe it as warm exactly. Or is it just me?
It could just be you. I don't really. We are sitting in the shade, but it definitely could just be you. Maybe you could take me on a walk around Edinburgh again. We'll see how that ends up. And for those who haven't been to Edinburgh, I made my first trip and really would highly highlight making a trip to the city, enjoying what it has to offer. It is absolutely beautiful and worth the trip.
It is, and if these pitches look familiar to some of you viewers, this was the home of the U19 World Championships in 2015, I want to say.
I think you're right.
And what a tournament that was as well. And Scotland had a way of imposing itself, Scotland weather, I should say, had a way of imposing itself on that tournament. It came down quite hard in the finals, as I recall. So the players are coming back out on the field for the second half.
And I would have thought we would start with a draw, but it looks like the foul.
Yeah, the foul carries
finished.
over. That's right. You gain possession by virtue of the fact that you've got someone in the sin bin.
Yep, exactly. And so it's an automatic possession to Wales here. And so what you're seeing, by the way, you're seeing England play looks like a zone defense because of having a player being a player down. Now Wales is player up, so you're gonna want to see how they take advantage of this. Oh, there she rolled through the crease. She violated the goal circle there, and it is a turnover.
Yeah, I don't know if this is in your experience at all, Janet, but I found sometimes man-down defense you play better. Your defenders switch on in a way they don't in a traditional set.
Yeah, it's panic.
Yeah, they become paranoid.
Yes,
they become proactive and paranoid, I say.
Sheer panic is what happens. Oh, beautiful
nice
shot. Emma Brown getting the assist right there from Emma Oakley and just ripping a shot to the back of the net. Wales, it looks like maybe a conversation to the goalie took place, and that was a quicker pass.
Quicker out, yeah.
Annabelle Noble pushing the pace there and just taking that coast to coast, putting that right there.
Nice.
That's going to have to be a defensive slide that occurs. You can't leave a goalie out to dry, especially when there's 4 players right down there on defense. We are even. The penalty has been released, so we are even. And it is Wales' ball. Its shot went wide. Shot taken by number 11. Freya Savage, I believe, went wide. Oops, and that looks like Freya Savage right there is wearing number 24. So they may have switched numbers, and nobody told us. Phoebe Hurt for Wales, number 1 with the ball.
So Wales winning the second half so far, Jan, and in possession. So they maybe did have a talking to at the half.
Great shot, by the way. Shot and save. Number 2, Nia Martin took that shot, and Katie Greenwood. It's Katie Greenwood's ball. Great save right there. She really held onto her corner and had a good angle. Alex Drew with the ball for England. England's moving the ball well here. So, like I said, it's going to be a different game. They really have kind of shaken the rust off. You're not seeing the ball on the ground as much. The passes are cleaner. That was a good shot. I believe Tors Anderson put that in the back of the net there.
I agree with you. I think England is being very businesslike in the way they're approaching it right now. They're playing with confidence. They're playing strong. They're playing assertive. They're not really bringing any flash to it. But why would you?
Yeah. And number 6, Emma Oakley, let's touch on her for a second. Phenomenal defender. She just had 2 great defensive moves where she stood up the attacker and made it so that the pass had to get executed. And it was 2 passes in a row where she stood up the defender, causing what just occurred, which was the shot clock penalty. There we go. Tors Anderson is going to push the ball down, and Emma right here, Emma Oakley. Kind of passing back and forth between Tors Anderson, Emma Oakley, and Alex Drew. So we'll see what comes out of this.
Yeah, and Wales, by and large, happy to sit in.
Looks like England caught Wales on their heels a little bit with some of the passing, and the defender got drawn over. Okay, that was corrected. It is Wales' ball here. Goalie. She's moving up the field here, Dave. So it looks like she's going to get this probably a little quicker. Here we go, Laura Warren. Let's see what she. Oh, and it's going to be an over and back. It's going to be a
violation. Yeah, over and back.
Do you want to explain over and back real quick?
Yeah, just it's just new to the 6's format. So once the ball moves over the midfield line, it's not permitted to go back over. And so commonly it's just an overthrow of a pass or something that has it go back. Occasionally you find players in error kind of dancing the line and accidentally stepping over, but it's usually just an error that happens, and it's an immediate turnover.
Again with a goal circle violation. And I think that's something that we've talked about. That is a rule that differs between 10s and 6s. You're taking away the ability to run through the goal circle. And so we'll probably see some more of these violations as they occur, and it's going to be just a shift in perspective for the player.
And maybe this is a time to have a bit of a chat about the rules. So, these rules have been established by World Lacrosse as the formal rules for 6s, but they are still considering changes, and it's tournaments like this that are giving feedback to World Lacrosse officials in terms of what changes they might want to make to sort of tweak the game.
Looks like we have a penalty here for Wales.
Yeah.
Number 4.
Millie Johnson is sent off. I didn't see the violation, but a major foul clearly.
And that's the second one we've seen. Third we've seen in 2 games. So again, not a lot. We're not getting a lot of fouls, which is good. It keeps the pace of the game going, which was one of the pieces that World Lacrosse wanted to focus on, was the movement and the speed of the game and making those adjustments from 10s to 6s. Laura Warren here.
Well, it's interesting to see how England attacked that man-down box zone by pushing the ball up top and then overloading the opposite, the cata-corner quadrant, so to speak, having 2 players down there. Just didn't connect on the pass.
And here we go. We've got Wales with an opportunity to clear. I have to tell you, if I'm sitting there and I'm Matt and I want to make an adjustment, I would be asking our goalie. We're 10 seconds. I really would. I would be asking our goalie. I mean, that's dangerous.
Well, the goalie position is much more featured in this format as in the 6s format, because they are the quarterback of the team in the sense they get every fast break going. And if they're able, with their feet, to push the ball upfield, then they can get assists and actually create opportunities. So it's not so much standing back and making the long clear anymore, although that's part of it.
Yep.
But if it's not there to do, then really you've got to use your feet and be a little more athletic about it.
Yeah, and you're seeing 2 very different goalies as well, right? You've got Katie Greenwood, who is composed. Got to make sure that she's when 1 foot with the steps, she's not getting stuck, right, with that 1 step where she is out of position. And you're seeing the other goalie. We've got a timeout. We've got a timeout for Wales. You're seeing the other goalie, Harriet Brooks, here, who is really making an attempt here to control play as much as possible. And the problem is she's not getting a lot of players that are cutting back to her and helping her in those moments. So that's the other piece here for Wales, is Wales has got to make a decision, I think, in how do we drop, where are the picks coming. If they get that clear out quicker, they really have an opportunity to push the pace of the game, and they could find an opportunity to really catch England on their heels.
Yeah, as I said, that goalie position is calling for really a new kind of athleticism and a new kind of perspective, a new kind of attitude, because they're so dependent. The pace of the game is so dependent on how they return the ball into play, whether it's off the back line or pulling it out of the goal after a goal has been scored. So just coming out of the timeout, it's 11-3 England over Wales. We have 36 seconds left in the 3rd quarter.
And 22 seconds on the shot clock here, so it was Wales' ball. And Wales will continue with possession here. You've got number 14 for Wales, Hannah Legge, I believe. I'll apologize later for mispronunciation of names. But there you see, England is pushing out on defense. So it's already a different style of defense from the 1st quarter to the 3rd. And Emma Oakley there in the corner, just kind of taking ownership and saying, you know what, I'm going to take this ball here away from number 9, Caroline Benchley, and create an opportunity here. Great pass. Oh, got to take those moments there. That's something that we talked about, is controlling the ball for England.
That's right. We've name-checked Caroline Benchley with Wales a few times. She seems to be having an active game, fighting for that ground ball on the sidelines just then. So that's the 3rd quarter. England 12, Wales 3. And again, we're kind of getting into one of those games that can be tough for a coach at times, right? Whether you're on the winning side or the losing side. We're into the 4th quarter. From a coaching perspective, you want to get your takeaways from your team, but they may not be motivated around the takeaways that you want to get because, hey, we're way down, so I'm not very motivated, or we're way up, and I'm not motivated, but for a different reason. Mm-hmm. Why don't you take Wales this time? How are you going to get Wales motivated for the 4th quarter?
Well, I think Wales has a unique opportunity, right? They do create the opportunity to score. They're not converting, so it's not that the opportunities aren't there for them. It's that the conversion isn't occurring, and I think that's something. If I'm standing there and I'm talking to the team, I'm going to tell them, hey, we have these opportunities. These are the minor adjustments, so we're not making these big adjustments, right? We're not resetting the way we play. We're just finishing. And it's one step here, it's a dodge here, it's a pick here, it's a low to high, or it's a slide, or it's a number of different opportunities. It's 1 or 2 steps that is going to make the difference, and that is for Wales. That has an opportunity to give them a couple of goals on the board. What about you? What do you think for England?
I think for England, again, it's an opportunity to experiment a little bit, to try some tactics that maybe weren't on the front of your playbook, but a little further in. That maybe you're going to try some more ISOs or try some more 2-man games with some different personnel that maybe hadn't worked together quite so much, and try to get something out of it that way, so that you can discover what maybe you didn't have a chance to experiment with, that you maybe did it on the training ground but never really brought it into a match. So, I think at the end of the day, every rep is a good rep.
Mm-hmm.
Even the coaches on the sideline, in terms of their management of the subs, need training on how to do that efficiently and quickly and tactically. And so they'll look at it that way. I'm sure it's like we're still getting something out of it, even though the score is quite lopsided.
And this is an opportunity for England and for Wales to really work on subbing, and that's a really good point that I think we're going to see more of from a number of teams as the games progress here.
So Serena Grace against Anna Neville, it looks like, on the draw.
Here we go into the 4th. Nice self-draw here to Wales. Emma Oakley with the defense. She's going to push the pace. It's something that she does really, really well. She'll push the pace. It's composed under pressure, and that's going to be head down, knows that that's what just occurred.
Well, that is exactly the kind of thing we're going to see for a while, which is just like in the old game, it didn't matter, and now it does.
Yeah. Number 14 here. So we've got a England ball, and in a turnover, Ella Cohen. Gonna see if we can't push this pace here. You've got Anna Neville really pushing. Oh, and it's gonna be. I think that's gonna be something that. Oh, Katie Greenwood coming from the back of the cage all the way up almost to midfield to get the interception. Hopefully Emma Brown here. One more pass. Oh, great save. Great save by the goalie, but Katie Greenwood, absolutely amazing. That's what you want to see out of this game.
Yeah. Well, I was about to praise Harriet Brooks for being more daring on the long clear.
Yeah.
Now, it turned out to be not the best. She didn't see that the goalie had snuck up on her.
How many times are you going to see a goalie run up to midfield?
That's right. That's right.
But she did. She made the transition. She got the ball out quicker, and that's what we've been challenging her to do the whole game from 40 yards away, sitting in our box. Katie Greenwood again, just very composed. Alex Drew taking that pass.
Tic-tac-toe.
Number 1, yep. Great assist. You got Alice Ripper, affectionately known as Ripper, to Tors Anderson. Katie Greenwood, again, coming all the way out. At some point, we have the possibility of seeing what we just saw in Scotland, which was she came out too far, and we ended up, as England,
that's right,
getting taken a couple of times with empty nets. So, absolutely fantastic when it works. When it doesn't work, it's an empty net.
Now, would you say that has always been her goalie personality, or is that something she's now bringing more into the Sixes format? I'm talking about Katie Greenwood, England goalie. Is she being more mobile? And
I think we've seen a transition in Katie Greenwood's play. You can tell that she's getting more and more comfortable. There's a confidence that she's grown in the last probably 6 or 8 months.
Wales on the break here.
Yeah, we've got a fast break. Great fast break. Number 2, Mia Martin for Wales.
And the biggest cheer of the day, there's a large Wales fan base here.
Oh, great clear right there to Alex Drew, to number 1, Tors Anderson. And I think Katie Greenwood, I think that's what you're seeing. You're seeing the confidence in knowing, right, that there's a strong team in front of her. And there's a level of trust that she's really developing into, and she's got great footwork coming on, and the clears are quick and they're consistent. So that level of confidence, you almost you can't get on accident here. Alex Drew pushing
on
the
the break.
pace. Yeah.
I want to name check Torres Anderson quickly. She scored a couple goals where she's kind of hanging off her preferred side of the crease because she's a lefty, and just kind of being a presence there. And as soon as her defender slides, they know to put the ball in her stick, and then she's got the easy finish.
By the way, what you just had is Freya, the Wales goalie pushed the clear. Freya came up, had a great check. Wales did get it back. And here we have defense from England. Standing up, number 2, Nia Martin for Wales. Now, you notice that I haven't seen Laura Warren back in the game. So I'm wondering if that's kind of a strategic move to say, hey, it's 15-4. There's 3 minutes and 45 seconds here left in the fourth.
Yeah, she seems to be moving well on the sidelines and just cheering her team on.
Yeah.
So I don't suspect an injury, but hard to know from here.
Laura Beeman right there with the goal. Great offside stick hip. And, if you're taking that shot, that's where you want to put it. You want to put it across the goalkeeper's body. It's going to be Wales' ball. Beeman looks like she got a touch on that and then subbed out.
Again, a little risky on that clear, because if that doesn't go well, then it's 1v1 with the goalie. If you're going to make an error of that type, you're going to want to make that further up the pitch.
Yes, like you said, if you're going to make that error, I want to make that error about 60 yards away from me.
That's right.
Oh, and we've gone England trying out the cherry picker attack. That is an assist for Katie Greenwood. The goalie just got an assist to Torres Anderson, number 1. And then England immediately goes into a high-pressure transition defense. It really is. It's taking a lot of opportunity away from the goalie. It really, something like that can take a goalie out of their comfort zone and off of their game in seconds. So you got to wonder, is that something that other teams who play sixes, are they going to drop to the goalie, or are you going to see the transitional defense, or are teams going to drop all the way into the defensive end and wait for the attack to happen? There's a couple of options.
Yeah, coming up on 2 minutes left, 17 to England, 4 to Wales, here at the Home Nation Sixes tournament in Edinburgh.
There was a timeout called, I think, before the foul occurred, but it's going to be a timeout, England.
Seems to be the case. Phil Collier, head coach of England, is on the pitch. So I presume he called the timeout.
And the foul.
And
the foul.
Simultaneously.
He called both. So England, you can see that England's trying out a couple of different tactics here. What do you think that they're going to have success with in the last minute here, minute 55, 2 minutes? What do you think that they're going to have success with that they want to keep trying? And what do you think that Wales is going to try to pull out here in the last 2 minutes?
Yeah, I think, Wales at this point, I think, legs are heavy. They just traveled up today, and so they're still slightly in the car. I think they're going to play better going forward in the tournament. I think they've knocked the rust off. They faced, really, the strongest team of the tournament in England. Although Scotland gave them a very good run this morning. So, when they have a rematch, that would be a good one. A bit disappointing. However, what can they build on? And so. At this point, they've got about 2 minutes of time to work on some new things, and then have a meeting. I'm sure they'll have. We're coaches.
Post-game,
we're coaches. We would take the meeting, and then come out with some new tactics in the next one.
Freya Savage took a shot, ended up trying to get her own rebound. It was a save by the goalie there, Harriet Brooks, and just didn't get that. And again. That is a rule change. It used to be the closest to the ball after a shot. It was their ball, and now it is a turnover.
It's really the biggest change in a way on the women's side because it affects so much of the game and so much of the possession.
Oh, and that's going to get called back. She did not come all the way in bounds. That was a good pass there. Almost got the back check on there. And so Wales has made an adjustment. Wales has a cherry picker where you're drawing Katie Greenwood out of the goal to play defense in essentially what is a 5v4.
I love it. When things aren't going your way, you've got to change something.
Yep.
So and find out what works for you.
Let's see how England takes advantage of this 5v4.
nice quick stick.
That was a quick stick, and it looked like it was almost right at the end of the. Here we go. Let's see, 35 here. It looked like it was almost at the end of the shot clock.
Yeah, they were, a box zone, man-down defense, but part of the box went way out to pressurize the ball, and that left tons of space.
Freya Savage right there with the back check, and I think that's something that is Wales is going to have to clean it up. They just are starting to pressure the goalie now. So you're starting to see, I think this is some of the younger players for Wales too that are trying a number of different things. You saw number 14 there for England, Ella Cohen, putting her stick up. Again, that is the old style of play where you put your stick up closer to the ball is getting the ball. We've got 20 seconds left here in the fourth. Tors Anderson with the yard sale there.
So Dave Howell is my co-commentator on the men's side. Had never heard that phrase before, yard sale. So he used it in the last match. So thank you for spreading lacrosse terminology throughout the world.
One of the best feelings in the world is when you get a yard sale and you get that done.
So that's your final. England 18, Wales 4. In the second match of the women's competition here at the Home Nation Sixes in Edinburgh, Scotland. So for those of you who are not familiar with international lacrosse, maybe you're watching from part of the world where you're interested in sixes but have never seen it played internationally, here's a nice tradition that happens at the end where the teams line up across from each other. The captains thank the other team, and then they shake hands with each other. And I don't know, I just think it's one of the quaint things about the game.
Mm-hmm. Really brings the teams together.
So let's maybe recap that, Jana. So, I think we talked a bit about Wales. They've got to kind of have a meeting to see what's fixable, and there are definitely things to fix that they're talented kids. So it's within their power to do it. And then England, has a lot of tournament in front of them. So what?
Are you leaving this to me?
I'm leaving it to you.
Oh, right. If I think Wales has got to address a couple of tactical issues. And look at the opportunities like we've been talking about pretty much for the entire game. How do you convert? And then England is going to want to clean up some of the passes. They're going to want to get some of these longer passes and start to identify where to exploit. There's not going to be a number of opportunities as present in some of the games here down the stretch for the rest of the day and into tomorrow. So England's going to have to start to understand, how do we save legs as a team? What does that look like? And then what does subbing look like? I haven't seen a lot of that. So I think that's going to be something that really starts to get touched on, especially later in the day here.
Well, you and I, when we started to become familiar with the Sixes format, before we'd actually ever even coached it, we started to talk about what the subbing strategies might be in the sport. And I really kind of found, now that I'm into the sport a little bit, that I was really overthinking it. That you really could. You could do lines and you could do different kinds of subbing tactics. It doesn't seem to be as much a factor, but I don't know. It's still an evolving thing. All right, listen, that was your final. England women 18, Wales women 4. I'm going to send it down to Gavin Ritlu with the winning coach.
Right, I'm here with England's women's captain, Emma Oakley. Emma, another great game, another great win. How did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it's so nice to come out here on a sunny day in England in August, which is lovely, for the first time playing international sixes again. So yeah, it's lovely. We've got a new squad, got a lot of people making their first caps today, so it's really exciting to see the young players come through as well. Yeah, absolutely. And so far, 2 wins from 2. That's pretty good. Can't ask for a better start than that. That's it. Yeah, we're really pleased with how we've come out. We've obviously got 2 more games to go, so lots to work on. As I said, new squad, getting to know each other. So yeah, lots to work on for the afternoon, but good start so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And then obviously new squad, new format. Everybody's still kind of learning the rules and getting used to it. What's it been like to play in, and how are you enjoying the new format?
Yeah, I absolutely love it. I mean, I love the 10s game as well, but I think this just adds an extra bit of pace to the game. It means that defenders like me in the 10s can go and play attack, which is quite fun. We don't get stuck behind the line. So yeah, overall, my reviews are really positive so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's kind of been the general consensus so far, is everybody is loving it. It's fast, it's frantic. What's not to love, really? You mentioned the next game, you've still got 2 more games. Up next, Scotland again, so you already played them in a nail biter. What kind of challenge do you expect from them?
Yeah, so as you say, it was a 1-goal game in the morning, so we expect them to come out fighting as well for this game. So we're just going to go back, talk about some points to come back. But yeah, it's going to be kind of our best foot forward and really competitive game ahead, I think.
Perfect. Thanks for talking to us, Emma, and best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thanks very much.
Up next, we'll be bringing you Scotland against Wales in the men's match. But first, let's have a recap of some of the action so far today.
Welcome everyone back to Peffermill Playing Fields in Edinburgh, Scotland for the inaugural Home Nation Sixes tournament, featuring competition between men's and women's national teams representing Scotland, England, and Wales. Next up, we've got Scotland men's versus Wales men's. And earlier in the day, Gavin Ritlew had a chance to talk to Matt Bagley, Scotland head coach. Throwing it over to Gavin.
Right, I'm here with Scotland's men's coach, Matthew Bagley. Matthew, just reflecting on that first game, what have you learnt from that first game against England?
Everything. Having never coached an Olympic Sixes game before, it was really, really interesting to see from a tactical standpoint and a strategic standpoint, really where coaches could have an impact and what they just need the players to do out on the field.
Mm-hmm. And, well, like you said, that was your first time coaching. And did you enjoy the experience? Probably should have opened with that.
Yeah, it was a bit frantic, a bit hectic for starters. But once we settled down and we got an idea of how the game's played and the players got a bit more of a feel of the pace and the flow of the game, we definitely settled down, and we're looking forward to our next one.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned the next game, and that's a good thing about the nature of the schedule of the tournament. The games come thick and fast, and next game against Wales, what do you need to change and what do you need to do better of for that one?
We definitely need to play better team defense. Had a lot of guys on islands out there. Offensively, we have more time than we think. I think everyone was really concerned about the 30 seconds, and it was a bit hard to see the shot clocks, and they didn't know how much time they had left. And so there were a lot of passes that we threw to players, to teammates who were that just weren't there. So we need to take a little bit more time and play better team defense.
Cool. Thanks for talking to us.
Of course, man.
All right, thank you, Gavin and Matt Bagley. And here we are for Scotland men versus Wales men. My name's Dave Simpson, and sitting alongside me is Dave Hallows. Dave, you ready for another match in the Home Nation Sixes?
Looking forward to it, absolutely loving it. We've seen some great lacrosse, some great strategy by the men's and the women's coaches and players, and having to adapt on the fly. We've seen cherry pickers, I believe there was a phrase used.
Cherry pickers.
Yeah. Goal hangers, we call them, in footy with jumpers for goalposts in the park, 40 aside,
Well, innovation is going to be the thing with sixes, isn't it? I mean, it's a new format, and so I think it's really kind of a joyful thing for coaches to try to come up with new tactics and new ideas.
And having to react.
To those.
I'm going to counter your counter with my counter. I love the one where Wales, it was Wales, the Wales-England game, I believe, no, Scotland-England game, women's. And they had the cherry picker up there who started scoring some goals. And Phil Collins like, no, I've had enough. I know that they're only playing with 4 defenders. Well, we're only going to attack with 4 attackers.
That's right.
I'm not leaving her on her own anymore. No, not having it.
So setting up this match, Dave, so Scotland coming off a tough loss versus England earlier, and then Wales coming in fresh off the bus, so to speak, because they will have just traveled up, I think. So what do you think the Wales mindset is coming into this?
Having seen their first game, so this is their first game of the tournament. Scotland, whichever way you slice it, had a really tricky outing against an experienced, not just players of lacrosse, but of this format of the game. And it was a really difficult thing because anything they tried didn't seem to work, and just England were putting pressure on them all over the field and challenging them defensively and making them make decisions. Now the Wales team, there's Rodri Stanford, a very experienced player, has played for a number of clubs. Cardiff Harlequins, he's currently at Hitchin, but he's been in multiple tournaments. You've got Adam Wood from Norbury, but he's been playing for Wales for at least 10 years. So they have experienced players, but not in this format of the game. Again, it would appear that the Lillishall tournament down at the Fly was majority English players. Though I do believe Thomas Rosser from Brooklands Lacrosse Club, number 9 for Wales, was playing. So I think they have more experience than the Scottish team, but obviously the Scottish team have now got that first game of what's this all about.
That's right, that's right.
So hopefully it's a 15-all tiebreaker OT.
That's right. And looking at Scotland's setup here, they're staying with Callum Barrett in goal, and I think I'm going to be watching Ben Robertson, number 9, in this game. He was truly impressive in the first match.
And again, when you realise that it's against that experienced England setup, he looked a threat every time he touched the ball. I think it's actually a change in goal. So for Wales, instead of Toby Cleaver-Ross, I believe...
Casey Hughes, I believe.
I'm sorry, for Scotland, I mean, is a change in goal. But we're off anyway, the face-off. First possession. Number 14, that's Josh Yeoman for Wales. Gets it over to Thomas Rosser, who played at the Fly. Bit of an alley dodge. 1-0 to Wales. Number 1 himself, Eddie Owen Jr. His dad was a stalwart ex-player and official at Manchester Waconians. He gets Wales on the board. Nice alley dodge. And Scotland, I thought he may have drawn a flag there for a push in the back. 2-on-1. Was it 2-on-2? There's a man behind him. Great little face dodge and finish by number 10, Adam Wood, the veteran, ex-Norbury Lacrosse Club captain, a real stalwart of the game, playing in European and World Championships. We had a great view on that one, as I'm assuming that's Crawley, number 12. It is. With a slingshot just inches over the bar. So Wales bringing it up. Scotland preferring to drop back. They're not doing a hard press ride like we saw in the previous women's game.
And Wales took advantage of that by doing a mass sub, so they got fresh legs on.
Yeah, it's not chess, obviously, but there's those little wrinkles are just happening all the time. You need to keep your head on a swivel. Not just have your own plan, but see what the opposition are doing. The referee's timeout here.
Yeah, play's been stopped. Casey Steiner with the ball, just right at the outset here. He's just showing real energy and pace for Scotland. So we'll see if he can create some opportunities here on the attack.
And we had this in a previous game where we didn't actually see it because we couldn't see it. It's a clock that's malfunctioning that we're actually behind.
So this is the 30-second shot clock, which is critical to the game now. And so that clock being visible is very important to the players.
And functioning.
And functioning.
Yes, I can see the clock. The clock is fine. I've no idea what time he's left, though, because it's not actually turned on.
These are all wireless radio-based things, which are exactly the kinds of things that
magic
go upside down right when you least want it to.
The more advanced technology, the more advanced technology can go wrong.
This is right. So
a bit of a Luddite myself. But I love the idea that it's not just, there's no wires, there's no cables, it's wireless technology.
Maybe you give somebody 30 cards with a number written on each, and they just drop a card every second.
I'll flip them over one every second. One Mississippi, two Mississippi, and then have someone who can. You remember the guy from? I'm showing my age here. Police Academy, who could do all the the noises.
That's right.
Get him to do the siren for the end of the shot clock warning. And here we have.
Yeah. Our tournament director is delivering a new 30-second clock. So. 2-0 to England, to Wales rather, at the minute, with Scotland in possession.
Lorna Powell, the full-service tournament director, running the clock over to the other side of the field.
Well, she was a top international in her playing days, so.
And then the top international official.
That's right.
After her playing days. Here he is, Crawley again. He's swinging a miss. He has got a great shot. He's just not. They're like tracer shots at the moment. He's not quite finding the target. Jack Crawley's attack from Hillcroft. And then we have Rodri Stanford. I don't even know this fact. It's strange but true. He actually has an Olympic sister. As Aaron Eastwood, maybe the second youngest player at the tournament. Scores for Wales. He had his debut at the Under-20 European Championships in Prague. He's another one with a tremendous outside shot and an unbelievable athlete. He doesn't run so much as glide across the field. Another player for Norbury Lacrosse Club. Under the tutelage of Phil Holland, Mr. Norbury. Moving pick, interference called. So it's another turnover. The long ball, can he come up with it? Unfortunately not this time. That was Tom Porter. He played down in the Lilleshall National Sports Centre last week in the flight. I believe he was part of the winning championship team, the Rise, coached by Vince Cara, who's the co-England head coach here at the tournament this week. A little bit of a colour clash there, possibly.
Well, I think it's fair to say that Scotland struggled to crack the England defence, and I think they're struggling kind of in the same manner here with the Wales defence.
As Wales score another breakaway goal. This is number 5 for Wales, James Tiley. I don't know what the story is behind, but he's also known as Hamish.
That's right. I don't know the story either.
I hope it's a clean story.
Lovely finish.
Beautiful goal. That's much more like it for Scotland. If we can see his number, it's number 11, Michael Barclay. I was told great things about Mr. Barclay before the tournament. Bit of a lefty finisher, shifty player. Here we have Eddie Owen again, this time going left-handed, but a good save. Toby Cleaver-Ross. Shout out from him to his workmates. He was passing on the link for his work colleagues to see what this strange thing that he does every weekend. And this time it's Jack Brooks from Loughborough, number 12. Gets over to Tom Rosser, I believe. No, it's Alex Williams, Sheffield Steeler. Sheffield Steelers Lacrosse Club. Gets the assist to Adam Word inside.
And that's 5-1 now, Wales.
It can, if you don't concentrate, you can give up goals in a hurry. Because every time you turn it over, the opposition can run it straight back down your throat. It's not like, well, let's slow it down and take it easy. There's nobody shouting hold on the sideline when you have a 30-second shot clock.
Bit unlucky on the bounce shot for Scotland there. It hit the ground and hit the post on the way up and found its way out of bounds.
Again, fine details make all the difference. One is a bounce shot that tucks sweetly underneath the crossbar and wraps the net around.
That's right.
And everyone loves those.
Yeah.
The one that bounces over and you lose the ball, not so much.
It's the one that ticks, makes a little sound on its way in.
As it stops and then drops.
Yeah.
That's thing of beauty. Joy forever.
And a couple centimeters away is complete utter failure.
Diving attempt there this time by Eddie Owen. Rejected by Toby Cleaver-Ross. This is Crawley on the ball, carrying it up. Wales are showing a little bit of a zone there. And this time, shooting overhand for all the coaches in the world everywhere, rather than his sidearm. Actually buries that one in the bottom corner.
No goal given, I think. I think that was waved off.
This is Ben Robertson on the ball.
Minute and a half left, or just under, in the first quarter. 5-2 to Wales. 6-2, rather.
Good left-handed play again. That's an over and back. Again, this is where we see the difference between the Scotland-Wales teams and the England team. All the little details of whether there's a turnover, they're on that straight away. So there was a potential there for a breakaway for Wales, and they just gently took the time about it. Oh, great. It faked there by Rodri Stanford. And another reset, and a one-on-one save by Toby Cleveland-Ross in goal. Turned away the dive shot. The rebound was picked up by, I believe it was Eddie Owen. It might have been Thomas Rosser. And then he turned that shot away as well. Excellent back-to-back saves there.
About 20 seconds left in the first quarter.
Did everything but take the ball with him. Looked like it was going to be a great shot. The ball fell out the back of his stick. As Jack Brooks clears the ball full field. Not long left. Great trail check. That was number 16 for Scotland. That's Jack Mills. As that ends the first quarter, it's Scotland 2, Wales 6.
And that's the second men's match of this Home Nation Sixes tournament here in Edinburgh, Scotland. So just a bit about the structure of the tournament. There are actually, between the men and the women, there are 12 matches today, and then there are 6 matches tomorrow. So 18 matches total. Today is the true competition, and there are 3 points being awarded for a win, 1 point being awarded for a tie, and all gets totaled up, and then nothing really happens. There's not a trophy. There's not anything given at the end. It really is more of a showcase for our sponsors today, the World Lacrosse, and for Lacrosse Scotland, to showcase the sport, to demo the sport, to trial the rules, to trial the procedures of running a tournament with these rules. Then tomorrow is more an opportunity for these same teams to have friendly matches. So that's basically the tournament structure. There will be 2 competition pitches going on. The one we're on is pitch 1, which is the filmed pitch, and then in the background, pitch 2 has a match going on at the minute in parallel.
Just saying of showcasing the event, what a fantastic facility it is here at Peffermill Playing Fields at the University of Edinburgh on a beautiful sunny day. I believe it's around 20 degrees at the moment. To showcase the sport, showcase the event.
And we're all taking learnings today, aren't we? From the players, of course, but also the coaches, the umpires. Getting used to the new rules, getting used to the new flow of the game, and the new physicality of the game, more so on the men's side. And here we are for the face-off for the second quarter.
Go for a quick flip. Not sure why they stopped it there. Good save again. Number 5.
That's Colin McCallum. He's had some challenges because his defense has allowed quite a few shots, and so he's had a lot of pressure on him throughout.
There's a slow penalty on this one. The referee has raised his arm. There's a body check off the ball. Field across, that's perfectly fine. It's within 5 yards. And at last, Jack Crawley. He's had some tracer bullets, This time he finds his target, an absolute slingshot. Rips that one past the goalkeeper's ear. Number 12, Jack Crawley, the attack player from Hillcroft. Put Scotland on the board with that one. Scotland 2, Wales 6.
So Scotland with a bit of momentum here and showing a little confidence with it.
That's actually, the shot missed, but it was tipped or deflected by Tom Porter. So it stays as a Scotland ball. That one, not so much. We need to get bigger restraining nets behind the goal. That one then ended up in the hedge somewhere.
Right.
Low to high, high, wide and handsome. Wales in no rush here. They're still a man down, killing the penalty. They're doing well. As soon as you take the ball over the halfway line, you can't take it then back into your defensive half. So they just didn't force it over the halfway and played catch in their own half. This is Eddie Owen. Good stick protection. Under great pressure.
3 seconds on the shot clock.
Yeah,
and there's
and
shot clock.
That should be a penalty for delay of game. The shot clock hooter went off, and he took the shot after the shot clock. If this was boxed across, there'd be some unhappy people about that. The rule is that as soon as the shot clock violation warning goes off, you have to just drop the ball. Good interception there. Will he see the man on the far side? Yes, he will. Beautiful finish.
Nice connection and transition there.
And just very calmly, he didn't try to shoot before he caught it. Caught it in transition. Pass was from Jack Brooks. I'm not quite sure who the goal was from. It might have been number 8. It looked like it was 38, but there isn't a 38. This is Alex Williams, the sole lefty on this Welsh squad. Intercepted inside. That's Fergus McMahon. Again, Scotland are subbing off their defensive players, getting on the attack players they want. As Chase Steiner comes on, him of the black and yellow helmet. I'm not sure he was a Mersey player, maybe Hillcroft. Actually, it's Glasgow City. It's his club of choice. Great outlet by the goalkeeper. Casey Hughes finds him in stride. Fake high, shoot low. Excellent goal. Jamie Tiley, aka Hamish. Good turnover there. Pressure on the ball. Excellent play by Rod Stanford. As I was mentioning earlier, his sister is actually non-Stanford.
Oh, right.
She's a medal-winning triathlete. I'm not sure if she won an Olympic gold. I think
she finished 4th in the Rio Olympics in a triathlon competition.
But she has won major professional triathlons, and a brother. A big brother plays lacrosse.
That's right, and has for a long and stellar career, yeah?
Oh, right from when he first stepped on the field with, I believe it was Cardiff originally, may have been actually Penarth, not sure they're still going. But a ferocious competitor, and I'm not sure whether Rod has passed it on to Non or Non has passed it on to Rod. I can imagine them two fighting over the toast for breakfast. One thing for certain, if it's a long distance race, I think Non's going to win. If she can cycle, swim and run a marathon, then that's pretty good.
All right, it's still 8-3 to Wales over Scotland. About 3:20 left in the first half.
It seems that on the last couple of games, the pace has dropped.
It has.
Somewhat. So whether that's a case of fatigue or just players realising this is actually going to be a long day.
Well, I think Dave Wales should be fresh, right? This is their first game. And I can understand Scotland maybe having slightly heavy legs.
or even the case of like just knowing that there's going to be 4 games, as Adam Wood slots another one off stick side low. You don't need much space, even shooting around your defender and using him as a screen.
Yeah. Well, I think, in thinking like a coach, the way to be really effective in this format is to really have your athletes go out and just get their heart rate to max and then get off. It really, using the subs and using the bench tactically is becoming a critical part of this game.
Absolutely. It's not your best 6, it's your best 12.
That's right.
And there's no point having 6 athletes on the bench who are all fit and fresh, while your starters are chucking up and down, sucking fumes.
And while we're watching the performance level of 6s, this is also effective on the developmental level of 6s. In other words, when you have 12 on the bench and you're rotating through those 12, every player is getting a lot of touch. Oh, nice goal from
excellent
number
passing
3
goal.
There, yeah.
Yeah, and again, if you can move the ball quicker than the defence can rotate, then you're going to have a fun day out. That was excellent ball movement. Getting it up to Tom Porter, who finished on the near post.
So what I was saying about development is the, with a not so deep a bench, then everybody gets on the pitch, everybody gets a lot of touches. Whereas if you're the 18th player on a 10v10 match on the women's side, say, you may not see the pitch or have very little playing time. So at the developmental level, I think it's going to create a lot of opportunities for more players to get a lot of playing time.
And I think this is one of the great features of this game, from a world development point of view, is that when you're trying to recruit a player to come and play for your team, he actually wants to play. He doesn't want to dress up in the uniform or the costume and sit on the bench and watch other people play. The fun bit is running up and down, playing catch and checking people. Good save again. Toby Cleaver-Ross grasses a little bit longer here.
It is holding the ball, isn't it?
There's a few surprised attackers thinking it's going to go out, and actually no. And another one off the helmet. Third time lucky for Wales.
So that's 11-3 to Wales with just coming up on 30 seconds left in the first half.
Aaron Eastwood launched that first shot, and I'm not sure the goalie's all right. He's taking a knee. I don't know if the referees have seen it. Yeah, he's back up now. But that one rang off his face mask.
It did.
And unfortunately for him, it was the Wales attacker that caught it and shot straight immediately into the bottom corner. This is Casey Hughes.
Wales happy to tick down the final seconds here, it seems. Oh, they're going to have one more look.
Beautiful.
Cut him on a sneaky cut.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. I don't know if you saw the start of that. He was just jogging.
Yeah, he sold.
He
sold that the half's over, and then he broke the goal.
I love that element. Alex Russell on the England team, number 16, does it all the time. It works like slow, quick, slow. Just took the advantage. Absolute excellent first half by Wales, and it's those, they're not flash, team goals, making the extra pass, a give and go where just a sprint past your defender and your teammate gives you the ball and you're in on goal in 6x6 with no defenders, no long sticks sliding across the crease with the coma slide, or no hospital passes,
right?
Because there's no steam train or trucks coming up through the midfield wanting to knock you into the middle of next week.
That's right.
There's a lot to like about this game. I'd imagine it's a tricky if you spent your whole career playing long stick and doing drills and getting your footwork right and using power and living in the weight room, and suddenly it's like you're like the dinosaurs or the dodo.
That's right. Well, we're seeing some slow motion replays of some of the scoring.
Ben Robertson with his box helmet. There's the penalty. In field lacrosse, not only is that allowed, that's applauded.
Encouraged.
Yes, absolutely. Get your revenge in first.
Well, I'll just remind everyone you're tuned into Home Nation 6's tournament in Edinburgh, Scotland. We're getting towards midday here, and we have 2 matches. We're hoping to get a score sent up from the women's match at the other pitch. So, Dave, just kind of recapping the first half here. So we have a Wales team that just got off the bus and seems to be dominating, and a Scotland team that maybe is starting to show a little bit of fatigue. What do you reckon?
I can't quite get my head around the Scotland team. Yes, it could be fatigue, but there's almost it's got that sort of deer in headlights feel to it, in that this is a new game, and I don't really know what it is yet. It's a bit like harem scarum, but then not completely harem scarum. So when we're defending, they seem to have more men than us, and they're attacking and cutting and picking. When we're attacking, they seem to have more men than us, because we're not getting open, we're not getting the good chances, and it's really difficult when you've got a group of players who haven't experienced this form of the game, playing against obviously a team where some of their players have experience. I mean, Tom Porter, who plays at Nuneaton and used to be at Hitchin, he was part of the championship, the inaugural trophy for the Fly. He was in the final, and the Rise won the final. They beat the Forge. And so he'd had in total, let's think about this, probably 6 games up against this Welsh team. This is their first game ever playing, up against a Scotland team who've had 1 game in total, and it was against an England where it wasn't really that we played a game against England. We were on the field. I think was it 24-6 or 26-4?
That's right, yeah.
And again, a vastly experienced England team, and with some college Division 1, NCAA level, a player from Michigan, a player from Long Island University. The goalkeeper has just finished at Limestone in D2, powerhouse. And so you've got 3 players who've, in effect, what's the closest to professional lacrosse or full-time lacrosse, going through the American college system, against a team that hadn't played
this is what I was going to mention, Dave, is that I've met some of these Scotland men's players, but I've met them in Aberdeen and Edinburgh and Glasgow. In other words, I don't think this is a team that has played together. Nobody's played together much given COVID, but I think especially so, these are geographically separated people who've come together for this tournament but haven't had time to get together and gel. I'm seeing some hesitancy on their attack. When they've got the ball, they're just not quite trusting each other with the pass, not seeing each other, and when you lack those connections, it's hard to string together goal-scoring opportunities.
You beat me to it. For me, the connections and non-verbal cues. So whether you're with a teammate and just by a look, just by a shrug of the shoulder, he's dipping to his left, you know he wants the ball to his right because he's going to step off his left foot, off his defender.
I'm not afraid of verbal cues.
I know, yeah.
I'd like to hear the voice.
Oi,
yeah, I'm open.
Give me the ball. But it's when you get those connections that, whether it be brothers that play together, teammates that play together, or even high school teammates who then go into college to play together, there's just an understanding and a development. And if you haven't got that, life becomes a lot trickier.
Okay, here we go for the third quarter, the second half.
That's a great face-off by Thomas Rosser at Brooklands. Not only did he win the ball behind, he actually scooped it off the floor in the air to his teammate, so he could just catch it, then off to the races. Nice pick by Adam Wood.
Kind of faked the pass there and then spun to take the shot. Didn't quite connect, though.
He almost had too much time. I think just like we had in the previous game, there was a great just spin and finish.
Somebody missed an assignment there. Wales defenders realized at the last minute they'd forgotten someone.
Whose man is that? And the answer is nobody's, because he's wide open on the wing. Casey Hughes dips his head. He was another one from originally from Wimslow Lacrosse Club as a junior, but then has played at Cardiff, Harlequins and at Hitchin. Part of the Wales team for the 2010 World Championships in Manchester.
8 seconds on the shot clock.
Sidearm shot by Joe Harris, a Timpley lacrosse player, who's just been joined on the team at Timpley by George Harrison Church, the number 14 defender for Scotland. So fellow new teammates are playing against each other here today. Unlucky. I like the way number 11 dodges.
Yeah, I do too. And I
Michael Barkley.
I like the way he was connecting with his teammate, looking for the two-man game. He was looking, making that nonverbal communication. He was like, come set the pick. and it didn't quite come, and so we put the dodge on.
And it's strange, but a lot of the times in the two-man game, it's the slower you take it and the controlled actually gives time for it to develop and time for the defenders to make mistakes.
Right.
If you just rush, then you're actually rushing straight into the next defender and you've achieved nothing. You were actually open when you were between the two defenders. And sometimes players that aren't experienced with it force it, and players that are, they just make it look easy. Good ball movement by Scotland. Can they get something out of it? Mason Robbins with the catch.
Took too much
and
time.
That's,
shot clock violation. Yeah.
Again, another shot after the clock and no call.
Good ball movement, but it has to result in something. It has to result in a look.
But even that, with using up the full 30, okay, they got a shot on the buzzer, but it was much better.
Yes.
Asking questions of the Welsh defence and being a bit more comfortable with each other and a bit more aggressive. It's a contact sport. They've taken away the body check, they've taken away the cross check, but it's still competition. So actually challenging your defender, challenging you and your teammate against two opposition teammates.
And I think that was a case of a pretty solid hold by the Scotland defence and kind of forced a lower percentage shot from the Welsh.
It's the inconsistency at the moment because of it's like you have, in football, in the Premiership they have some fantastic players, but they're not the great players because one week they're on and another
yard
helicopter check. That was off. That was into a whirligig. It needs a goal at the end of this.
Oh, nice
Denied.
by Callum Barrett there. He stepped out and stuffed the high shot.
1-on-1. It's nice that he comes up on the positive side. He's been seeing a lot of 1-on-1. He'll be putting out an APB for his defenders. He's like, they'll be on a milk carton. We're missing, wanted.
4 minutes left here in the
This
third
is
quarter.
Crawley.
12-4 to Wales.
Jack Crawley with the big shot. There's another penalty. This time that's on Josh Yeoman from Hillcroft. Sounds bad. 1 minute for slashing. So checking on the arm.
So an opportunity for Scotland here. Let's see what they can do to take advantage. Well, they're definitely creating space here. They're getting tremendously wide. In fact, they're choosing to play
box and one.
Box and one, that's right.
Except it's only three. It's a triangle and one.
Yeah, triangle and one, right.
Well, it worked because another big shot and it missed. They've obviously clocked number 12, Jack Crawley, as the main threat. With his big outside shot, get some leverage into it. And again, sensible play here by Tom Rosser. Hesitating before going over the halfway because he knew as soon as he steps over, he's trapped. He can't go back.
Well, Colum is just having a tremendous quarter. He's had a couple of really terrific saves. Wales choosing to attack even though they're man down rather than stall it out, although maybe they're stalling it out now.
I think I was working really hard to stay still. I don't think he was ever attacking the goal there. He was just trying to keep the ball away from a aggressive Scottish defence.
All right, we're back to even.
That was nearly a gift-wrapped goal for Aaron Eastwood, number 8. Gets sent off for a penalty. All his teammates have to work for a minute to keep hold of the ball. He comes back on and, here, help yourself.
I think that's another case just then of the lack of connection amongst the Scottish players. A perfectly good pass to a player that wasn't looking for the ball.
He zigged when I thought you were going to zag.
That's it. And this comes with repetition, so you would expect Scotland men's to improve through the tournament, and their best matches will be tomorrow probably because they will know each other better. They will have had more meetings, more film to watch, and more personal connection.
Yeah, I was looking through the roster, like I say, the geographically, just getting them to one place, or rather the same place at the same time, is a major logistical problem, especially with the traffic in the UK. I mean, I was talking to one guy who drove up from Manchester, and it only took him 6 hours. but he was so happy because it used to take him 9 hours each way. So it's great. So it only takes me 6 now.
All right, coming up on a minute left here in the third quarter. Wales 12, Scotland 4.
He's down a blind alley there. He managed to turn a double team into a triple team, but he did draw the penalty. That's Tom Rosser, the face-off man mainly, and obviously there's not much face-off required in this format of the game, but he's also an outfield player, midfield player.
I credit Colin Barrett again with another terrific save. He's one of the captains. He's just having a stellar match. I'm obviously very English. Can you just repeat the name slowly? I say Colin Barrett, but I may not be correct in that.
Right, but this is number 5, so it's actually Toby Cleaver Ross.
No, it's definitely Colin. I think maybe your number is not correct on that.
Right, Callum Barrett is a defender. But you're right. They may have swapped shirts. There's one of the defenders is also can step in as a goalkeeper. Right, so that is Toby. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm embarrassed to say I've been calling the wrong name throughout.
There was a sweepstake. One of us Toby, it was going to happen to.
Toby, my friend, please accept my apologies. The roster I was given has Colin wearing that shirt. So anyway, Toby, what a terrific match you're having, buddy.
Former Florida Gator in the MCLA League. I believe maybe a former Loughborough player. He was their recruiting officer at Loughborough, I believe, for 3 years. And this is his bank holiday weekend off. I'll just drive to Scotland, play in goals, and let people throw a hard rubber ball at me for the whole weekend before doing it again tomorrow. And they say goalies are mad, and they're right.
Yeah. Oh, well, here's some replays. I hopefully we'll get to see some of Toby's saves here.
So who's the goalie again, David? So Toby, you say?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, to be fair, there was some late roster shenanigans, is for want of a better word. So they announced the roster early in the week, and then literally 10 minutes before the game, we received a new roster.
It is also the case that as soon as we get on mic, we suddenly get handed changes. Yeah. So we apologize to players throughout the tournament.
Yeah, in advance, please ignore everything I say, because it's quite possibly wrong.
I'm a much better coach than I am a commentator, I guarantee. All right, so it's 14-4, Wales over Scotland at the minute.
As you see these highlights, and it's only when you get into the super slow-mo you can really appreciate the little hitches, the look away. It's like, I'm not going to shoot. I'm going to pass it over. Or am I? And then shoot and release it at the last second. Again, that was Thomas Rosser stinging the top corner.
It takes that finesse, doesn't it, to beat a good goalie? You can't just be hitting high power shots all the time.
The deception element is such a huge factor. I'm a big fan of Coach Jamie Monroe of JM3 Sports. And just he is a fan of like how the Six Nations play, whether it be the Arrows or the Six Nations Chiefs or the Iroquois Nationals, and everything is like, looks like I'm going to fake a pass, looks like I'm going to pass a fake, and just the ability to manipulate defenders without releasing the ball
and to sell it, because if you just do it, with your stick, that's not enough. With your eyes and your shoulders and your footwork.
Goal. A little behind the back flip there. He wasn't looking when he took the shot. He was looking at us with his back to goal and just flicked it behind him. Goalkeeper never reacted because he never saw it.
Wouldn't have expected a shot to be coming.
On cue for once. We're actually, yes. So it's a power play. I can't actually see from here.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's in the sin bin. No, I can't tell.
Again, In the field game, there'd be no problem with that shot. In the sixes, it's a turnover. Let's see how long it takes for Wales to realise that they're a man up so that somebody can actually go and chase the goalie. And for the goalie to realise he can just stay there because they're a man down. There we go. Beautifully done by Toby Cleaver-Ross. Bit of a hurry up and wait. Make it look like you're going to push transition and then don't. And before you know it, the penalty's been killed. Don't pick it up, wait for the shot clock. Still not picked it up, it's still a Wales shot clock. Obviously, as soon as you pick up the ground ball, the shot clock is reset. Which is why you'll see the officials giving the Saturday Night Fever.
That's right.
Finger rotation. Oh, beautiful. That was an excellent roll dodge. Aaron Eastwood just couldn't finish it off. Another one-on-one save by Toby Cleaver-Ross. This is Eddie Owen. Off the pipe. Quick release by Aaron Eastwood.
There's a cherry picker. And an open goal.
And I think it was number 13 who made that pass, which was Chase Steiner. But it was up from the ground ball straight into the 25, 30-yard pass upfield.
Mm-hmm.
Great vision. I think he had a plan as soon as that ball was on the ground to pick it up and get it upfield. You may have heard this phrase before, folks. That's a save by Toby Cleaver-Ross, and then a goal by number 12 for Wales, Jack Brook, defender by trade. Well, not trade, he's in his day job at Loughborough. Yeah, they literally marvellous in the field trade, in the field lacrosse trade.
Here we're all middies except the goalies. Yeah. So that's a goal to Scotland, bringing it to 16-6 to Wales.
I believe that was Chase Steiner. Old-fashioned high bouncer. The Temptation, I'm not sure if you're familiar with a chap called Booker Corrigan.
No.
He does a high school commentary in the MIAA, which is a high standard lacrosse league, high school league in Baltimore. And he has 1,000 lines for all situations. Logging on to istingcorners.com. Like that shot, top cheddar, top shelf, where Mama hides the cookies. It's worth a look on YouTube. This is Crawley. You can see him winding up, and it's another one. In one. Tribute to Bullseye. Could have won a speedboat for that. That was an excellent shot.
Yeah, it was 17-7 now. About 3.5 minutes remaining in the match.
Went for the twister finish. Great work by Joe Harris. This is Robertson. Gets it upfield.
A little more assertiveness to the passing from Scotland now. Maybe it's starting to get some of that confidence we're talking about, some of that connection.
Another save by Casey Hughes. It was there. He just went for the laid back, the leaner, rather than pulling your stick across. That was Fergus McMahon from Hillcroft. Scotland ball.
I don't think either coach has taken a timeout, have they? Just play on.
Again, the timeouts are so short. The major problem is the risking giving away a penalty for delay of game. Great save. He was denied. That one hurt as well, I think. He's taking his time getting back up. That was a look away shot. Everything, his body language was showing it was going to shoot high. Actually ripped it to the bottom corner.
Just 2 minutes remaining now.
This time it's in. Jack Brooks from the Loughborough University programme, or Loughborough students. Over and back. This really is this is a 2-on-none fast break for Wales. Well executed. That's Thomas Rosser from Brooklands. Face-off man.
Yep, faked the pass but didn't risk the pass.
Yeah. But the goalie bit, you've got two on none. There's no defenders anywhere in sight. And I'm sure both teams will be happy for that foul, just to get the breath back and maybe get a substitution.
That's Mason Robbins from Scotland looked to be a bit injured on that play. He's moving off with a little discomfort.
Hardy stock. I'm sure he'll be back soon. But I think both teams, the midfielders, were on their knees, would be crawling up and down field at that point. It's very rare that somebody will come up and say, "Please sub me." But I think there were a few players gasping at that point.
Yeah, so about a minute remaining.
Is that 2-man down? I don't think we've seen a 3-man down.
It is.
So it's a save and a reset.
I think by definition it's a triangle defense.
Yeah, yes.
It's the only way you can connect those dots.
I want to see them play the box and one.
Yeah, right.
When there's only 3 of them.
You can't get a box out of this.
Toblerone, perhaps. Great finish on the doorstep. Narrow angle, but right on the doorstep. Pete Ross from Walcountian Blues. Fantastic club. I don't know if you're familiar with it down south. They host Blues Fest every summer, or it was every summer before, obviously, the pandemic, which shall not be named. But it's a men's and women's tournament, camping over the weekend, barbecue, disco, usually a fancy dress theme. And meanwhile, home on the range, Alex Williams with another goal. The silky lefty from Sheffield Steelers, the pride of all Yorkshire. Again, it's good defensive pressure by Rod Stanford. Obviously learned a few tricks off his sister. Great footwork.
Just 10 seconds remaining. Oh, actually, that is the horn. And there you have it, 20 to Wales, 8 to Scotland. At the Home Nations 6'S tournament.
As we'll see some of that highlights in slow motion. Lacrosse always looks better in slow motion for some reason. You're able to appreciate all the nuances and the disguise. And that's not actually game. I think we have a couple of seconds left. 4 seconds left in the game. Celebrated too soon. And there we go. Now it's the end of the game.
So I wasn't wrong in my call. I said there was time left and suddenly there was a horn.
Warm round of applause by an appreciative audience here in the main stand.
Well, I think we can still say it was 28 to Wales.
So Scotland seemed to have a much better performance than their first game with England, who really put them to the sword. 3 cheers for each team and 1 for the refs. And then both teams will line up. And even in these COVID times, shake hands with lots of vaccinations and testing and hand sanitizer. It's just nice to see players being able to compete and contest against each other. Next up is the women's game. There's one more men's game this afternoon, which is England versus Wales, which will be here if you want to join us at 3 o'clock UK time or British summer time, which will be 10 a.m. Eastern for those of you watching in the US on Lax Sports Network. Hope you enjoyed the game. The coverage from myself on play-by-play is Dave Hallows, and the presenter on a 7-hour commentary shift is...
All right, pleasure, Dave. I'll see you at the next men's match, Dave Hallows. I'm going to send it on down to Gavin... So sending it down to Gavin Ritlew for a post-match interview with the winning coach.
It's been a pleasure.
Right, I'm here with Wales head coach Nick Hewitt. Nick, it's great to get your first win of the tournament. How was that for you?
Yeah, it was fantastic. We put into effect an awful lot of what we didn't do against England, so that was good. There's still a few things to work on. A lot of the guys haven't played this format of the game before, and we, as coaches, haven't coached it, so we're all learning. So we're watching all the other games, picking up bits and pieces, and hopefully we'll put it all together again when we play England.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, we're all learning this new format, and so we had 2 games in for you. What are the kind of key things that the main kind of takeaways so far from your first few games?
The main takeaway is about ability of handling. You have to have good handling. You have to know where you're putting the ball. You have to be able to catch it under pressure. And the other thing is, don't stand still. You don't get it. If you stand still, then it just plays into the defence hands. So it's speed of thought, speed of movement, and fitness levels. You have to have fit people playing.
Yeah, you've got to be fit. Yeah, exactly. So looking ahead to the next game, just beating Scotland there, you've got England again with a defeat in the first game. What do you kind of need to do better to get a positive result from that?
In the first game, England were very good. They moved very well off the ball, and I think we have to match that. So rather than just watch them, we've got to go with them. We've got to cover their feeders, and also we've got to be covering the cutters, not allowing them to get easy layoffs and just put the ball in the net. Again, that was down to, I think, really, if I'm honest, that England were perhaps a little bit fitter than us. So, come the next game, we've got to step up our fitness levels.
Yeah. Well, best of luck with that, and thanks again for talking to us, Nick.
It's all right. Thank you very much.
No problem. Up next, we've got Scotland against England in the women's match. That was a very close game right at the start. There was only 1 goal in it. But first, let's take a look and have a reminder of the action between Wales's win over Scotland in the men's game.
Sorry. Are you still over there? Yeah. Maybe the goal play there. Alright,
Welcome back to the Home Nation Sixes tournament here in Edinburgh, Scotland. My name is Dave Simpson, along with Jana Kaufman, and we're going to bring you the Scotland women versus England women, a rematch from a match that occurred earlier this morning, an exciting match. But we're going to throw it now to an interview with Gavin Ritu.
I'm back again with Phil Collinger, England women's lacrosse head coach. Phil, 2 wins from 2. It's been a perfect start so far.
Yeah, really good games. I say the first game against Scotland was quite close, exciting, a bit too exciting probably, and then we ran out come to winners against Wales. But it's a really good, been good contest so far. We're looking forward to the rest of the games.
Mm-hmm. And next game again, it's against Scotland. Like you said, it was a bit of a nail biter first up. Are you changing anything going into that game much?
Yeah, we changed the personnel. We've probably got about 4 different players in this group this time in the squad, and we're changing tactics slightly. Again, hopefully you'll see those in the game. I won't tell you what they are, but different shape maybe in attack and a different way of playing defence slightly. So as I said earlier, I think we're playing the games in sort of couples. We had 2 this morning, Wales, Scotland and Wales, where we kept the same tactics, more or less the same team, and then we made some changes this afternoon, so you'll see some different things.
Nice one. And we always had a couple of games in so far. In terms of the new rules and the new format, what would you say your favourite new rule or changes?
My favourite rule, interesting. I don't know. I think the fact that restart from the goalkeeper after a goal or turn off something like that, basically it keeps the game a lot quicker. The whole setup for the draw, the face-off, takes a bit of time, and unless you are a face-off or a draw taker, that part of the game you're an expert at that. For the general spectator, I think generally the game flows a lot better without that. So that's probably my favourite rule in terms of speeding up the game, making it more end-to-end.
Perfect. Nice one. Thanks again for joining us, Phil, and best of luck.
No problem. Thanks a lot.
All right, some comments there from Phil Collier ahead of what is really, I think, going to be an exciting match. Scotland women versus England women. And exciting because these 2 teams played this morning, Jana, and so now we get to see the adjustments. It was a good, close match this morning, hard fought, only a goal between them. And now we get to see what adjustments the coaches and the teams make.
And I think it's going to come down to not just what adjustments the coaches make, but also who's on the field this time. Are there differences in players as well as the adjustments from a perspective of the ride, of perspective of the goalies, how do the goalies work, and all these opportunities to really change and adjust. Some of those pieces are going to really come into play here.
Yeah, that's right. So in a kind of an interesting accommodation in this tournament, you're only allowed 12 players on a team. But for this tournament, they've allowed up to 20. Because it's a demonstration tournament, it's a showcase tournament, and to give more players the opportunity to experience sixes, they've been allowed up to 20, but they're only allowed to have 20 on the sidelines. So Scotland in particular has really completely shifted their lineup for this match. We're going to see some players we didn't see in the first match, and obviously some coming back as well. So this game could have a very different complexion than the morning game.
And it has a different feeling. I don't know if you could tell, but it looks like England is coming out and really kind of taking a moment to do a full pre-game warm-up is kind of what it looks like is going on. They're really getting ahead and wanting to settle in here. It looks like Scotland is probably taking another couple of moments. I know that they just finished a game. They just played Wales on the second field there. So one of the questions is that going to come into play, or is it exhaustion, and how are the legs going to hold up here?
Well, I think it's a particular physical demand, sixes, because you get very high heart rates very quickly. So even your most elite seasoned athletes do 3 or 4 quick full field runs and they're kind of done for a minute. You need to get them off the pitch. Then you do a batch of that. Then you start accumulating matches with just an hour break in between and sometimes no break in between. And really it does start to affect play.
So we'll see here in the next little bit. Game's scheduled to start here any moment. So we'll definitely take a moment and see what is going to occur here. Scotland, again, I'm waiting to see Scotland get on the pitch here in the next number of minutes.
Yes, in fact, I was just trying to sort of locate them. England are actively practicing on the pitch. Scotland are opting to save their legs, I guess.
So what do you think Scotland's going to change from this morning's game?
Well, I think I trying to get inside Ilse Stott's head. I think there's a lot going on. I think there is this tournament, which doesn't have a trophy attached to it. We do keep score, and people definitely want the bragging rights, but it's not a tournament like Worlds or like Euros or like World Games. And World Games and World Championships is coming up next summer, and so selection is being done for that. And this would not be a selection, but it's certainly the case that the coaches would be scouting for their teams in preparation for those tournaments. So this is their chance to rotate in some players and give them a run. The Great Britain team that is going to be put together, I'm sure they'll be scouting for that as well.
And one of the things here is that you mentioned is there's younger players, there's newer players to the game. You're seeing some of the under 23 talent being brought up to speed here, and I think that's going to also play into it, because you're going to field a team next year, and it's an interesting point that's going to occur. But you're going to field a team next year that goes to the World Championships, and you're going to field a team that is also going to the World Games. Almost. I think they have a 2-day overlap, Dave. Is that correct?
That's right. A 2-day overlap. Yeah, missing opening ceremonies for World Games because they're still at World Championships.
Mm-hmm. So you're gonna have to be very informative with the players. If you have players that are going to play for Scotland, for Wales, for England at the World Championships that are on the World Games team, it's going to make selection over the next, probably 6 or 8 months. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah. So that maybe kind of gives us an opportunity to talk a little bit about what is the skill set, what is the physical attribute of a 6'S player on the women's side, and how is that different than 10s?
I think, I think there's going to be a couple of different pieces here. Number one of the questions is, do you carry 2 goalies in 6'S? Do you carry 2 goalies in 6'S? Do you take a potential field position?
Can I jump in on that?
Yeah. Come on.
I mean, isn't the unicorn right now?
Yeah.
An effective goalie who's also an effective field player. Their stock just went up.
When did that happen?
That's right.
And it's something that you're going to see, I think, more of. You're going to see a player who is a good to great goalie, who's probably a decent defender. I don't know that you're going to get a goalie who's a phenomenal midfielder, because that would be impressive. But if you see a goalie who can play goal and do it well and be effective, but be a great defender and be a backup goalie, I think that's the unicorn. We've been missing that player for years.
Yes, indeed. And, we've always wanted, active, mobile, engaging goalies that could start a fast break even on the 10s. But now it's critical. Mm-hmm. Like you are, giving up a tremendous advantage by not having someone that can grab the ball out of the back of the net off a goal and start that fast break and be the quarterback, essentially. Almost like a point guard in basketball is the way I'm kind of envisioning it as the game evolves, that goalie.
Yeah.
I know one of the rules that exists that perhaps might be looked at is whether the goalie could go across the midfield line and actually participate in the attack.
And that would be a amazing rule change. I think you might even see some goalie goals, because I know right now that obviously isn't going to occur unless the net is wide open. But the greater the impact the goalie can provide, the more opportunity that a goalie can provide that, I think you're going to start to see it. It's one of the things that I've said for a while as a coach and as an analyst is your goalie has to be in some of the best shape on the field. And it's important because there's a level of stamina that's very different from a midfielder. But it's a mental capacity. You have to address that. You have to make sure that they're in a good headspace and that they can also really get on the field and make a difference and control the flow of the game.
Well, I think I'm going to agree with what I think you're saying, which is that now the goalie is much more a tactical part of the whole game, but especially on the attack, because in the 10s it's more kind of make the save, make an effective clear would be the traditional goalie role, but now it's really get the attack started, whether it's through a long clear that creates a fast break opportunity, or whether it's using their feet to move up the pitch and create an opportunity that way, or sometimes just a quick low clear just to get the ball moving.
And one of the things see in tens, you've seen goalie assists, which is, that's something that probably occurs probably more in the men's game, I would say, but you've seen goalie assists here in the women's game, which is, it's great to see.
Okay, the teams are coming out on the field having had their final meetings. Scotland women versus England women, a rematch of this morning's match. All right, here we go. Dave Simpson here along with Jana Kaufman, and we're going to go ahead and start the action with Jana. Jump in there.
We've got Liv Wimpenny here for England taking the draw, and as soon as the referee gets out of the way, we can see who's taking the draw for Scotland. But this is, this is going to be big here for England to come out and to get a number of goals and get up quick if they want the same outcome as they did earlier. It's going to be a turnover for Scotland here.
That was Hannah Grant on the draw for Scotland.
Thank you.
So here we go. England being pacey and pushing it up.
Mm-hmm. Emma Oakley to Alex Drew, all the way down to Tors Anderson, number 1 down there. And what you're going to see from Tors is probably a couple of quick shots, a couple of fast-moving passes. And what she's going to want to do is she's going to want to get quick and control. And it looks like, here we go, Liv Wimpenny again coming out and taking control of the attack and really being a leader here. Emma Oakley, great, solid defender, phenomenal at any position that she's really playing, but Emma Oakley just put that in the back of the net up against Scotland here, so it's 1-0, 1-all England. One of the changes in the Scotland lineup here is Alex Seidel at goalie, and so there she's just made the clear. I think that's Coach Ilse Stott from Scotland. I think that's her strategy, is to rotate the goalies, give them all reps. Oh, number 7 right there for Scotland with a
Hannah Grant.
Kind of a spin move, puts it in the back of the net there. Number 14 right there. Let's talk about Iona Westwood real quick and what she did against England in the first game. But that was a shot by Alex Drew and a save by the goalie here. But she cherry-picked, and I don't know that we're seeing that in this moment from Scotland. I wonder if they're going to come back out with it, but that's also going to be still maintained. It's Scotland's ball.
I think for Scotland it may be a personnel thing. So it was Jenny Ayton who was doing the cherry picking, and she's not on the pitch at the moment. So this may be just their look that is a more traditional kind of look.
We've got a turnover here. Let's see how England does. Give them a couple of seconds to really kind of get their legs underneath them and get ready to go. Good ball movement by England up top.
Yeah, it's 1-1. Both teams settling in a little bit here, it seems.
Liv Wimpenny, number 25, with a great dodge, getting underneath and just putting it back on the net. Getting right on top of the goalie, too. Which is something that's going to be different in sixes, right? There's not going to be as many opportunities to be right on top of the goalie. Great save right there by Katie Greenwood. Shot taken by Scotland, number...
That's Hannah Grant again.
Hannah Grant.
She's getting name-checked a lot here in the first quarter. She's a terrific player, experienced, been to several World Cups. And what I liked about that drive of hers is that she accepted the contact. She was being driven away from the goal, but she didn't allow herself to be driven away from the goal, so to speak. Kept her shooting hands free and was able to get a look.
We've got a turnover by England. Scotland has the ball here, and we'll see England once again dropping back into that ride, that full field transitional ride. And an interception by Liv Wimpenny, number 25. Let's see if she can push and kind of get numbers here. She's really going to try and get ahead.
Yeah, Chloe Carruthers was able to cut her off there.
Goal England with an assist from Liv Wimpenny, number 13 for England. It's going to be England's ball here with the turnover.
Okay, some sort of stoppage from the officials now. There was a problem earlier with the 30-second clock, but I see the 30-second clock. It seems to be running, so don't think that's the reason for it.
Trying to figure out what that call is.
We've mentioned before, Jana, that this is an event for players to get more experience with sixes, for coaches, and for umpires. So some of these umpires won't have coached this format before. They know the rules, but their muscle memory is perhaps to call it differently. So we're all learning together, so to speak.
Exactly.
So here's Jenny Ayton on the pitch, by the way, with the ball.
That was a shot by number 2, Emma Brown. Great save by the Scotland goalkeeper. Great save right here by Katie Greenwood.
A nice tic-tac-toe from Chesgreta Suze Oliphant.
What you're seeing is these goalies are making saves from across the body. Those are tough saves, especially with how close some of the shots are coming in. So they're really stepping up, being in good position. Tors Anderson took that shot, ended up outside of the goal here. Scotland's ball. Katie Greenwood's going to have an easy pickup here. Got Emma Brown moving it up the pitch. Let's give England a second, see how what kind of shape that they form here, and see how they move the ball around, and how they're going to attack. Scotland really in the first game.
So, Jana, we have Lottie Robertson now cherry picking for Scotland. So they are electing to put someone forward. Katie Greenwood, not feeling the threat, didn't step up on her.
Yep, and there's Emma Brown stepping up to take that. Liv Wimpenny just ripping that out of the air. Great interception. I think that's something that England's going to have to discuss is, does the goalie come up that far? How do you stop that from happening? I'm not sure that that's a tactic that will end up paying off a lot in the long run. Leaving that open goal is pretty dangerous.
Lottie Robertson bringing it up. She had, I believe that was Caroline Getley on the trail cut. Didn't quite connect with her. But good to not force it if it's not there.
There's a great check right there. Scotland had the turnover. England's got numbers here for just a quick second. Let's see how they take this. Oh.
Nice play by Heather McRae there. She had a 2v1 that she had to deal with as a defender, and she just kind of
kept her stick up in the lane.
Yep, and just kind of did a surprise jump. I don't know if she made contact with it, but it was enough to disrupt the play.
I don't know that she did make contact with it. I think that was a tough pass. Here we go, Scotland ball. Scotland's going to try to get this in on a nice and it is a goal. That is number 5, Charlie Bergwest. It was a great feed from Scotland right there. Number 7 here for England, Weber. And Alex Drew coming in on a sub. So we're probably going to see some passes here, and I think...
Scotland being a little more assertive on defense than we saw them in the match earlier today, and it's paying dividends.
Definitely the on body here. Oh, great check. Great trail check right there. It's something you're going to have to really be careful of is that trail check. Get the stick in, keep it tight, especially in the sixes format.
Yeah, with the field more compressed, you've really got to, it was always important to protect the ball, but even more so in tight space.
Mm-hmm. We've got a timeout here from England with a minute 21 left in the first.
England leading 3-2, so we've got another close one just like this morning.
I think when you can kind of see the differences here. If I were England, I'd have a quick conversation about the attack and how can we focus on cleaning it up and having some of these passes be quicker leading passes. I think that's one of the things that is probably hurting some of the passes is they're behind the player. So it seems like the players are taking a second too long to get the ball out of their stick, and they're jamming the pass.
I think by the time we get to World Games, I think all the top teams are going to be much better at this, connecting long and short passes in congestion, anticipating each other, and right now, for all the teams, so not picking on any of them in particular, it's just a little sloppy.
Yeah, and it's by the way, there's about 19 seconds. That's going to be a turnover on England, Scotland ball. But one of the pieces is that the difference between 10s and 6s for the passes is you don't have as much time. Oh, almost got that. Emma Oakley almost got that out with the back check. Scotland ball here.
Charlie Bergquist.
Good defense, kind of trying to force that off angle that we've talked about. And what you saw right there, you see England isn't drawing all the way out, so they're
All right, contact to the head.
Okay. He's going to call that with a card.
Yeah. Charlie Bergquist maintains possession. B. Weber to the sin bin. Scotland with a man-up opportunity here.
See what they do to really take advantage of this. And what you saw right away, England dropped into a zone.
Yeah.
Good defense. Ball down. All right, Alex. Let's see if Alex Drew can just really push this pace. Oh, and it's Scotland. Scotland got the ball back. Here we go, and it is the end of the first quarter.
3-2. Wow. So, despite some changes in personnel from the first game this morning, it's kind of playing out the same slightly. It's not the finest brand of lacrosse we've ever seen. It's got some rough edges. However, it's hard fought. These are teams that play gritty matches against each other, and this is proving to be one of those. So, it's good stuff.
It's a different game, right, than England just having played Wales. It's a different game that they're showing right now, and I think that Scotland's probably taking a couple of seconds here to say, hey, there's a lot of the ball's on the ground a lot. They're doing a really good job of taking that time to clean that up, and they're turning that ball on the ground into their favor. So what would you be saying if you're sitting on the England side and how you're going to address that?
Well, I think England needs to get back to their business-like self. Where they stand tall and connect the passes solidly, without any flash, without any, just
good,
execute,
clean,
clean, just execute that. And on the Scotland side, they're being fairly effective at disrupting England and taking them out of their game, but then not quite forming a game of their own. So that's what I would say. Hey, it's a new quarter. Let's go and clean up the error rate.
Mm-hmm.
The error rate can come out of fatigue. It can come out of rushing. It could come out of pressurizing yourself because you're feeling like you need to do something positive. Relax and then, enjoy the game. Move the ball. Make solid, aggressive, positive moves, and get something out of every possession.
And I think that one of the pieces that we should talk about as well, real quick here, is that England has changed how they're playing defense. You could tell that they're not going out as far and as high, and they're sitting back, which is what Scotland's tactic was in the first game, was to draw England to them as opposed to get dragged out and get out of position. So I think we're going to see some more of that. And England, if they're using that to their advantage, they'll really be able to make some moves here and open some of these gates to put the ball in the back of the net.
I think you're right. Okay, here we go. Scotland are still man up as we go into the second quarter. England 3, Scotland 2 in this Home Nation 6's tournament.
This is Tors Anderson here, number 1, with the ball for England. She's going to take it down behind.
Okay, there's been a stoppage, again, for a reason that doesn't have anything to do with what's happening on the pitch, I think.
I don't think so. I wonder if the shot clock here is off or maybe
well,
not.
No,
working.
I can see well,
I think there's one right here.
Oh, okay, so this one might be. So there's been a bit of difficulty with shot clocks. They're radio operated, and it's exactly the kind of thing that goes wrong exactly when you don't want it to.
Right. If it can go wrong, it will.
Yeah. So it's technology slightly getting in the way.
So he's just going to do a restart. I think he's actually going to keep it on his watch, is what it looks like he's going to do.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got a 3-referee crew here today, and one of the things that the referees do as well is you typically always will have a trail referee, and if you're closely paying attention to how that trail referee is and what they're doing, they shift in this triangular shape, and are really. The really high-end, the really good referees do that triangular shape really, really well. And so if you have to sprint ahead, there's typically a referee at the top who can get ahead of that sprint. So it really helps the game.
thank you for cueing me to be reminded to really thank and appreciate the umpires at this tournament. I happened to have dinner last night with 3 umpires, and they spent the whole night talking about subtleties of the rules and how to enforce it for fairness and flow of the game and all the things that we want to have. I know that we get competitive sometimes, and we can get down on a call or get down on a way maybe a game is slightly losing control, but they're here to learn as well. They're here to kind of enforce a game of sixes that has that dynamicism and that speed and that physicality that we all want, while at the same time not getting out of control.
And they're really giving advantage, right? They want to have this game played at a fast rate. So if you're sitting at home, if you're watching and you think something should have been a call, one of the things that they're going to do is they're going to try to give advantage.
So the irony being that we're talking about the speed of the game, and it's just been stopped for a couple of minutes over a technical thing. But as I say, I don't think it has anything to do with what's on the pitch. This doesn't appear to be a timeout. This appears to be the
shot clock.
Umpires allowing the teams to get together while they sort out what's going on. And sure enough, here's a runner heading towards the shot clock. I was saying to Dave Hallows earlier, who's my men's co-commentator, maybe you just have somebody with 30 cards with a name written on each, and they drop one every second.
I do not want to be be person.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's the worst case of love actually ever.
There is a low-tech solution to this, but it's not pretty. In any case, this is the Home Nation Sixes tournament, something we've been looking forward to for a long time. It's brought to you by World Lacrosse as a demonstration, as a showcase of the Sixes format, and also to kind of discover, not just how the rules influence the game and how it affects players and umpires, but also spectators, but also just the way a tournament is run. That these matches are over and done, and a new match starts within an hour, and that's a really impressive attempt. I know from a commentator point of view, because each game there's very little time between these games.
Yeah, and I think one of the nice things is at the same time, there are countries all over the world that are going to be starting this format and starting sixes and getting into it. So what's going to happen over the coming months is that, especially leading up to the World Games, which is 6 teams have been invited to participate in the World Games, but over the next coming months and over the next coming years, more and more the World Championships and the World Games, but more and more countries are going to start organizing their own sixes events. And so it's going to also explode the game. It's going to add a layer and a level to teams joining.
So, Janet, it looks like the umpires have called the 2 head coaches to the center of the pitch. There's no controversy going on here that I can detect. It's just something technical is happening that needs to get sorted out. To your point, Janet, so I sort of run development here in Scotland. So, the Sixes format creates a really unique opportunity within the development context because, when you form a team, the nature of the format is your top players go out and they do four or so full field runs.
Yep.
And then they're gassed, they're dying to get off, and so you have to go through your whole bench throughout the game, and so everybody gets a lot of touches, everybody gets a lot of reps, whereas in the 10s format, if you had a bench of 8, you had a squad of 18, a deep bench, that 17th, 18th player may not make it on the pitch at all and doesn't get the reps to improve.
Well, and that goes back to what we were talking about earlier. How do you choose your team? How do you look and how do you identify what is going into team selection? Is it your goalie? Is it one goalie? Is it 2 goalies? Are you carrying 1 or 2 attackers and mainly middies? So you're really going to sit down and take a minute when you're picking your team, however you pick it, however you choose your team, to really see the fitness levels. And I think what's going to start to transition is the fitness levels are going to start to take shape in a different way. Your sprinters are going to have opportunities here that they may not have had so much in 10s.
Oh, I completely agree. I think, I sort of interviewed some of the coaches and players about the physical demands of sixes, and it is different. It's very high heart rates and then rest, and then very high rates and heart rates and rest. Anyway, we're back in action here with England with the ball. Sitting on a lead of 3-2.
We've got Liv Wimpenny, number 25 for England, sitting up top. Tors Anderson out on this. And there is England doing what they do best, which is creating space. Nice, great goal from Tors Anderson. She sees that opportunity and converts. But you saw right there, they drew everybody out. Scotland got out of holding their defensive position and really drew out. So you're seeing England defensively also doing a little bit of a seemingly high pressure. They're not really hanging in and holding. And then Scotland is really moving the ball here.
It's interesting to see some of the straight attackers and straight defenders. Terrific from Chloe Carruthers there. Seeing straight attackers and straight defenders out in this format and discovering what their skill set is. I'm seeing some pure attackers now playing defense.
Yeah, Tors Anderson just took a burner, a phenomenal shot right at the legs and put that one in the back of the net too. Number 1 for England. And it looks like there's a foul
foul
here.
on Tors Anderson is heading to the sin bin.
What's also occurring, if you see some of the players stop, there's 2 fields here, and so sometimes they might be confused.
Yeah, I heard a horn right when that all happened. Yeah, I was confused myself.
The horn or the whistle is going off on the wrong, and Katie Greenwood on the wrong pitch. But Katie Greenwood, great interception right there. Again, England dropping directly back into a zone.
Yeah, I think for Ilse Stad, it's hey guys, that cross feed near the crease, don't do that.
Yeah.
She's had maybe 3 of those today.
You've got Alex Drew, by the way, if you were just watching. Alex Drew did a great spin move. He's coming around the crease right now, but great goal. But made a really good decision not to take the shot. And shot selection is also going to be increasingly important. Right there, Tors coming out of the gate from the sin bin, getting that interception. She's going to push this pace and try to put this in the back of the net too. But Scotland with a defensive stop
good recovery trail check there from Heather McRae. Hannah Grant with the outlet here.
Liv Wimpenny taking that right out of the air. Something with Liv Wimpenny, she just does, and it looks like it's just a beautiful move. She just sticks that stick right up in the air and just basically snatches the ball out of the air.
Yeah.
Scotland here, again, is having a cherry pick situation. So let's see how England
this is Lottie Robertson again. Katie Greenwood is pointing out that she's there. Perhaps asking a field player to come back. Yeah, she is. Phil Collier, head coach of England, meanwhile, was asking his team to calm down a little bit. Just getting a little frantic, and I think Ilse Stott would probably say the same to hers. They've had 3 transition turnovers in a row now.
And there's Liv Wimpenny to number 14, Ella Cohen, putting it in the back of the net with a great assist. Beautiful goal. Scotland's taking this drive here, and they're going to maintain possession. I've seen the ball on the ground a lot today.
Yes.
I think that's something that I think both coaches would probably be more than willing to admit that's going to have to get cleaned up.
Yeah.
And Liv Wimpenny to the sin bin. She's not happy about that call.
She is not. I think you and I would agree that the conversion rate of possessions, because with only a draw at the half and the quarters and the opening of the game, you get roughly 50% of the possessions. Mm-hmm. And so your possessions really need to count. The conversion rate is kind of what decides the game. An attempt at a back post speed there.
Yep. And Scotland here. Scotland is player up. There's the conversion.
It's Charlie Bergquist with the finish high to high.
Again, the score is 6-3 England with 4:20 left in the second here.
6-4. Yeah, it's gone to
6-4 up, and that goes in towards Anderson. That was a save, and it just happened to roll in.
So that's in the last 4 possessions, 3 were turnover for Scotland.
Yeah.
3 were turnovers on the long clear. So I think they've got to be willing to connect passes in transition rather than go for the big pass.
That was a beautiful goal. That was towards Anderson to Emma Brown, and Emma Brown just ripped that shot from about 7 or 8 meters out.
Lottie Robertson very active in this quarter. She's been on the ball quite a bit.
And you could start to see, you're starting to see some of the players, you can tell that their legs are getting a little bit heavy here in the second. So I wonder how that's going to be addressed. The checks are getting sloppy, the passes are a little sloppy. And it's the toll of the day. Katie Greenwood just taking that right out of the air for England here. She's going to get that pass off, a little shovel pass. I wouldn't call that a tactical move, but I'd give her credit for it. And a goal right there. Great goal by B. Weber.
I think Heather McRae may have taken a shot to the knuckles or something there. She's just heading off.
Oh, Katie Greenwood got it. I want to give her a lot of credit, but that was a beautiful, beautiful save as she's running across.
It appeared to be an open goal, and then suddenly it wasn't open.
Nothing short of diving. So that's going to be, it went out on England.
Yeah, so 2 minutes left here in the first half. It's England 9, Scotland 4.
And how quick did that score change?
Yeah, it did. In fact, it's a momentum timeout. I was about to say the same.
There it is.
I was about to say if I'm Ilse Stad, I call a timeout, and Ilse Stad called a timeout. We worked together for 6 years, so
you've met?
Tend to think alike. Yeah. So I think that was well timed. Try to get a momentum shift. In their first match together, the timeouts did produce momentum for Scotland. So,
and that's right. You could see Phil Collier with England. He's definitely having a conversation, and I would be willing to bet that he is saying, "Let's clean this up." That the ball is on the ground too much. Let's clean this up. Watch those passes, and because you're allowing Scotland to participate in a game where they're getting the ball not because they're winning the ball in the air. They're getting the ball off the ground.
It's fun as a coach. Sorry to jump in on this. These timeouts are only 30 seconds, and coaches want to talk longer than that. And so I was watching. The umpires blew the whistle to kind of break it up, and the teams weren't quite breaking it up. So I kind of predict we're going to see
the move to 45 seconds.
But I mean, in real time, they actually get penalized for it.
Yeah. And that's gonna stay with Scott. Oh nope, it is going to England. We get two different calls here by two different refs, so we'll see. Oh, okay, there it is. There's the adjustment. It is going to stay with Scotland. You can see here, England is really pushing out defensively. So I think that they're going to really pay attention to how much room that gives. It's a very quick game. The further out you push, the bigger the room is for a really solid attacker to make a couple of moves and really get through.
Yeah, it's that risk-reward scenario, isn't it? But Katie Greenwood being so solid back here in this match, you feel a little more confident that if you do get beat, you've got a little help behind.
Yeah. Emma Brown down here with the ball.
Scotland in a box and cherry picker defense. Lottie Robertson.
Emma Oakley's going to try and get this back check right here. Katie Greenwood with the save. Great save. She really is. She's staying calm and composed. She got that clear out quick. It's on the upside to Liv Wimpenny.
But credit to Emma Oakley for not giving Lottie Robertson options. Like she had to go high to high because had she brought it down, she would be checked.
She did. She had the angle there. And Scotland here, with a turnover, Alex Drew trying to get that cherry pick. Liv Wimpenny with the one hand. Oh, almost converted that. I mean, this is turning. There's a
errant whistle. A nice tic-tac-toe offensive transition from Scotland there. I think Alex Seidel actually saw the open person. Earlier in the game, she was seeing an open person, but the ball's in the air so long on a long clear, defense has a chance to move. So the person has to be truly open to make that connection. She saw it, she did it, they got a goal out of it.
And that very quickly turned into 3 or 4 passes all the way up and down the field, the length of the field, with some full field sprints because of those long passes.
All right, halftime snuck up on us there, Jana. It's 9 to England, 5 to Scotland in this Home Nation Sixes tournament match here in Edinburgh, Scotland. Dave Simpson, Jana Kaufman. Really enjoying this whole tournament, but enjoying this game in particular. There's so much to talk about here. But unlike the earlier game, nobody ever really got a big run. I think maybe the biggest lead when Scotland and England saw each other this morning.
I think it was 3.
Yeah, I think 3 was maybe the biggest lead. And here, we have a 4-goal lead here, and England really, I think, feeling like they're having some control right now. So I see the Scotland coaches having a chat on the side. What do you think they're talking about?
I would say that Scotland is probably saying, let's slow the pace of the game where we can. They're not outpacing England. So what I mean by slow the pace is get on the offensive end, get on the attacking end of the field, and move the ball around a couple of times. Don't take that first pass right into the right into the lane, because the second pass is open.
Well, we're thinking of sixes as like it's a speed game. It's a speed game. It's still a possession game.
Yeah.
And so we don't have to do the long clears. We can connect the dots in transition. Or
the ball moves faster than the human.
That's it. So I think Scotland slightly just has their eye at the other end of the pitch when, we have some simpler passes in between.
Mm-hmm.
How about for England?
Well, I think that England is going back to some of the conversations we had earlier, which is clean up the passes. I think that England probably needs to address defensively and make a decision. How far out are we going on defense? And once everybody's on the same page there, because you're kind of seeing some of the players that are sagging in and trying to hold, and then you're seeing other players that seem to be also pushing out on defense, and so it doesn't seem like it's 100% consistent, but that's less of an easier tactic to fix, because you're addressing 10's behavior versus the new behavior of 6's. So people fall back into that comfort zone. And the downside is the wider you get, the farther out you're dragged. When it's just 5 people on a side, the holes that are created are quite large for a good attacker to really drive through.
And Phil Collier won't be comfortable with this lead. He knows the talent that's on the Scotland side. We've mentioned before, but it's worth repeating that all these players that play in the UK, they play against each other in their national teams, but they're often teammates at their universities or their clubs. And so some of them have relationships going back decades. And here they are toe-to-toe with them in an international match. So there's a lot of talent on both sides. And so I know Phil would be like, hey, let's not get this, let them get back in the game. Whereas I know Ilse Stad would be telling the team, hey, we have everything to play for.
Nothing to lose.
Yeah, nothing to lose.
Yeah.
And they are, in fact, a team that can play on good momentum runs. So it's just a matter of kind of doing that assertiveness. And I think it starts with the clears, the transitions after goals and turnovers, getting the ball securely to the attack portion of the field.
And it's something that's different here is it is much more difficult to get on a 2 or 3 goal run in 6's. So if you do that, if you take that advantage, if you get that advantage and you really utilize it, it can be a very big game changer. Because of the way that the game is set up, the back and forth that occurs does not provide, without a turnover, it does not provide the opportunity to get a couple of goals up easily.
Yeah, in 10s, if you were behind and scored a goal, it's a 50-50 ball. In this, you've given the ball to your opponent, and you have to get a turnover
quickly,
to get it back and deny them a goal and get a turnover quickly if it's towards the end of the game. So yeah, you're right. It's harder to come back from behind, isn't it?
Yeah, because those turnovers put you in a hole pretty quickly. So we have England coming onto the pitch here. There's about 30 seconds left at the half. What do you think we're going to see when both teams come out? What changes do you think either would have made?
I think, knowing the Scotland team rather well, I think they're going to come out in a really spirited way. I think these kinds of, they're going to come out with optimism and belief, and so this would be a very dangerous time for England, to make sure that they don't build on that momentum. So, so we've got Hannah Grant and Liv Wimpany on the draw here. It looks like.
Katie Greenwood just kind of taking her time, getting comfortable, going back to the cage here.
So it's England 9, Scotland 5 as we start the second half here at the Home Nation Sixes tournament.
And on the circle, you've got Tors Anderson for England, who's really having a good game. Just taking a number of shots, having some good opportunities. Liv Wimpany with a self-draw. passing it out to Alex Drew. Alex Drew looks like she is just going to drive this pace here. Right in the back of the net for Alex Drew. That was Laura Beeman, by the way, number 23. Well, and Emma Oakley taking number 13 here for Scotland. Jenny
Ayton, yes.
Jenny Ayton, sorry about
Jenny
that.
Ayton doing the cherry picking, but they decided to leave a field player, which is what Katie Greenwood was asking for in the first half and didn't quite get. So clearly something they talked about.
But Emma Oakley immediately just recognized that and adjusted back. So it looks like England did make that adjustment there.
Chloe Carruthers in a very traditional post position there, had the ball fed in from Georgia Greenwood, and didn't see who did the check, but it was a nice check from behind. Georgia Greenwood on the ball.
And you see Tors Anderson immediately. Emma Oakley went up to get the ball in the attacking end, and Tors Anderson picked up the defensive need for the cherry pick. She's going to be split here.
2v1 with Hannah Grant.
Nice save by Katie Greenwood. And Tors made her decide, right? Hannah Grant had to make a decision. Had to make it probably quicker than she would have wanted. Yep. And a foul. Hold. We've got a hold right here. It's going to be Scotland's ball. Oh, no. I apologize. It is going to be England's ball. Here we go. Liv Wimpenny for England. See how she decides. I think England's going to have to start to move the ball a little bit quicker. They're holding a little bit in the third with 6 minutes left, and I'm not sure I'd give Scotland the opportunity.
Yeah. Scotland are running their box and cherry picker attack. You can see here, Scotland wants that pass. They want that feed. It's going to fall. It's there. They're doing a good job of creating that opportunity. I think probably maybe just a half second quicker. I was kind of reading Georgie Greenwood's body language on that as she was running the ball up. She really was looking for a fast break, and she looked right and looked left, and like, where are my teammates? They hadn't quite gotten in front of her to give her some opportunities.
Alex Drew with a great feed, just quick spin move, and oh, here we go. Put the ball in the back of the net, and here comes Emma Oakley doing the exact same thing. And what you just saw was Emma Oakley scored the goal and is now having to sprint back to get to the other end. That is the game of sixes. Scotland with the ball here. Scotland's going to try and figure out a way to have some of these quick sticks, probably in the next couple of minutes here.
They do need to be assertive. They don't have to rush, but they need to be assertive to the goal here.
And they don't. They're very clearly not comfortable. Oh, great
clever
goal.
Stuff from Jenny Ayton.
Great goal.
Jenny Ayton has this very interesting, I would call it a Statue of Liberty cradle.
Yes.
And I would always tell her, or tell the rest of the team, don't do what Jenny does. Tell Jenny, keep doing what you do. Because it seems like it's so checkable, but she moves it around so cleverly that no one can quite get to it.
Well, and I was just going to say, she leaves it when it's such a position where almost she's baiting someone to try and check that. And that they're not getting the opportunity. We've got a great back check there by
uh-oh, that's over and back.
Oh, there it is.
This is the old muscle memory of the tens. You know, it's given where we are in the development of sixes, you can't get angry with that as a coach. It's just going to happen.
Not
and
at
coaches
all.
are making errors too.
Tors Anderson right there with the restart and converting that into a goal. It's 12-6 with 4 minutes left in the third here. And like you said, coaches are making adjustments and learning as we go.
So back to what you were saying about getting physically tired as you're running up and down the pitch. If your players aren't doing 4 or 5 possessions and coming off absolutely exhausted, they're really not working hard enough. There's no saving energy in this game. Everybody needs to be hauling up and down the whole time.
And it's also got to be it's a full field sprint too. You're not able to jog. And you're playing attack and defense, right? So that the stick skills and the need to have those stick skills has adjusted as well.
Well, I like what Scotland was building on that one. So it was kind of one cradle and pass, one cradle pass, one cradle pass, keeping it hot, and it created a good look, not a great look because the angle was quite poor. But Jess Gray is such a good finisher from that poor angle that I actually thought it would go in. But I like the build up there. I think that.
I don't think she was far off, to be honest.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Here we go. That was Emma Brown just putting it in the back of the net. And Emma Brown, by the way, is a defender. She's a phenomenal player, athlete, and picking up some of the midfield work. But there's that quick stick. There it is.
Nice.
The 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
We knew Scotland was going to pull it together here any second. They just had to start converting.
I was kind of starting to say that it's time for a timeout for Scotland, and then now you don't want to call the timeout off a good goal like that. So
no, not now. You don't. So England, let's see how they answer this.
Lottie Robertson.
And a turnover.
Oh, Suze is going to cruise this.
Here we go. See, Katie Greenwood with the save. Just so composed. You saw how, I mean, she didn't even step. She waited and let that come to her.
There are goalkeepers that are kind of high-strung and twitchy, and there are and successful, and there are those that have like a low heart rate the whole time, and they just never a little bit type B about it.
I was going to say I'm not sure you're going to get that twice, but she is. She's a great leader as well. You've got Liv Wimpenny here with the clear, working it up the side to Laura Beeman, looping it around there to Ella Cohen, and you can see Liv Wimpenny there making the cut, not there. Beeman, keep going. Beeman, goal, putting that across the body. That's a really difficult shot for a goalkeeper. I know I hated it.
It's Hannah McRae with the ball. Quick release to Suze Oliphant.
Good defense right there. Number 14, Ella Cohen again.
Little stutter dodge there, but Hannah McRae stayed with. Good discipline.
And that was Alice defense. Ripper trying to get that in. Beeman taking the shot with a save from the Scotland goalie. So what you're seeing is also England has now decided to put pressure on the keeper. There's 45 seconds
Lottie
left.
Robertson.
Nice save. Just out of thin air. Liv Wimpenny putting it in the back. I'm telling you, every time I see her do that, I'm just like baffled by how easy she makes that look.
So I think this is another example just now. Scotland are losing their patience a little bit. We need to push it up and get goals and making low percentage clears when it's enough to get it out and get it up there and give yourself a chance. Possession beats speed every time.
That was a goal towards Anderson to Emma Oakley, and Emma Oakley just ripped a burner. It was actually, goalie was in good position. It just was shot so hard that it ricocheted and still went in. And there's the third. There's the end of the third.
So England 16, Scotland 7 in the Home Nation 6's tournament. You're here with Dave Simpson and Jana Kaufman on the call. We're here in sunny Scotland.
I'm sweating.
It is now officially hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you've taken your hoodie off, and I'm getting sunburn in Scotland, which no one will ever say again.
I was asked by a friend how to dress for this tournament, and I said layers.
Yeah.
Because you just never know. You know, we're close enough to the water, the North Sea. Any little wind could be quite chill, and then if it gets overcast and a little bit wet, you are freezing. So I've coached in Scotland for so many years. I'm just aware of what has to be done.
I don't know if anybody is paying attention here, but I am actively being provided water by one of the phenomenal parents of the England team. So
nice.
I'm pretty sure he wants a shout out for his daughter.
Name check his daughter.
Yeah,
right
that's what that was.
All right, so let's kind of debrief that first half. We expected another sort of close matchup, and it started out that way, certainly. And then it kind of devolved a little bit for Scotland. What do you put that down to?
I think England's got legs. I think England has, I know England has legs. Let me rephrase that. In terms of the ability to keep the play going longer, keep control of the ball. One of the things that we practice as a team is how to move quickly, but also how long can we maintain that possession. And that's important to us. So I know that that's something that is starting to look like it's just really paid off in in the long run against this game here. What do you think about Scotland?
I think it just kind of came a little unglued around possession and passes and being secure in their play. I think, and it's a little bit of a mindset thing. I think they just needed to be calmed down a little bit. And so, but it's a team with a lot of talent that is able to switch on a dime. So just pointing out that we have a goalie change. Do you want to introduce the New England goalie?
Dylan Whittington. I'm really excited to see her play. This will be one of her first times at this level of sixes and playing with some of these players, some of these senior players, and I'm excited for her. It's a great opportunity to really get on the field. So
Hannah Grant and Liv Wimpany on the draw here. Looking open the second half.
Liv did not want to be a part of that, but let's see how Dylan really opens up and as a goalkeeper here. So that's gonna be interesting, and it's gonna be interesting to see if Scotland takes advantage of that. Towards Anderson here with a wide shot. It's gonna be Liv Wimpany's ball.
Scotland seem quite happy with their box zone, and they've left Lottie Robertson, not quite cherry picking, but up at the midfield line. So happy to play 4v4.
Mm-hmm. And England's made an active decision to say no more cherry picking.
Yeah. Goalie says, not my responsibility.
Yep, Alex Drew put that in the back of the net with passion. Ball out here to Hannah Whitley. Scotland. Oh, great save by Dylan right off the bat. You got to come out strong as a goalkeeper. Your first save is going to get you in the mind space you need to get in.
But all credit to Scotland on that transition. That's exactly what we were kind of talking about. It was strong movement with feet and ball, both connecting shots rather than passes, rather than just looking to dump it upfield.
Mm-hmm. And that was a smart decision right there to bring the ball back out by Chloe Crothers and not force the shot, which could have happened.
It was a good sliding there by the England defense as Chloe Carruthers was looking to find space. They almost had an over and back, and it ended up being a shot clock violation.
It was one or the other that was going to happen. I think that's the adjustment, right? That's something that the teams are going to have to adjust to, is that shot clock being 30 seconds. Here we go. England's got the ball. Liv Wimpany.
So this looks more businesslike from England from the way they were looking earlier.
Yeah, that's standard England. A couple of good passes, good, clean, fast passes, and Alex Drew just putting it right in the back of the net there.
So Alex Seidel now opting for the low clear, which so I think she has agreed with her coaches that we need to get the ball up there, and now it's paid off. They actually had a good shot on goal there.
Mm-hmm. With a great save by the young goalie Dylan.
Yeah, maintain possession and now they get another look.
Mm-hmm. And it's all about possession, and I think Scotland's gonna have to clean some of these passes up the longer this goes. You can really tell that it's just exhaustion is starting to set in here in some cases.
Yeah. Good take from Lottie Robertson.
She had unfortunately that attacker had no idea that Alex Drew was right on top of her, and let's see how they call this.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because she was clearly forced back over the line, but is it enough to send someone off for?
And there it is. Okay,
and that's what they decided.
Yep,
yeah.
That's what he did.
It's one of those borderline calls. I think it's right. She wouldn't have gone out of bounds other than the force, or not out of bounds, but over the midfield line.
Yeah.
There's Hannah Grant up top.
And I think the referees are going to have different levels, right? There's going to be different levels in different moments, and they're going to have to work, as all referees do, work to call every call exactly the same, no matter the time, the place, the outcome of the game. So especially as you're learning, it can be quite difficult. Liv Wimpany taking that pass from Tors Anderson one-handed, pushing the ball up the field here for England.
Scotland doing a good job there, closing on that drive, forcing her back, and then very wise on Oakley's part to pull it out and get a reset, not over push the drive.
And Ella, as a young player, is going to have to make a decision to not force that. That was a great save by the goalie. Almost a quick stick opportunity for B, but Scotland with the ball now. And Scotland and England are even, so they're no longer in a player-up situation here.
Right.
Moving the ball up top, and you know, it's interesting. I haven't seen Scotland really try to do something from behind, but that's a shot clock violation. You got to wonder if it's just mental exhaustion at this point too.
Yeah, I'm seeing legs a little bit too. It's getting a little further in the day.
It's hot.
It's hot. It has become hot.
It's Scotland hot, we should say.
Yeah. So it's 18 goals to England, 7 goals to Scotland at the minute. 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter. 3 minutes left in the game, in fact. Out to Charlie Bergquist.
That was an England turnover. Just a kind of a sloppy looking pass there. So again, doesn't matter the score. Great save by Dylan right there. Scotland shot, but even with the score the way it is, you've got to play smart, because some of those errors are what adds to that level of exhaustion, right? You're forcing your team to run all over sprints, so you've got to be smart.
I've often said as a coach, my nightmare is to sprint it up the field and immediately get a turnover, because to get our next chance to score, we've got to do a full field sprint back and then up again. So it's expensive to go take the first opportunity at goal, when by working around a little bit you can get a better opportunity. In sixes, less so, because there's a little compulsion around that shot clock, but still taking that first shot, the first opportunity isn't always the best.
Laura Beeman with a great drive and a great goal, and here she is. Look at, Laura Beeman's just got the energy right now to really put that in the back of the net and then go get a defensive stop in the midfield. Get Scotland here, who's kind of, like I said before, Scotland's really trying to slow the pace a little bit.
Yeah, just inside 2 minutes here.
9 seconds left on the shot clock.
It's all very congested in the middle. I think England have really dropped in and just not allowing that critical scoring area to be exploited by Scotland.
And a great save by Dylan.
Georgie Greenwood here on the turnover.
Looks like Emma Oakley couldn't make the decision as to whether or not she wanted to pass, so the ball was already on the way out of the stick when she tried to decide that she was going to hold on to it. But like I said, Scotland is trying to make smart feeds and smart decisions, but England has really closed that door and closed those opportunities down. They're playing sticks-up defense, and it's making it very, very difficult. It looks like a little bit of a younger Scotland team, too.
Yeah, I'll say the same thing from a slightly different perspective, which is that Scotland isn't quite creating the space. They're allowing England to kind of drop in. Like, look at all the red shirts in the critical scoring area, which opens the opportunity we just saw,
yes,
which is a shot from the outside. So well done by Scotland on that one.
A great cut, too, and it was across the body, which is what you're looking for. England calling the timeout after that. That's something that there's 40 seconds left in the fourth. It's 19-8. And you're going to want to see here. What's Phil looking for the last 40 seconds? It's a 21 seconds left on the shot clock. So what does Phil want to see with half of that time? What do you think?
Victory lap?
Maybe.
No, I'm in jest. I'm kidding.
Maybe
and I know Phil, so he'll know I'm kidding too. But
yeah,
it's. I mean, the game's wrapped up, obviously, and so I don't know if it's a chance to try an end game tactic. I've done that before, where I'll just say, hey guys, let's pretend it was like this. And maybe we'll run a full stall, or we'll,
Yeah.
So it's a chance to send in a play that, especially with sixes, it's really hard to send in plays because the play is so rapid up and down the pitch.
I have a feeling he's going to go into a stall. He'll probably want a last second shot with the last 2 or 3 seconds, but you can see here, Scotland has said, empty goal. There we go. Scotland put 2 on Liv Wimpany to try and get that out of there. And
I thought he might do the one where you stall and then dump the ball in the corner and then drop back in. I thought that would be a good opportunity to trial that. 16
seconds here with an England turnover after the Scotland turnover, and then a great save here by the England goalkeeper Dylan. She's been in position and to have come out probably a little bit cold. Hadn't seen playing time yet today. Torres Anderson ripping that shot. And that is the game.
I hesitate to say that's the game because I did it last game and there was still time on. So, no, it appears to be the game. Good.
England with a score of 20-9. That is a much different outcome from this morning's game.
Well, and different than we would have expected, even with personnel changes, because that wasn't a terribly young Scotland team. It was younger than the one we saw this morning, and certainly you'd anticipate that maybe it was more their 18 this morning.
Yeah.
I don't know, but clearly I think they didn't quite gel this unit.
Yeah.
And so I know, thinking like a coach, it's getting the right combinations of players, the ones that see each other and can sync.
Sorry, guys. Just to let you know, sorry.
Be ready for your cue to send it down when you're ready. Okay, to wrap up the Scotland-England women's game, going to send it down to Gavin Ritlu, who has an interview with a member of the Scotland squad.
Right, I'm here with Scotland women's head coach Ailsa Stott. Ailsa, not the result you were after, but still plenty of positives to take from that.
Yeah, absolutely. We're disappointed with the result, and we would have liked the margin to be closer. But yeah, you're right. Still lots of positives. Second game in a day against England, so it was always going to be tough, and especially coming off a game immediately before against Wales. So I think our players had quite a lot in their legs. But like you say, there was definitely some positives there.
Yeah, definitely. And like you said, it's been quite a hectic schedule with the games and stuff. From the 3 games that you've seen so far, what do you think makes the perfect Sixes player, would you say?
That's a tough question. I think we're all still learning what makes the perfect player. Certainly, you need to be fast, athletic, you need to have good skills, you need to be happy playing both sides of the ball, attack and defence. It's a mindset thing as well, so I think those scrappy fighting players do really well in this kind of version of the game. An ability to shoot, ability to play good one-on-one D, so basically similar attributes to what we see in 10s, but maybe sort of heightened.
Yeah, and like you said, there's 1 game left. Got another game against Wales. The aim is very much to end the day on a high. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. We already had a good game against them and a good result, so we're looking to finish strong. And yeah, I hope we can.
Yeah. Okay. Well, best of luck for that one. Thanks for talking to us.
No problem.
Up next, we have got England against Wales in the men's match. That is starting in just a couple of minutes' time.
Okay, welcome back to the Home Nations Sixes tournament here in Edinburgh, Scotland. And we're up for our next match. This is in the men's tournament. We've got England men versus Wales men. My name's Dave Simpson, and I'm here with my friend Dave Hallows. Dave, these are both teams that have played today, so what are you looking for now they've had a little experience, got the rust off their sticks?
I've been really impressed by this England setup, the cohesion, the ball movement. I've been really impressed by this England team. Has put on a performance today so far. The communication, the collaboration, really, with always looking for that extra pass, and they have some players who are just clinical at exploiting weaknesses in defence when the opposition lose focus or concentration. The likes of Alex Russell, number 16, is one to look out for. Number 17, Dan Watson, who's had a fantastic day out so far. And then you've got probably the youngest player on the team, number 21, Josh Simpson-Pink, who has been just explosive. So the first face, no other players are allowed in the circle until the ball comes out. It's number 14 for England, which is Tom Roach. He's actually the captain of the 2017 England indoor lacrosse team, the Europeans.
So, David, these are two teams that had pretty dominant performances against Scotland, so it'll be interesting to see how they match up.
Well, there's quite a bit of rivalry because at 2019, the full home internationals, Wales were the champions, and there was quite a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking, I believe is the phrase, where, well, we didn't pick our best team, we didn't do this, the sun was in my eyes.
Shot clock violation there for those who didn't pick up on it, so England in possession now.
But I think this England team, with their experience that they've had at playing this form, I've just got more depth than the Wales team, so we'll see how that goes. That's off the bar, which would be a reset.
I think off the helmet.
It's off the helmet, the goal. Yeah.
Hence, England maintain possession.
Again, saying that was tipped. Good communication by sign language there between the referees. One had it Wales, one had it England. Emma Hughes, I think, was the referee that made the call. Unlucky, great little swivel by Dan Watson. Passed the ball cross crease, and this time Alex Russell put it wide.
So England applying a bit of midfield pressure here.
Which we haven't seen much of today, to be fair.
Not much of, I agree. I think it's one of the real tactical decisions that coaches have to make, the risk-reward of pressurizing the transition or just dropping in.
This is Rod Stanford. Nice lefty shot and goal. Stanford with the assist.
It's like the goalie went down for the low shot and it ended up being a bounce shot that came up high again.
There's James Tiley with the goal. Well in Warriors attacker, right-hander. Fine bounce shot, overhand. Again, it's a very firm pitch now with the sun has been on it all day. Nice work by Casey Hughes, pressuring the man behind, Nathan Edwards. Good decision. What are they calling him?
So it's there was a shot clock violation, but prior to that, the goalie committed a foul. The Welsh goalie committed a foul, so the in-home is serving.
There's only one goalkeeper on the team, so they don't send the goalie off.
Yeah.
So it's number 6 that's serving the penalty, Alex Williams. I don't think you could actually pick that up.
No, I don't think our
one of the most civil expletives you could ever imagine. Oh my goodness!
It was clean. It was a shout from one of the players, exclaiming that shot.
Exclamation point! That was like. But it's nice that he can have a bit of a sense of humour when, obviously, his shot didn't live up to his expectations.
How did I miss it? Call. Oh, nice tight work from Wales, but they got dispossessed.
Again, and this is what the problem is. Right there is an example of the difference in experience.
Yeah.
And all 3 England players were matched up against 2 Wales defenders just by being quicker thinking, reacting quicker to the situation in front of them. And they're exceptionally good at converting those opportunities.
Indeed. So we've got 1-1. Wales in possession.
Eddie Owen driving to Cage with a big face dodge. Kept it in his strong hand. And again, we've got 2-on-1. Nice save by Casey Hughes. I think he pushed that one onto the post.
Impressive performances from goalies on both ends.
The veteran Adam Wood took the pass from Josh Yeoman, converted it. Hopefully Casey's okay there. He's stretching off. I think he might have done something to his groin. It's always worrying to see a non-contact injury.
Oh, I know. Yeah. You think the worst. ACL. Yeah, exactly.
He seems to be okay.
Good.
Been a change in goal for England. So it's Matthew Goddard in goal. And rumour has it that Will Baxter may well be playing some out in the outfield.
Well, I was saying to Jana in an earlier women's game, the unicorn for this sport is an effective goalie that can also play the field. That's because when you go into these tournaments and only have 12 bodies, you want your backup goalie to be able to play the field.
And if you were to pick 2 goalkeepers, then straight away you're playing, your squad is a man down.
You're a man down.
In what is, in reality, an endurance event. I mean, World Championships historically have maybe been 8 games in 9 days. And suddenly you may be in a situation at a sixes tournament where you could have 9 games in 9 days, or even more than 1 game in 1 day.
In my role as Scotland Juniors head coach, I'm working with a couple of players who are terrific midfield players and treating them as goalies at the same time. Because I think in this format, that's going to be an incredible skill set.
You're absolutely right. The unicorn. I can't remember. I'm not sure if it's basketball or American football where there just seems to have been a lot of unicorns recently, which kind of defeats the object. Unorthodox finishing by his goalie. It's
a ball and a Welsh player both in the goal.
Yeah. Good finish by Dan Watson, the Mellor Lacrosse Club.
All right, we've got a score of England 3, Wales 2 with a minute left in the first quarter.
Timeout Green. Welsh need to have a think about this one. 58 seconds left in the first quarter. Obviously see an opportunity. The coaching staff have some experience between them, I think, for Wales. Richard Ord Summers, who played in the 1982 for England, the World Championships, where they lost to Canada in the 3rd and 4th playoff in overtime. And then Nick Hewitt, to sprightly 61. Both Old Shimians from William Hughes Grammar School, unfortunately no longer play. But Rick Summers, I believe, he's carrying a bit of a limp at the moment, started playing lacrosse in possibly 1966. I could have got that wrong. I need to check my notes. It was a very long time ago. Maybe he is 66. But the youngster, Nick Hewitt, played at the top level for 30 years.
Amazing.
You don't have much of that in the US or Canada.
No.
Playing for his club that used to be Old Shimians and then became Brooklyn Shimians. Well controlled by Mike Pomfret.
Oh, he did that spin move and he was looking for trail cutters and nobody cut.
But it's still the right thing, because it's like, well, I've got a bad angle.
Yeah, no, 100%.
I could take the low percentage shot or look for my mates, but my mates aren't here yet.
Yeah.
And there they are.
Yeah, I think his mates didn't quite
run
the pitch in the way they should have. Yeah.
And that was a pass to number 13, Tom Hallam, a long stick midfielder for Mellor, but really has done superbly with this sixes format. Joe Harris scoring the goal. The Timperley player.
And that's the quarter. England 4, Wales 2. Dave, it's hotting up here, and people that live on this island aren't used to high levels of heat. Do you think it's beginning to affect players at all? Now they've had a couple matches.
Absolutely, definitely, because in any sport, in any situation, any environment, you want to practice in the conditions that you're expected to play. And you can't do that in this country in a heat wave because, when was last summer? Oh, it was a Thursday. I remember it well. And obviously global warming has some terrible effects. I have never been in Scotland in this heat.
Well, I think wall ball in a sauna is the only option.
Yeah. The opposite of a cryo chamber where they super freeze the body. You put a sweatsuit on and go and play wall ball in a sauna.
That's right, and yet thinking like a sports physio. Oh, thank you. Thinking like a sports physio or strength and conditioning coach, you can overcome the reaction to heat through good hydration practices, good cooling practices, and really even on game day you can mitigate the challenges. But especially in the men's game where they're padded up and have helmets, there's just no avoiding the fact that they're hot out there.
And for me, it's if you take any of these athletes and go and let them play summer ball in Baltimore or in Florida or in California, then they're capable of going through that transition, and it's almost like training at altitude. They would be better at playing in heat.
I won't play lawn bowling in Baltimore in the summer. It's just too muggy hot. Okay, here we go. So here is the face-off for the second half. 5-3 to England over Wales.
This is Tom Roach, the England box lacrosse captain at the European Championships. Mella stalwart with the Roach name, but also played long stick at Spencer. He's now back at Mella with his teammate Tom Hallam, who's the captain of the Mella team. Again, we spoke earlier in one of the early games about connections. Nice shot, nice save by Matt Goddard. And we're off to the races. It's Alex Russell. 1, 2, 3 fakes. Dealer's choice. He's just guessing at that point for Casey Hughes in goals.
It was interesting that last save by Matt Goddard. Wasn't the greatest angle, and he really pinched his post. He wasn't going to give the post side at all. And so the only opportunity to score was going to be on his stick side.
And another save by Goddard. He funny enough, in the fly tournament, he had a fantastic first half in one of the games. And unfortunately, they credited a different goalkeeper with his performance.
Oh, where have I heard that before?
Because he was the medical red shirt, if you like. So if anyone was not available, he was the spare goalie. And it just so happened that, not game of his life, I've not seen him play that much, but he's a Cheadle-Hulme goalkeeper that's moving to Stockport Lacrosse Club for this season. And he had a fantastic game in the fly, and it's that commitment of just solid fundamentals, being willing to just not give 6 inches, not give 2 inches on the inside pipe. I want to take the near post. Well, you're not having it.
Yeah. Just for those who don't know, Dave is referring to the Fly, which is a tournament that England Lacrosse conducted over 2 weekends last month, or over the last month or so. And it was kind of the first opportunity for many to see 6's lacrosse at a high level in Europe. And now this tournament, the Home 6's tournament that we're in right now, this is the first international tournament in the 6's format. So a lot of learnings from the Fly tournament, both in terms of rule administration and tactics and techniques, and I think we're learning still.
Yeah, and just a great power play goal there. The fundamentals come through. So they had an extra man. They had 2 attackers teasing or tormenting one defender, and just passing it between them until Adam Woods stepped in. And took the step down shot into the top corner. Not a lot Matt Goddard could do about that.
Well, it's 6-4 to England right now. England's struggling to create any separation from Wales, so it's I think we could say it's anyone's match at this point.
And again, dodging down a blind alley there, he got mugged. Going one-on-one is fine. Going 1 and 2 is tricky. When there's 3 defenders hanging off
everybody
you, yes,
doesn't work.
Yes. It's like, just because you can do it doesn't mean that you should do it. So maybe 1 in 10, he manages to beat all 3 defenders there and score.
Oh, good hesitation dodge there.
And there we see the opposite of just a little hesitation, one-on-one, gets a good shot off in time.
Terrific finish on the quick out from the
Matt
goalie.
Goddard.
Matt Goddard, yeah.
Up to...
He saw the open man push pace, so
Mike
off the goal, got the goal right back.
Mike Pomfret, quick reflexes, off to the races, and Matt Goddard recognised it, got the ball, almost a touchdown position.
Oh, unlucky off the helmet into the back of the goal. Well, the top of the goal, more like.
It's Eddie Owen with the finish, number 1 for Wales. Number 1 on his shirt, number 1 in your heart.
7-6 to England, so Wales have closed
Wales they're in this game. Right up until the point Nick DiCaprio goes one-on-one, says thank you very much. I'll go back to the bench and have a rest, drink water, but when you need another goal, let me know. I'll be here. This is, again, it's the strength in depth that, let's say Wales can have a fantastic game with their starting 6 against the England starting 6, but when it's your second 6 who can still compete with the opposition starting 6, that's where there are issues. And I've been really impressed. Consider how little training these guys have done together as a team in this format.
Right.
There's ultimately, they played lacrosse and they're playing lacrosse. Draw a man, draw and dump, give and go.
Yeah, it's
Keep
the
it
same
simple.
stuff. Yeah, 2-man, 3-man game. All the fundamentals still apply.
I'm a huge fan, by the way, of the 3-man game.
Mm-hmm.
The box lacrosse and the variations and options they have. The Spain look. Shout out to Joe Keegan at the PLL.
Yeah. Well, on that one, Wales really pressed out on that one and did create some space below. But sorry, I had that backwards. England had pressed out and created that shot opportunity. But it was pretty far out and not the best angle. So that's a shot maybe they'll be willing to give up.
Oh, for once, Dan Watson with the unorthodox finish, but that one just skimmed off the top of the bar.
So 2 minutes remaining in the half. England 9, Wales 6.
Which is a lot closer than I believe a lot of people would have expected.
I'll just acknowledge there's a bit of a discrepancy because on the field they have it 8-6. So as we're not keeping it here, I can't vouch for which is correct.
It's the advantage of the Lacrosse Sport Network. These games obviously are on live at the moment, but will also be available on demand. And basically for all your needs, for going right the way back to the 2016 European Championships with England. They're still available on demand on Lacrosse Sports Network, on LSN. That's the first bit of almost not football behaviour, but they're arguing with the referee and holding your arms out while the ball is live. It's like, well, we'll talk about this later. There's actually a game going on.
Well, let's not bring in diving and rolling on the ground.
No, let's not.
Let's not go there.
The Neymar. There's a fantastic YouTube video of about 200 kids at a football camp who, when they blow the whistle, they all dive on the floor.
Grab their face and roll around. Yeah.
It's like, well, we're being the Neymar. It's what 200 million pounds can buy you.
All right, we're in sync. It's England 8, Wales 6.
So you knew you were right all the time. Finger on the pulse. Another save by Casey Hughes. Gets the ball up. Jack Brooks. Love for a product. He's looking for the help inside.
Just 30 seconds remaining.
And again, the best teams and the most organised teams have a happy habit of taking the last shot at a quarter, the last shot in a game, rather than giving it up and allowing the opposition that last shot.
Shot clock ticking down.
2-1, is that? No.
Oh.
Stop the clock, and
it's a major. Looks like Elliot Leonard heading to the sin bin for England.
The green card.
That will carry over to the second half. And I think we have halftime, indeed. England 8 and Wales 6 here in the Home Nations Sixes tournament here in Edinburgh, Scotland. My name's Dave Simpson. I'm here with Dave Hallows. And Dave, just to kind of debrief the half, I mean, we've got a game. This is a close one. Why don't you take the Wales side, Pete? The Wales side first. What are they doing right? What are they doing wrong? What's happening?
Oh, first off, Casey Hughes is having an excellent game in goal. Not only making the stops, but the clean outlets. And what's great to see is Wales aren't backing down. It's not like, well, you beat Scotland by a high level. You've got some of the top players in the country domestically, and it's like, well, we don't care. We're representing our country. This is the home nations Sixes, replacing the home international tournament, and they're competing. They're like, well, great. Just because you're allegedly better than me on paper, I'm going to run as fast as I can and work as hard as I can to get open, to feed my teammates or to dodge. And when it comes to taking a shot, then I'm taking good, high-quality shots. I'm not just throwing it towards the goal. Conversely, you go with England.
No, I'm throwing it back to you.
Oh,
I was just
right.
going to ask you to deconstruct England a little bit, just in terms of letting Wales foot in the door, so to speak.
Well, I'd hate to say complacency, because it is, 25 degrees possibly here in Edinburgh. It's gorgeous facilities on a lush grass. But there's an element that because they scored some goals early and easily, it's like, oh, here we go again. We're in our comfort zone. And Wales have said, well, actually, no, you're not in your comfort zone. We're going to give you a game. And some individuals are reacting to that and are competing. Alex Russell, again, an unbelievable tournament, taking his chances and creating chances. But it's not that they're not trying, they're just not executing. The things that have worked in other games, like Old Faithful, suddenly they're not working. And half time to be 8-6 up against Wales, they're up 2 goals and are winning at this half. And I would imagine that both head co-coaches, Vince Cara from Brooklands Lacrosse Club and Mike Bartlett from Poynton Lacrosse Club and the Spanish men's field team head coach, are working a lot harder this half time than Rick Summers and Nick Hewitt, who actually be like, well done, more of the same please. Wales are 2 goals down, but they won that half because they're competing at a level above where the England team expected them to be. And when you're in that situation, it's like, well, why not me? Why can't I do even more? Let's keep challenging them and let's see what happens. And England have got the work cut out to this isn't good enough.
Indeed. Hey, just a reminder of where we are. We're in Edinburgh, Scotland for the Home Nations Sixes lacrosse tournament. So we have 2 pitches going. You who are watching this live stream are on the filmed pitch, and behind it is a second pitch. So there are matches going on in parallel. Total of 12 matches today. Winners get 3 points. If there is a tie, it's 1 point to each, and they total them up, and then nothing really happens. There's not a trophy. There's not. It's pride, and you get to take it home with you, your pride. However, tomorrow there will be some further matches. These are more considered friendlies tomorrow. I think once we've gathered together, and the point being, from the point of view of Lacrosse Scotland, who has sponsored this event, this is a demonstration. It's a showcase. And so there's more of the same tomorrow, but tomorrow there'll be less sort of pressure around it. The coaches would feel more free to experiment. All right, we're back in action. Over to you, Dave.
And it's Wales on the power play. The showcase really is the word of the day, because this gorgeous facility in fantastic conditions and the best players on these isles. It is the home nations. Wales' finest, England's finest, Scotland's finest. And let's see what you can do in this new format. That shot unfortunately went wide, and so it'll be England possession to bring it up. This is Nick DiCaprio, 4 years he played at Michigan as a long stick straight defender, not even LSM, and he's now playing as an attacking midfielder. He was part of the Lacrosse the Pond program, came and did a Masters, and suddenly he's living over here, was drafted into the MLL, refused that, and came over, and good twister there by number 19, Elliot Leonard.
Yeah, I think he kind of overran his opportunity there, didn't he? He kind of got past almost to GLE and
the wrong side of the field. You always want to have your stick to the inside.
Yeah.
And if he's a left-hander there, then it is a lot easier finish. But suddenly he's turning himself into a pretzel.
You're right. Your stick has eyes, and if he was in his left, then the eyes would have seen the goal.
Yeah, God rest his soul, but the Z-Man, John Zilberti, was one of his coaching mantras, was wherever you are, get your stick to the middle of the field because your stick had eyes. And he scored a number of amazing goals were seemingly behind goal, but his stick was in front and would manage to conjure a finish from somewhere.
Well, no scoring in the second half yet. It's still England 8, Wales 6. England with the ball.
Excellent save by
nice.
Casey Hughes from his counterpart, Mike Pomfret. Throw me a bit of a curveball. Stockport playing navy blue and he's wearing a red helmet. I don't know if it's a bit of a midsummer transfer and he's announcing his switch to Mellor Lacrosse Club. I have no information on that, and so I'll take it back instantly.
Well,
this is Alex Russell.
I think the Wales goalie was left a little uncomfortable by the last shot, so he's just seemed to have recovered.
Yeah, still limping a little bit, and this time Mike Pomfret, having had his last shot saved by the shin of Casey Hughes, this time puts it in the corner. Same side, bottom right, but this time 6'S. This is Eddie Owen.
So, Dave, in conditions like this where it's rather hot, how important is it to keep your subs rotating? Do you sub every possession, or do you increase the rate?
It's not so much rotating as hydrating, and you can't hydrate if you're on the field.
Right on.
So the shorter the shifts, there's an excellent, probably the fastest man at this tournament, Josh Simpson-Pink, lightning fast reactions and speed. But put that one away, bottom corner, same corner as the last one went. But yeah, it's
I think
cross check to the head.
Cost him a trip to the sin bin.
Yep, I think it definitely.
Unfortunate for England because they had a nice run of goals there. They actually had the momentum they'd been looking for.
The Uncle Mo momentum. They had it in spades there, and unfortunately Paul Wainwright, a very competitive defender, came through the Loughborough programme. He's now at Spencer. Old habits die hard.
Yeah, if Wales can exploit the man down situation, or the man up for them, then they're back in it.
A really nice move. Unfortunately, the feeder had two men to choose from, and he split the difference straight to an English defender. Beautiful finish. That was Tomas Rossa with the feed. And I believe it was Rod Stanford with the finish.
And we're back to even now, Dave.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, we're not. Beg pardon.
I think one down, I believe.
One down still.
Little shake and bake action on that one from Talladega Nights. Little dip and dunk.
It's my favorite dodge, shake and bake.
Again, Elliot's is an absolutely tremendous player and athlete. He just keeps, at the moment, slipping into the habit of going into a double team or a triple team and not getting the output he deserves. But once you've drawn the double, move the ball.
Yeah, indeed.
He's definitely travelling the road less travelled by. Yeah. Mick, please rearrange these words to a well-known sentence.
Well, I mean, conventional wisdom is if you're double teamed, someone's open. If you move the ball twice,
yes, since immemorial and time forever.
In fairness, there were man down in that moment, so there wasn't an extra. But I'm not sure that was in his calculus exactly.
Well spotted. So it happens always unless you're a man down.
Right.
So he's on the ball again.
And still the right move is to move the ball.
This time he passes the ball, and another doorstep save. I'm sure Casey Hughes will be looking for a warm bath later, or maybe a cool bath. He's wearing the sweatpants, as is de rigueur amongst goalkeepers. A little bit of extra padding, a little bit of extra space, make a save.
I'm more confident to say we are even again, Dave.
All evens. Oh, in numbers, sorry. I thought the
In
score
numbers,
was
even on the pitch.
I think the score was number, and another goal. That's number 8 for Wales, Aaron Eastwood.
Which brings it to 10-8. So that momentum shift that we saw when that major foul, when the sin bin trip really took England out of their swing, it's unfortunately cost them.
Out of their swing. Austin Powers at its finest. Now that is Elliot Leonard that we're more used to.
Now back to full numbers. They're starting to show their strength again. England, that is.
11-8.
11-8.
Katie Hughes is just having a tough day at the office. It seems everything, whether it goes in or he saves it, is hitting a part of his body. And at the moment it seems to be his right leg that's taking a lot of punishment. That's a push in the back.
And it's happened again for England. A little bit of momentum and
it's Elliot Leonard again.
Here.
He's obviously, he had his 3 shredded wheat for breakfast.
Just a minute left here in the third quarter. 11-8 England over Wales.
Again, Wales really should be looking for a quick shot to either score early so they get guaranteed another possession, because obviously in a minute penalty, unless you use the full 30, you're going to get the ball back and you'll still be on man up. Penalty is not released by the goal. And that's a beautiful goal.
Was indeed.
Eddie, I've nearly said his nickname. Eddie Owen, his dad, Eddie Owen Sr., stalwart of the Manchester Waconians. But that was a great finish.
Okay, sin bin is released and England score right off that.
There's magic in their hands by Dan Watson. He seems to be able to hesitate actually during the process of a shot. So he'll freeze a goalkeeper with yes, I'm shooting. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. And it's unorthodox. It looks awkward, but it's also really effective. I've been impressed with number 17.
Indeed. All right, that's Dave Hallows. I'm Dave Simpson. That concludes the third quarter. We've got England 12, Wales 9. Coming into the final quarter. It's a warm afternoon here in Edinburgh, Scotland. Wind is not moving, which is also unusual for Scotland. So, well, it is a bit, but I mean, we're kind of in a corner where it's not. So maybe we're warmer than others. But chance to look at some of the replays of some of the scoring here.
Again, lacrosse in slow-mo is the way to go. You get to see all the details and actually what happened, what the nuances were on look-away feeds, on how close there. The skip pass through 3 England defenders to find his man, only to be the goalkeeper to come to the rescue. This is Dan Watson. Oh no, sorry, that was Mike Pomfret doing his best Dan Watson impression. There's only one lefty on this England team, but obviously Mike Pomfret can play some left-handed as well as right-handed.
Well, the timeouts are only, the space between the quarters is only 2 minutes in 6s, so there's not a lot of time for coaching. It's mostly guys get hydrated and maybe send out one coaching note and send them back out there.
And it's almost, you require a shorthand. You need to have messages and your methods of communication highlighted before the game of last night, so that you can go in, say a key word, key phrase, and get them out there again.
And I'll say the same thing in different words, which is you can only fix one thing in that time.
Yeah.
You can't fix it all.
Yeah,
hey, let me recount all the errors we made.
Yeah.
No, just like, hey guys, we need to do this.
Yeah, why say in 20 words what you can say in 2?
This is it.
That's why my timeout would be a lot longer than your timeout, and I'd get called for delay game. Nice face-off win for Wales. They won't lie down. They wouldn't let it lie.
They won't quite go away.
No. It's like, but don't you realise this is the England team and you're Wales? And it's like, no.
And credit Wales for taking advantage of their opportunities in the cases where... oh, nice.
Did that go, or was it side netting?
Oh, no, side netting.
netting.
Yeah. In the cases where England has committed a major and given a man-up situation to Wales, Wales has exploited it.
Oh, they've taken, apart from that last one, they've taken most of their chances. When they've got a shot on goal, they're not taking bad shots. They're looking for high percentage shot. As Alex Russell, who probably is the best British player at this particular sport and format of the sport, sends that one off into the park somewhere. I think he missed the backing net.
For lacrosse clubs that need balls, working that railroad bank over there would be
maybe
worthwhile.
Wait till winter, because the foliage would be a bit less.
And check the train schedule as well.
Lacrosse balls are available from other outlets. You don't have to find them under a bush. But it's always a bit of a bonus, that free one.
Well, it's always a coaching mandate when you travel to a tournament, win the games and come back with more balls than you went with.
So that's where they go. It's a topic for another day. This is DiCaprio, quoted as the greatest split dodge outside North America, which is high praise indeed. And that's a great finish by Mike Pomfret. Good body control. He was sprinting on his wrong side to his left hand and managed to put the brakes on and get to the front of the goal. And again, Wales just wouldn't let it lie. Great head fake, almost a John Grant head fake. He looked at the goalkeeper, Matt Goddard's shoes.
Wales seem very energized right now. They're being very vocal. The communication's there. They seem to be working in sync.
But I love seeing that just something as simple as looking at a goalie's feet and throwing it high. And so the goalkeeper anticipates your body language and goes down, and you've got half the top of the goal to shoot at.
Yeah, I think that defensive energy paid off. It's turnover, and Wales has the ball again.
They have to feel that they're in this. This would be a great upset. Another save, but they get the reset.
Now, one of the things about this format, Dave, is that when you are behind, formerly, you would score a goal, and then you'd have a 50-50 ball in the face-off to get the opportunity to get the ball back. Here, you automatically have given the ball to your opponent and have to get a turnover, a save or a turnover.
Yeah,
so it is harder to come back from behind.
But I think the shot clock makes up for so much. Because although it's nominally a 30-second shot clock, in reality, most of the teams here never get to 30 seconds. And in some ways, their average time of possession is probably 15 to 20.
Yeah.
So
I think in this format, you're just not going to see the 3 goals in 1 minute at the end of a game that you sometimes see in the field of the 10s format for the band.
Unless you're on power play, as Wales are here. One more. Oh! Off the bar. But they kept possession, so that does
possession,
give them
and
a full
a fresh
30.
clock as well, yeah.
And an outstanding one-on-one save. Rod Stanford will be having nightmares about that one. On the power play, wide open on the crease, about to get 1 goal closer and get stuffed by Matt Goddard. Not in a rude way, just in an excellent one-on-one save.
England man down, not looking to stall at all.
I think they knew they had a flag in the bag there, so...
Have a lash.
Yeah. They knew they were going to get the ball back as number 6, which I believe is Alex Williams, the sole left-hander on the Wales team, gets called for a penalty. And the England penalty has been released. So we're now in a power play situation. 5v4. Good ball movement. Cycling it round. Big ricochet off the pipe. Spins out of bounds as players were looking for where the ball went.
So we're 3 minutes remaining in the third. England 13, Wales 9 at the Home Nations 6's tournament in Edinburgh, Scotland.
And this completes the men's competition on streamed live. It's the last men's game of the day on this field. We've got one more game for the women's. And that's where Wales are just missing out. There's an excellent opportunity there by Aaron Eastwood. And suddenly it's at the other end. And Alex Russell off Dan Watson. Faked low, faked high, and then finished with a twister into the open net. Nothing Casey Hughes could do about that. I nearly said Casey Jones there.
Yeah. Up to 14, a score of 14-9 to England with 2 minutes left in the third.
Again, they just won't give up. This is excellent play, doing the coaches proud and themselves proud. They're giving it their all to get to the top of the mountain to pull off this upset.
Mm-hmm. You see them holding ball just a bit there to let some subs get on. And some fresh legs for England on their attack.
And another mistake. Good hustle, though, by Josh Simpson-Pink. Rather than just giving up on the ground ball, chased after it. Watson pushes the ball behind to Edwards. To Alex Russell, who really is will-o'-the-wisp. It's like trying to knit fog, trying to mark him. He can stop and start on a dime. Not only does he attack 2 goal, also backs away, draws defenders out. The dodge, bounce, redodge.
Alex Russell is one of their captains as well, and I noticed on that last possession, when they got a reset of the clock, he brought it up top, settled it, looked over his coach. Are we subbing? What are we doing?
Yeah,
Coach gave him the safe signal. Nope, you're good, and in they go.
An unbelievable player. He was actually an attackman. Wore number 5 with his brother Sam Russell was the England captain. Sam went to Whittier College, the Whittier Poets, Division 3 in California.
Right.
And he was the young attacker. And basically he's gone to Long Island University to do a post-grad for 2 years.
Crease violation on that one, so it's a turnover to Wales.
And become a midfielder. His coach called him the midfield maestro, having spent his whole career playing attack. And he really has embraced that American coaching and competitive environment. He is just a joy to watch, because he's always challenging the defence and manipulating defenders with hitches, with stop and goes. With
just under 10 seconds left here, Dave,
right.
for the quarter. Yeah. England unlikely to get a look here.
Yep. And there we go. Final score: England 14, Wales. Not final score. It's the end of the third, isn't it?
End of the third. That's right.
Wow,
yeah.
It is getting hot. I've missed a whole quarter. And I was that went fast.
Well, no, actually, that is the end of the match. It's just that our graphic was incorrect.
Well, thank God for that. I was like, what happened? I've lost a quarter.
So let's wrap up that game, Dave. What do you reckon? Wales found a way to stay in it throughout.
Wales can definitely hold their heads high. Competed all the way along, and this England were firm favourites for this tournament with the depth of their squad, the experience, and like I say, they have 3 NCAA level players on this team, and Wales is a mixture of youth and experience. But Rick Summers and Nick Hewitt have done a fantastic job bringing this team together. They showed excellent team spirit and competed from the first minute to last. And of the 2, I think there'll be some English players feeling a bit sheepish about this result. They won, but nowhere near by the margin that was expected or hoped for by the England team staff and coaches. Whereas Wales, it's difficult conditions. I believe they travelled late. Is that correct, Dave?
That's right. They came in late morning, I believe.
And that's a big ask. I'll just travel from Wales to Edinburgh. What are you going to do when you get there? Oh, well, we're going to play an international tournament with players who arrived the day before.
So I think it's fair to say, Dave, both of these teams have some good takeaways from this game, and then maybe some things to work on too. Which, from a coaching perspective, it's kind of what you want. You want to improve your players, you want to improve your team. So there's a lot to talk about.
And thanks to Sports Network and to YouTube there's a lot of film to be looked at, which you maybe didn't see first time round, and the players think they've got away with it, where the coaches will be having a look at the actual performance on film. But both teams, again, I can't underestimate this. I've been to Edinburgh many times. This is a hot day. As we go through to interviews.
Just want to say, Dave Hallows, it's been a pleasure working with you today, my friend. Thanks for the great commentary.
Thank you. I enjoyed every minute of it. It's some excellent competition here at these Sixes, and it's still early days. But all the teams here are still learning how to perform at this level of against this competition in this format of the game. It's great stuff. Good luck with the next ladies. It'll only be your 7th hour on the job on the day. Take care, David, and thank you very much. Bye.
Cheers, Dave. Thanks. So next match we have up is Wales women and Scotland women. But first, Gavin Ritu has, I believe, one of the England players.
Right, I'm here with England men's captain Alex Russell. Alex, another win for you, 4 wins from 4. Yep. It's a perfect day for you, hasn't it?
Yes, perfect weather, perfect day, perfect results. That was a bit of a slog at the end. The Wales played really well. I think people started getting tired legs, shows a bit of fitness, and who needs to get back to doing some sprints on the field. But no, wins all round, you can't complain.
Yeah, and in terms of the new format, it looks really fast to watch from the sideline. What's it like to play in, and are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I love it. Suits my style of game to a T, but I do love it because you still have that fast intensity, but there's still a lot of tactics and game planning involved to be successful. Because if you run and gun for a whole game, you can start to lose momentum with how many possessions you have, and so there is some tactics to it, which I enjoy.
Yeah, and you say that it suits your style of play. So what would you say the perfect attributes is for a Sixers player then?
I think you've got to be reasonably athletic. I think the more athletic you are, you obviously run up and down a lot. But I think there's a lot of intelligence to it. I don't think you can be rash in your decision making. I think a clear head and understanding, because it's pretty hard for coaches to get game plans onto the field because the timeouts are so short and you've only got half time to really make adjustments. So I think that's the key attributes realistically.
Yeah, well done today. 4 wins from 4. Can't complain with that. Go and enjoy the rest of the day and this evening because you deserve it.
Right, thank you very much.
No
Cheers,
problem.
guys.
So that concludes the men's action here on our stream today, but there's still plenty of action in the women's game, and up next we have got Scotland against Wales. But first we're going to recap on some of the highlights from England's win over Wales.
Probably, yeah.
Going to apologise for it in a
Welcome back to the last filmed match of the day. Well, it's actually the last match of the day here at the Home Nation Sixes tournament here in Edinburgh, Scotland. My name's Dave Simpson. I'm here with Jana Kaufman, and we're proud to bring you a game, Scotland women versus Wales women. But first I want to send it down to Gavin Ritu, who had a word earlier with one of the Scottish players.
Alongside me, I've got Hannah Grant from Scotland women's team. Hannah, you've had 3 games in the sixes. What do you make of the format so far?
Yeah, it's been a really fun day. It's my first time playing sixes, so getting used to the kind of new style, sort of fast-paced nature of the game. There's a lot of our squad who haven't yet played sixes. We had a few girls playing in the fly tournament, so it's great to be able to watch them and to sort of learn how to, how the game is played. But it's been really fun so far.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks fast, like to watch. To play, is it really that fast?
It does feel fast. It really does. I think maybe just as we learn a little bit more about the style of the game and how it's played, just finding a little bit more composure will mean that we can probably slow it down slightly, but still kind of push on those fast breaks so it's not too like end to end. But yeah, it's been pretty fast today.
And you played 3 games so far today. We've got 1 more game against Wales, beaten them already.
Yeah.
What did you need to do to get another positive result there?
Yeah, so slightly different squad going out this time to the first squad against Wales, but we're really pleased with that win. We pushed hard in attack, found some really nice fast breaks, but also some really nice sort of settle play in attack as well. And we thought like defensively we were strong, recovering really well into our kind of defensive set. Again, against different to 10, so we're learning a sort of new way of playing defensively. But I was really pleased with how the squad played against Wales. So hopefully we can do the same again now.
Yeah, well, best of luck and thanks for talking to us.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Robert, I did try.
Thanks, Gavin and Hannah Grant. So we're back up here for a match between Scotland women and Wales women. These are 2 teams that have not played against each other today, and it is their 3rd match of the day on a rather hot day in Scotland, so it'll be interesting to see how this matchup works out. They both have losses to England. Scotland actually has 2 losses to England, and Wales does as well, and so it'll be interesting to see what's left of the legs after so many matches, and the teams are out warming up, at least Scotland is out warming up rather vigorously. And Wales is being a bit calmer about their preparation. Over to Jana Kaufman. Hi, Jana. How's your day going?
It's going well, but Wales is actually just getting off the pitch. Wales just finished playing England on the far field, so Wales is going to do a doubleheader here real quick with almost 0 time for turnaround.
Oh, good spot, Jana. Yeah. So one of the aspects of this tournament is they made an accommodation to say that teams could bring squad sizes of up to 20, even though 12 is only 12 is allowed by the rules, and that's by virtue of allowing more players to be able to be featured and to get to know and be exposed to the sixes format. But also, I think what we're finding is with a lot of matches back to back, having more players that they can rotate in for fresh legs. Now, only 12 are allowed on the sidelines at a time, but I think Wales is going to need to take advantage of this opportunity to have fresh legs out.
Agreed, and I think that what we're going to see from Scotland just had a break here in between, so it'll be interesting to see if Scotland, after the England game, made any adjustments, and maybe they're putting the cherry picker back in, maybe they're going into a zone, which I would like to see from them, and I'm looking to see from Wales what their transition looks like. Is Wales going to do the same transition? Are they going to drop all the way back in defensively, or are they going to go for a ride?
Well, kind of previewing this match based on the performances earlier today, let's do Scotland first. First of all, it's Emma Walkup back in goal. She was the goalie in what was a very closely a close competition with England in the first match. And this is a pretty senior Scotland team. In other words, a lot of their experienced players are on the squad here at Edinburgh Sixes. Now with Wales, this is a rather young team for them. And so with a lot of sort of 19, 20-year-olds, they're getting exposed through this tournament to the game of sixes and improving it with every match, aren't they?
They really are, and I think that's part of what we're going to see as the game continues to evolve. especially with Wales. Wales has an opportunity here. They have some senior players as the game evolves who are very athletic and will probably start to shift into some pretty big roles here in sixes.
Now, the match is meant to start at the top of the hour in about 6 minutes. I'm wondering if they're going to give any accommodation to Wales to, actually get hydrated and, in this heat especially. Not that this is the most blazing heat we've ever seen, but for Scotland, for people who live on this island, it's pretty hot.
I mean, I'm from Atlanta, so I'm still uncomfortably hot in this moment. So I feel like there probably is some accommodation to be given. At least it's not World Championship style heat that we're anticipating for July, which is not just uncomfortably hot, but humid as well. And I know, speaking of that, the World Championship is in Towson, Maryland next year, and then the World Games are in Birmingham, Alabama. So middle of summer for both locations, both hot, both incredibly humid. So what kind of preparation do you think some of these sixes teams are looking at as they go into Birmingham, Alabama for that kind of heat?
Well, I think it starts with a hydration and heat strategy. In other words, that they're working with sports science professionals on how to mitigate those pressures on the body and on the mind in these multi-day tournaments. And having a good strategy around that can overcome the challenges of not living in a country where you can train a lot in the conditions that you're going to be competing in. So, for instance, we in the 2013 Europeans in Czech Republic, it was very, very hot. But we felt like we were one of the best performing teams in terms of handling that heat because we went in with a plan.
And I definitely agree with that. I think that's what's going to be kind of a different maker, if you will, for some of these teams who can prep. And one of the unfortunate things is what's going on today and what's going on in the world today is that it's really hampered travel. So teams that would have been able to take some of these U.S. tours in the middle of summer this year aren't having those opportunities. So we'll see what that looks like.
All right, Wales are actively warming up on the sidelines, where Scotland is probably looking for shade. They seem to be resting more and doing more of the heat strategies we talked about, like you don't want to get super heated up right before the match. So I think Scotland are happy to kind of keep it cool. They've had their third match of the day, so no reason to do a lot of warm-up here.
And it does look like Wales is going to roll into just a quick couple of touches on the stick and then get into something for warm-up. But we should be starting here in the next couple of minutes.
Indeed, I think they've just taken different timing strategies, haven't they? Scotland got their warm-up in early and are chilling now, and Wales want to start off fresh. Neither is probably right or wrong. It's just
for the third game of the day. Yes, yeah. Either probably works.
What works for your team is what works. I don't know how, Jenna, how you handled it with your teams. You coached the Israel national team. I coached the Scotland national team. Before matches like this, how did you construct your warm-up? Did you negotiate it with your players? Did you just say, this is what we do, guys? How did you go about it?
No, well, you know what? I'll speak with England. Especially with the England team, we've got a pretty consistent warm-up. Every once in a while, if you notice that something's not working, we might ask to add something in. But the SNC have a pretty good start to the warm-up. They have the most expertise and know how to handle the stretching and the static stretching and the movements that need to happen and what has to go on there. So we typically kick it off with SNC getting the movements going, and then you'll adjust from that and start moving into just some partner passing and ball movement. And like you said, we talk to the players. The players typically run, and they've been running it for so long, that it's the players' expertise, what they feel, what they know. We have pieces that we want to see, right? Like if we've noticed that something isn't working, we're going to ask them to consider it, and typically we're not having to really negotiate that because they see it as well, and so we'll add those pieces in.
Well, this is it. You want your players to be confident. You want them to feel physically ready. And if you come in and dictate a warm-up where they don't feel that confidence, shooters got to shoot, and the goalkeepers got to get their saves, and your defenders need to get their feet moving and work on their agilities. And so making sure everybody has the right amount of time to do that was our approach. And then the idea that if there's something you distinctly need for your preparation, we give you the space to do that.
Exactly, and the ownership of the decision making, right? We want that to sit with the players. When you're looking at warm up, everyone needs to warm up a little bit differently too. So that the player might have specific things or stretches or moves that they do, and then you get into goalie thinking. Some goalies want to be warmed up very specifically. You take shots in very specific areas, and you go 30%, 50%, 70%. Some goalies want you to start ripping on them right away so they can get into that headspace. And you have to be cognizant that you can't coach a team as a group without considering some of the individuals.
Well, there's such compacted time before a match often, so when your shooters say they need more time for shooting, it's like, I can maybe get you a minute because I have to take it from something else.
Exactly. Or you're asking them to go get a couple of shots in real quick, and you get those in, and maybe while everyone else is warming up on the field or on the field or getting some water before the game starts, you might take a couple more shots if you need to just put a couple in the top corner.
Indeed. Okay, we are coming out onto the pitch for this final match of the day here at the Home Nation Sixes tournament in Edinburgh, Scotland. I'm Dave Simpson. I'm here with Janet Kaufman with your call. And we're up for first draw. Wales women versus Scotland women.
For Wales, we've got number 5, Serena Grace. She's gonna have a pretty good draw here.
And Zoe Dixon for Scotland.
Yeah, and Zoe Dixon. But that was a great draw for Wales. I think in this Wales game, we're going to see some of the younger players. Scotland did come up with the ball here. So Wales is actively they're pressuring out on defense and then coming right back there. So they're dropping in. That was a good move there by the Wales defense.
This is not the Wales defense we saw this morning. There's more energy. There's more pressing out. There's more physicality.
Mm-hmm. And they're immediately dropping back in. So they're not getting caught out so far. I know we're only 30 seconds into the game here,
but the mindset, it's and that's what we were kind of looking at this morning. They were just shepherding and shadowing more than playing directive defense.
Exactly, and a very different clear from that goalie that just took place there. It was a quick clear. It was a long clear. It was accurate, and not to say that the other goalie this morning wasn't as accurate. Turnover, by the way. Scotland just took that off, and they're about to execute, I believe, their cherry pick one-on-one. Yep. Yeah. But let's see how the goalie works today. How this goalie. Yeah, she's just getting the ball out. She doesn't want it anywhere near her. Not that I blame her.
No, and just this notion of dropping it low, not going for the long, more risky clear. Just drop it low and let your field players bring it up.
Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of trust there. You got to execute. There's going to be an over and back penalty here. It's going to be Scotland's ball. Well, that's a defensive collision right there. Oh, and a card.
Yeah, we haven't seen many sin bin violations, have we, in the women's game today? I think as people get closer to competition, we're kind of coming out of COVID. Nobody's really at their full fitness and feeling like they've played a lot of lacrosse. So I think people are a little more tentative than they will be. I mean, pre-World Cup, I think it's going to be a lot more physicality.
Absolutely. Shot and a goal from Scotland right there. Good assist as well. Goalie once again making that quick clear, and Scotland immediately dropping into defense with the cherry picker. So it's essentially, if Wales wants to, even though they have somebody in the sin bin, when that gets released, if Wales wanted to, they could play a 5v4 if they choose to leave the cherry picker.
Right.
Right now, Scotland's pushing the fast break here. Laura Warren, there she is. And she has the potential to shoot from there if she wants.
She could.
She absolutely could.
She was actually thinking about it, wasn't she? She started to do that crow hop.
She did that stutter step, that crow hop. She thought about it. I'm surprised she didn't let that rip. First couple minutes of the game, she probably was coming out thinking, I'm just going to establish a little bit level of dominance here.
Yeah, Scotland held the ball so they can get some subs on. Now they've got some fresh legs.
Mm-hmm. Scotland is doing a good job of moving the ball. It's different, again, it's different from what we saw earlier. Wales contesting that pass. And the feed here, let's see. We're very close to a conversion right there from number 3.
Well, they're doing a better job of what they, I think, didn't do against England, which is creating space, not allowing Wales to just suck in on defense, to try to draw them out.
Yep, exactly. And there it is. There's the goal from the draw and dump. What you just said, it is exactly what they just did. She forced the defender to draw up to her, leaving that draw and dump opportunity right on top of the goalie. Number 11 here for Wales, shooting the ball a little bit wide. Rhiannon Price. Get a nice opportunity here for Scotland. Scotland's up 3-0 against Wales. 4 minutes left in the first, so Scotland could go on a short little run here.
Well, I think they're probably a bit hungry after that last performance against England. They won't be happy with that. It wasn't up to their standard, and so I think they're looking to show they can do better, and they can do better.
And it's going to be a turnover from Scotland. Laura Warren with the ball here. Going to pass it back and see if they can't do a quick field switch. Again, Wales doing a good job keeping the pressure going and keeping the pace. Right, that's something that we weren't sure whether or not we were going to see it with the pace at the last game of the day here, and we'll see. We'll see if they keep it up for all 4 quarters.
It's a good defensive 1v1 there. Well, more a slide really from Chloe, who stepped into the space that Laura Warren was trying to drive into. Mm-hmm. It's hard to do that without fouling,
drawing the foul,
but you have to get there first, and not every referee sees you get there first. And so she did a good job of getting there, planting her feet, taking the hit. And there was no foul called either way because it wasn't a violent collision, unlike that one.
Well, I mean, Scotland is really having a good defensive game here in this first quarter, a good defensive quarter. And Wales is really going to have to come up with something. They're going to have to move the ball a little bit quicker and come up with something tactically to find a way to put the ball in the back of the net here.
Yeah, when they were effective earlier, it was kind of off of Laura Warren penetrating and then creating opportunities for others. Not that she can't score herself, but they know it's Laura Warren, and so they're just collapsing in on her.
Exactly. And Laura Warren draws a crowd, 2 or 3 players. Here we go with the turnover. Scotland, it's going to be a 2-on-2. Yeah, and nice. Laura Warren with the back check just to slow that down.
Yeah, that was a nice check and steal from Suze Oliphant, who has the ball now.
Scotland had a quick opportunity if they had been able to convert with an open net here, but now it's going to be Wales's ball. Minute 45 left in the first.
3-0 Scotland to Wales.
And it's interesting because Wales right now is having the defender sit in the back, but there's no cherry pick.
Yeah.
So
I'm noticing, and I think you alluded to it before, just Scotland seems more switched on defense.
Yep.
They really are energetic and communicating and confident, and the things you get when you've had a day to work out all the bugs in the system.
All the bugs, yeah, the little kinks. Smooth everything out.
Nothing makes you better than reps, and they've had a lot of reps today.
For better or for worse, right?
Right.
And every team has gotten to see the ball. And that's the other side of what you were mentioning earlier, is being able to carry those 20 players is allowing everybody to get playing time in this new format. You're seeing a lot of up and back, though. I've seen Wales really starting to move the subs. Scotland is just now starting to pull some subs and move them around. So I'm wondering how that's going to change the last game of the day as we go into the third and fourth quarter today. Good save by the Wales goalie here.
I think for both sides, the finishing just hasn't been the strongest. I mean, Scotland is creating so many opportunities for themselves. I think just a little more on the finishes, and they're going to really run away with this. There's so much talent on this Scotland team because you've got the experienced players who've been to multiple world championships, and then you've got some bright young players that have just come up from the juniors program who are really impressing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And by the way, that shot right there was in the Wales shot. It is the end of the first quarter, but that Wales shot was number 19, Katja Bolter. She had a great move and a great opportunity to really put that in the back of the net. She moved the goalie, had a great fake. So looking to see more of that. If you're the Scotland coach, what are you looking to have now with your team? What kind of conversation are you looking
Boy,
to
I'm
talk
really
to them?
saying that's it, guys. That suddenly looks like Scotland lacrosse, and so keep doing those things. If we get better on the finishes, throw in a good fake, change levels, use your power when it's called for, then we're going to start racking up goals. But don't get off the game plan of good energetic defense, good conservative transitions, because they really got in trouble in that second game versus England of being aggressive on their transitions, and keep playing that possession game. How about for Wales?
I think for Wales it's going to be about making sure that opportunity, right? Where is that opportunity? How do you create it? How do you make that opportunity and close it? Wales is good in defense right now. The score is 3-0 after 8 minutes in the first. So Wales isn't doing anything that I would change on defense. Maybe sticks up a little bit more and try to get on body in that passing lane. But attacking wise, the passes seem a little flat. They're not moving the ball a lot. There's not a lot. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of communication. So the players seem to be trying to take the ball themselves, with maybe one pass if they're lucky. And I think that could be a decision maker here in this game.
Well, it's almost, the way I feel anyway, it's almost hot enough for hydration breaks, but they get their 2 minutes here at the end of the quarter. So they're about to come back out onto the pitch for the second quarter. It's Scotland 3, Wales 0.
And I think one of the pieces that we should say is the referees have been great today. Really have pretty consistent, good refereeing, good explanation. I don't think that any of the coaches, I haven't seen questions, and that's something to be said for the first time. Some of these referees are really rolling this game out.
Yeah, I had dinner last night. I was mentioning in my live stream with Dave of the men's game earlier. I had dinner last night with 3 umpires. And just to see, I mean, they talk rules all night, and the seriousness they bring to it, that they want to enforce a safe game, but they want this game to flow. They don't want to overcall things. They want to let things go when it makes sense.
Exactly, and that was to start the quarter here. We had a draw, which was in Wales possession, and then had a turnover into Scotland possession. Oh, we've got a knockdown on the pass, which was an opportunity. They did have an open goal there.
Sally Taylor cleaned that up for Scotland.
And this is kind of what I was afraid of. Could it get sloppy?
Well, I think you raise a really good point. What happens when players get fatigued? They stop using their feet. Mm-hmm. What do they have left? Their stick. And so you start to see more of the stick kinds of fouls when heavy legs take over. This is the third game on a hot day for players that haven't played a lot in the last year and a half.
Now, what you just saw, a great save by the Wales goalie, and right there. Sorry, great save by the Scotland goalie, and then great save by the Wales goalie. But you saw one of the players duck, and that's an interesting piece to the Sixes game, is that there is no shooting space. There's shooting space in 10s, but there is no shooting space in 6s. David, you want to just give a quick explanation of that as a Scotland player gets a 2-on-1, right? Into converting it into a goal.
Zoe Dixon to Chloe Carruthers. Glad to talk about that. So, shooting space no longer exists in the game, and so instead, a defender is allowed to stand in front of a shooting attacker, and the compulsion is for the shooting attacker to not hit her with the shot. If she does hit her above the knee, it's an immediate red card. She's sent off for the entire match. So the penalty for that is very high. However, if you see a little sliver of net and you want to take it, you're going to take that shot, and sometimes that can be a little close for comfort, and you'll see defenders cower and hide their head, and so.
Exactly, and what, by the way, what just occurred was a shooting clock violation, so now it will be Scotland's ball. But no, I completely agree. It could be a little close for comfort, so you're going to see some of those players just duck, put their head down, stick up, and hope for the best.
Hope for the best, yeah.
So Scotland's kind of decided that they're going to slow it down a little bit, and then she tried to one-on-one the drive there and was not able to convert. But
yeah, back to not a lot of fakery on the finish. But let's name check Izzy Seeley, the Welsh goalie, who she's putting the stops on these. So I think she's having a game for herself. Despite the fact that Scotland are up, she's made enough saves that she's prevented this from being a runaway.
Oh, absolutely. You could tell she's talking. We can hear her talking, communicating. And she's really allowing the defense to not have to double check and figure out where they are. When you communicate like that and you control the level of the game, a couple things happen. Your tone is going to dictate everybody's panic first and foremost. So if you're panicked as a goalie and you give that panic off, your defense is going to sound. They're going to react in a very panicked situation. The more calm you are, the more controlled you are as a goalie, the better that your defense is going to be able to support you.
Yes, indeed.
So it's Wales' ball right here, and I'd really like to see Wales convert. Laura tried right there. And
yeah, it was a tough feed, and she made something of it.
Yep, and again with a cherry pick up. Yep, cherry pick right there for number 13 for Scotland.
To the extent this is going to be a tactical reality of sixes, where a team might put a cherry picker up there, teams need to kind of figure it out. They need to figure out what they're going to do.
Absolutely, and I think that I think that's something that you're going to end up having to probably adjust and plan properly for. Here we go, Wales with the goalie out of the cage, trying to get that ball away from her and up the field. Couple of checks occurring as the ball moves up the field.
It's that kind of check where you hear it and you think it's a violent check, but it isn't. That's actually good, clean checking with a little bit of intensity to it. That's good stuff.
If you see the player's stick kind of come up and right off the check, that was an interception by Laura Warren there, number 10 for Wales. If you see that stick come up, it's supposed to go down and come right back up off the stick. Anything else, it has the potential. It could be on body, it could be a held check. So you really want to get a good, clean check because you can pop the ball out very quickly.
I'd like to see Scotland maybe try to create a little width here. Trying to not let Wales suck in quite so much on this what appears to be sort of a box and one zone. No, there's no one. It's more just a zone.
It is. It definitely looks like a zone. There's, let's see here. There's about 3 minutes left in the second before halftime here. It's 5-0. Scotland 5, Wales 0. And Wales is going to push the ball up the high side of the field here. Long pass.
Scotland is certainly doing what they need to do on defense. And I noted right from the beginning they're energized, they're communicating, they're in sync with each other.
There it is.
And it's the commentator's jinx. Laura Warren found a gap in the defense there. But what a terrific power shot, yeah?
Yeah, it looked at least 9-10 meters out. She just decided she was going to put that in and rip that shot there. So Wales is really sitting in this zone, trying to make it work for them. There's a couple of opportunities that they might be able to tighten up a little bit, but if it does work and they can make a comeback here from 5-1, it's going to be a tough transition for Scotland, I think.
Just want to check that great goal by Jenny Eaton just then. She is a traditional crease attacker and did one of her classic moves coming up from the crease. We're going to see it less in the sixes format, but there it was.
And Serena Grace right there on Wales decided she took a one-on-one and was able to find the back of the net as well. So it looks like we might start to see a couple of scoring drives come together.
Oh, a nice power shot from Zoe Dixon.
So now,
what I like about that shot was she kind of invited the contact. She wasn't afraid to receive some contact in there. There was nothing illegal about the contact, but she did get bumped right as she shot, and she said, "That's fine. My shooting hands are free, and I'm just going to put it in the back of the net."
I'll still take the shot. Let's see if Wales answers. Number 5 here for Wales, Serena Grace, making the pass off to number 7, Ella David.
About a minute left in the first half. Worm burner there.
She probably had a little bit of room to take a couple of steps in and then take that same shot, and she might have been able to convert. So I think we were talking about some of the younger players earlier, right? The more the younger players take some of these, some of the knowledge from some of the more experienced players, I think that's how we're going to see the game clean up a little bit, right?
Yeah, and I think that shot is maybe an example of something that I was seeing earlier today, which is that I think all these teams have been training to take longer shots, because when the shot clock is winding down, you've got to take that long power shot. And so then when they get the ball in that zone, they think, oh, here's the long power shot, rather than if I go in, I'll actually give myself a higher percentage look. So I think, again, this will come with more exposure to the game. It's a good save from Emma Walk up there from Laura Warren.
About 8 seconds left here in the second. Making that really long throw, trying to see, and there's the half.
So we have Scotland 7, Wales 2. Concluding the first half of the last match here at the Home Nation Sixes tournament in Edinburgh, Scotland. My name's Dave Simpson. I'm with Jana Kaufman. We're both former national team head coaches who love to talk lacrosse. So let's talk some lacrosse, Jana. Maybe we won't have time at the end, so maybe we could recap the weekend a little bit, just in terms of the tournament and, as a demo, as a showcase, what the takeaways are for. It's too broad a question suddenly. It's like world lacrosse and spectators and players and coaches.
You went very wide.
And umpires, so explain it all to us.
You took a wide shot there.
I did.
I think one of the things from the weekend, obviously, this is the Home Nations tournament for sixes. So it's England, it's Wales, it's Scotland, and what you're seeing are a couple of things. You're seeing some rivalries, some deep-seated rivalries from some teams. You're seeing players that have played with each other or against each other for a number of years, and you're also seeing a number of players that have the potential to play with each other at the World Games in Birmingham. So there's players that coaches know about, that they have experience coaching, that they have experience playing with. But this is an opportunity here for the first time for them to play in this format for these different nations, to really work and against each other and with each other and watch each other and see how and what the start of execution and strategy and every piece of the game starts to look like.
So as I'm sort of picturing that a certain number of our viewer base will be players and coaches from countries that will be going to world championships, going to European championships or the regional championships, and what they are seeing. What do you think a coach for a country like that would take away from this weekend and go, oh, I get it. That's how we need to prepare.
I think for me, from a strategy perspective, I would really start to say what worked well, right? I try not to look at what didn't work. I want to piece together a bunch of pieces and say what worked well, how did that work well, and what did they do to make that work well for them. So one of the pieces could be cherry picking, and I know a lot of teams have talked about that, and we've all talked that that's a potential. We've seen some zone defense. We've seen backers. We've seen woman-to-woman, player-to-player defense. We've seen goalies coming all the way out to the 50 or to the midfield to take interceptions.
High pressure on transition,
Yep.
Low pressure on transition.
Exactly. We've seen. We haven't seen a lot of behind the cage movement. Or we've seen maybe some players going through X, but we've also seen from the corners and from the angles, we've seen drives from the top. We've seen a couple of draw and dumps. So I think it's going to be piecing together what some of these teams did really, really well and what worked. So if you look at all these different goal scoring opportunities, or even all just the goals that have been scored, and you look at that, I would say probably take a look at what caused that, and then work on that and try to emulate that.
Well, I mean, this is the opportunity to see the elite players in the world playing this format. England, Scotland, Wales on the women's side are all top 8 teams. England number 3, Scotland number 5, Wales, I think 8 or 7.
I think 7 or 8.
7 or 8. It's got to be 7. It's 7. Sorry, Wales. And so, so anybody who's watching this is seeing, like, how do the top players deal with this? Now, one of my roles here in Scotland is development, and so, from a development perspective, you won't expect this kind of performance. It would be different takeaways. The different takeaways would be more along the number of touches that players get, and the rotation of your bench, and everybody gets to play because your best players are saying, please take me off because I'm exhausted.
And you bring up an interesting point here. It becomes what type of player can play this game, and what does the future of that player look like? And that's going to be a question that's definitely answered in the next coming months here.
Do you start with every young lacrosse player and train them as a midi? With this as a possibility that they can go on and play.
You train them all as a goalie midi.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, first draw for the second half. Scotland 7, Wales 2. Bit of a delay.
So I'd really like to see Wales come out here and come out strong. I think that they probably could if they peel together about 2 goals or 3 goals in a row. They could shift this.
They've so improved over the day. I mean, we predicted they would because they were a young team. They seemed to slightly have the jitters early on. Now they're playing with a little more confidence. They're just not quite there yet because they're quite young, and Scotland's a strong team. But I think, if I was Matt Hill, their coach, was it Matt Hill?
Matt Sharp.
Matt Sharp, sorry. If Matt Sharp is anything like me, I think he would celebrate those takeaways. Hey, guys, we got better today. And then from Scotland's point of view, I think it's the same. I mean, they're performing at a higher level because they're more experienced, but they have improved.
That was a shot right there, by the way, by Jenny Ayton of Scotland, which was saved by the Wales goalie, which resulted in a goal.
Cherry-picked goal.
Yeah, cherry-picked a goal all the way down for Wales. So we'll see if they can put 1 or 2 more on there. So it's 7-3 now.
And Scotland has left an attacker, so to speak, back with a Welsh player who's cherry-picking. So you move a chess piece, and the other coach moves their chess piece.
As long as nobody topples. We're all just pawns, right? Oh, what a goal. What a goal right there. Number 8, Emily Hook. That was a great goal. She had a good spin move, a good dodge right there.
So that's 7-4, 7 to Scotland, 4 to Wales.
And 2 in a row, however, for Wales, which is hard to get. I think past 2. I think anything past 2 in a row is a really difficult string of goals to put together in this format.
Scotland seems a little logy right now. This might be an opportunity for a timeout soon, just like, hey, let's get a quick reset here.
Mm-hmm. And it's a turnover, too.
Yeah.
Maybe they wait till the next possession and then call it, especially after a goal. If Wales scores.
Yeah, that's you got to try to stop that momentum.
Yep. Well, Laura certainly saw that all the way. Laura Warren to number 5, Serena Grace. Looking for the cherry pick. They just got 3 in a row. Let's see what happens here with Scotland.
Yeah, just slightly out of sync at the minute. And Wales seem energized, and
Wales is going to push this ball. Let's see if they'll put forward. Oh, no, and a turnover in the midfield here. Scotland just picked that right out of the air.
It's that risk-reward thing, isn't it? When you push hard, then some percentage of those are going to get picked.
Exactly. We've got number 19 right here.
Ooh, that was an over and back, but I'm not an umpire.
Maybe she didn't have possession, and that's
fair point. Fair point.
No, that was right out of her stick right there for number 5, Serena Grace.
Zoe Dixon.
With the legs in the third quarter here. Look at the speed. Great save. I mean, she's really making an effort. She's keeping them in this game right now. 7-5.
Yeah, Izzy Zealy. Nice stick save there.
All right, Serena Grace picking this up, and let's see what Wales does. Wales really could. They could make it a 7-6 game right here.
Well, they're playing with confidence now. The ball's zipping. They're trusting their teammates.
Absolutely.
Good movement off ball. Oh, good close there by Scotland to
a great slide.
To deny.
You could tell right there what you were seeing is Serena Grace was trying to tell somebody where to go. It looks like she wanted a little bit more control over that situation and was trying to take that a little bit tighter.
That was an interesting transition because there were 3 Scotland players who were certainly leading the break and a couple that were lagging behind a bit, and the same was true of the Welsh players. So I think those who have played 3 games today are truly feeling it in their legs, and you don't blame them.
Yep, absolutely. Oh, what a conversion. What a conversion. Number 23, Annabelle Noble. What a comeback, though.
6 goals to Wales, 7 to Scotland.
3 or 4 in a row.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely. Very difficult to do again in this format. So we'll see how Wales, if they go for this tie right here, if they go for that 7th goal, I think it's going to be an interesting turn of events.
No, it's hard to come back in this format because in 10s, after every goal there's a draw, which is essentially 50-50 ball. So you have a chance to get 3 goals in a row very quickly, say. But in this format, you score a goal, you've given the ball to the other team. So it's harder anyway to make a comeback in the way that Wales just did.
And that was a goal for number 10 for Scotland right there.
It's a little traditional crease play there, but more dynamic in the way that we were talking about. It is really less standing and feeding. It's more really just swinging through that area, mostly because you can't really hang out back there because you've got to play defense if there's a turnover.
Absolutely, and I think what you're going to see is that the crease and the ball behind is going to adjust from 10s to 6s. It's not going to be the same, but I think it's going to be different. Somebody's going to need to find a way to take advantage of the space and how to move the defense. You got to get that head turn, which we haven't seen.
Yes, I 100% agree with that. I think maybe people thought, oh, well, we're not going to do crease attacking because it doesn't fit this format. I think if you're smart about it, I think there's a way to do it.
Yeah, you don't want to tie up a player. So you're going to have to make sure you're watching that carefully.
And also you want to be changing attack angles, and there's no better place to do it than swinging it behind.
Seven, 6 seconds, 5. The shot clock is almost about to burn.
She knew it too. Tried to turn the corner and was able to duck inside, but ran out of clock.
There's going to be a call here, though. It was a held for possession. So that's going to reset the clock. She's going to the bin. A minute and a half left in the third quarter here. It is 8
right.
Scotland, 6 Wales.
Zoe Dixon on the break, man down. Man down score's got to feel good for Scotland, who've really been on the wrong end of a run here. Now they have a chance to sort of get a run and get some momentum back in the game.
Let's see how Wales answers this. They should be trying to just go. There's Laura Warren, who's doing exactly what she is trying to do.
Exactly what she does.
Yep.
If I read that right, it looked like Scotland was doing a box zone that kind of got out of shape.
A little bit. It looked like it.
Yeah. There was one of the players was trying to correct her teammate, like to get her position properly. Oh, nice by Jenny Eaton there. Oh, here's a battle between 2 elite players. Nice goal from Jenny Eaton. Terrific.
And you can also see the experience of both of those players starting to take shape and even directing where the players move and how they move.
Just 15 seconds left, actually down to 10 seconds left here in the third quarter. Jenny Eaton with the ball. She may not be aware of the time left in the clock.
Doesn't
4
look
seconds.
Like and a goalie save.
Yeah,
great save.
And that'll end the quarter. Wow, some real swings in that quarter. Scotland 10, Wales 7.
Let's see here. We've got the last quarter coming up for the game, and I think if you were Wales, if you're talking to your team right now, if you're Matt Sharp, what are you saying?
Well, I think they broke the code. They figured out how to play this format. And I think some of the younger players switched on to, oh, I get it. I need to be more physical, and I need to move quicker off ball, and I need to be confident in my passing and my catching. So I think that's what they are going to come out of this weekend feeling. And Scotland just slightly switched off in moments. And I think I think a timeout would have helped. I think some momentum management there might have been good. But perhaps they're looking just to kind of get their players reps. And keep the game rolling. All right, so coming into the final quarter here, this is the Home Nation 6's tournament in Edinburgh, Scotland. It's brought to us by World Lacrosse and delivered by Lacrosse Scotland. It's a 2-day tournament-ish, in that today is the competition portion of it. On paper, there is 3 points awarded to the winner and 1 point awarded to the two who tie, if there is a tie. However, they total up the points and then nothing happens.
No, it's not that nothing happens. You get bragging rights.
You get no, that's serious bragging rights. But why do we need points then?
Well, for bragging rights.
So, and then tomorrow, all these teams will be back to play on these pitches. None of it will be filmed, other than for the team's own purposes. And they're considered more friendlies. In other words, these are the teams able to come out and be more experimental, perhaps, in their tactics. So this wraps up the first day. England women have won the women's side of it. They've undefeated moving through.
And this is going to be a good game here to finish off the day. I think it's a good example of a good, close, tight played game.
Yeah. I think both teams would want to finish feeling like they were in sync. And I think
accomplished.
Yeah, exactly. That, hey, we can point to our takeaways of the weekend. Hey, we got better at all these things.
Let's see what they're doing here. Okay, here we go. It's going to be Scotland's ball. Number 5, Charlie Bergquist.
Oh, not Charlie. I know. There were some number changes.
Oh, they changed some numbers. Yep. Okay. That sounds about right. Nobody telling us. How did you know about them? They tweeted at you? Yeah.
There were changes. Put it that way. Yeah.
There were changes.
Again, Wales exhibiting a confidence they did not have this morning.
No, not even in the first quarter. So it's going to be just a quick look into how Laura wanted that shot. It's going to be a quick look into how this transition again, that cherry picker just seems to really be working for Wales. Oh!
Unlucky for Izzy Zealey. She made the save, but this it dropped and spun in. But credit to Laura Warren for busting back. And again, didn't get the check on, but caused Jenny Ayton to alter her shot wherein she had to go high to high, and which is obviously a much easier save for the goalie.
So we've got Wales down here with the ball in the fourth quarter. 6.5 minutes left. Scotland 11, Wales 7. And there's that no-angle shot. Serena Grace really she likes that no-angle shot.
She's been impressive this weekend. First of all, she's shown very good speed. She's had some effectiveness on the draw. And then she's a finisher. She gets in there and scores some goals.
That was a shot right there. Hit post. As a goalie, when it hits post, I always said I had it covered.
Yeah, right. The goalie was part of my strategy, or the post was part of my strategy.
Exactly. And I always would tap the post and say I had it covered. I think, that's something that's probably passed on from goalie to goalie.
Well, 6 minutes remaining. It's Scotland 11, Wales 8. And Wales is, traditionally a team that does have these momentum runs, that they can sneak up and get 4 goals on you and 5 goals. It's happened to me, having coached against Wales through the years. So, however, Scotland has a bunch of goals left in them. I think they're going to be looking to convert here and get some good possessions. Get the ball in the back of the net.
And here's Scotland. Scotland's going to try and see what they can do. Do you think that there's any tactical conversation right now on the Scotland side saying, hey, there's 5.5 minutes left, we're up, and what are we going to do with the ball? How are we going to control this? Are we going to take all of every 30 seconds we get?
I don't think so. I think if this was a major tournament with the, world ranking at stake, I definitely would see them doing that. But again, this is effectively a second place match out of 3 teams with nothing to walk away with. So I think more just getting quality reps for your team. I would say just stick with the game plan, guys. We're trying to put it in the back of the net.
Absolutely. So it looks like Wales is taking a timeout here. They're probably going to have a conversation saying what?
We're man up. We're man up. What are we going to do with that? We've got a young team here that may not know where the opportunities lie with man up. I think it was Jenny Ayton sent to the sin bin. I didn't quite. Yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah. And so this represents a good opportunity for them. So I think it's probably a well chosen timeout. So let's have a chat here and just remember, keep the ball hot. first of all. Keep the ball moving. That's how you break down, when you're man up. And then remember it's a zone, so the traditional zone breaking kinds of strategies, overloading quadrants, etc.
Exactly, and I'd probably remind them just briefly that it's a 3-goal differential right now, and they just went on a 4-goal sprint essentially. So this is completely within reach for them with the next 4 minutes and 45 seconds left.
Wales starts with possession. Laura Warren from the midfield line.
Look at that! If she rips it from that far out, I'm gonna be impressed. They all know she wants to as well.
Yeah. And by selling it, maybe somebody does a slide they wouldn't have done otherwise, and it creates the opportunity. So.
Yeah, and
nice save from Emma Walkup there. Nice,
great save. The thing is, I wonder if she's thinking that she might get a shooting space call, which unfortunately does not exist anymore in 6's format.
I'm trying to remember if Emma Walkup has had a busted clear in this match. I'm not sure that she has. Been much more conservative than earlier in the day in terms of just delivering it to your field player, letting them do what they do.
Staying with the low pass, not trying to rip. Oh, there was a great shot.
Nice from Zoe Dixon there. I know she's been working really hard on her finishing, and it shows there.
But no, she's keeping with the goalies. The low clears, not trying to push the 60-yarder as often as they had been in the first couple of games, and probably realizing, right, like you're exhausting your players by pulling that.
Well, about 3.5 minutes left, and I think Scotland is probably doing what they want to do here, just finish with a little sink, and I think Wales are going to want to finish with a couple goals too.
Great save.
What a game for Izzy. And we got a cherry picker. This is Katja Bolton.
Oh, did she just do it behind the back?
Nice finish.
What a finish there.
Love to see that creativity in the game.
I don't know. She looks like she kind of surprised herself with that, too.
Like, I've done it on the training pitch, but I haven't quite done it in a game before.
Almost like, look what I did. We'll remind her of that later, of the time that she did that, so she'll be fine.
Claire Carruthers got stood up by Welsh defender there. Wales in transition, man up.
And again.
Katja Bolton again.
Again, with the assist from Laura Warren. Get him right back in this game.
Yeah. 12-10, I believe. Yes, 12-10 to Scotland with 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Shot goes wide.
So
this shot selection now is where it's going to be most important, right? If you're creating these turnovers and these opportunities for Wales to take advantage of, it very quickly could become a tie game.
I feel so strongly that in 6's, the quality of your shots is going to dictate your success. I think it's too easy to take a poor angle shot, a shot that's too far away. That's a given. You're going to be able to take that shot, but it's not the best idea. To be able to play 2-man and 3-man games and create opportunities that result in high percentage shots, like that one. So nice little feed into the post there.
And it is now 12-11.
12-11, minute 50 remaining. Timeout to Scotland, I'm certain.
Yes.
Without even looking up,
yes,
I know that's a Scotland timeout.
That is definitely a Scotland timeout. They're going to want to say, let's talk about shot selection at this point. From a Scotland coach, what is she saying?
Well, I think just that. I think Wales is a momentum team, and so they've risen to a new level. So now Scotland needs to rise to a new level, emotionally, physically. We've got to bring back the energy. Probably she's making difficult tactical decisions around, my best players I've been playing all day and they've got dead legs, and I've got younger, fresher legs here but less experienced.
And a minute and a half left, minute 45 left. What do I do here?
For Scotland. For Scotland, I think I'm looking every player in the eye. And
do you have it, or do you have?
What's in the tank?
Yeah.
And I'm not asking them. I can see it in the eyes. And so just kind of taking a scan of the pitch here. So it's a mix of younger and older players, I'd say.
With the cherry pick sitting back there.
Yeah.
But it's funny because I think she was on the wrong end.
Oh no, she's marking.
Okay,
Katja Bolton there. Yeah.
There we go. Oh, here we go. Laura Warren She's gonna put this in with an assist. Oh, there it is.
Wow, for the tie.
There it is to catch a Bolton.
It's a minute 30.
And we have a game here.
Now, does Scotland take another timeout, or do they just let this roll?
I'd give it another 20 seconds. There you go.
I can say it now because it's the end of the broadcast, but one of my favorite players ever to have coached is Jenny Ayton. And it's for reasons like that. She has this way of finishing that you're just not quite sure how she did it. She's just so clever and so compact in her cradling and her shooting.
I have to tell you right now, if I'm Scotland, I'm doubling Laura Warren.
Yeah, face guard's called for. I agree.
100%.
That was a good knockdown from Zoe Dixon there.
Yep.
And there's Jenny Ayton for the cherry pick.
Oh, she had that.
So less than a minute left. And that's 14-12. Scotland to Wales. Wales need to be assertive here.
I'm surprised that...
Be quick, but don't rush.
There it is.
Oh, there it is.
I'm surprised that Laura Warren is sitting so far back. I mean, she's kind of the lead of the attack.
So we don't have the opportunity to talk about this much, but now we've got shot differential between the shot clock and the game clock. Therefore, there's a timeout. I didn't see who called it.
Is it Scotland?
They both have reason to call it because Wales are going to want to talk about how are we going to pressurize the ball here. And then Scotland are going to talk about, if we are going to do a stall strategy, how are we going to do it? There's a shot differential. Let's see if I can suss it out here.
4 seconds.
Yeah, it's 4 second differential. So, they could do the stall, dump it in the corner, and then they've got 4 seconds to bring it up if it's a successful stall. So certainly Wales has to, tactically think about how are we going to respond to that. Or is Scotland going to kind of draw the defenders out, and then now they've got space to attack?
Well, and here's one of the things, though, is you don't have a certain amount of time that you have to get it across the midline there. So you could also utilize, you pretty much have the entire field.
That's right.
I wonder if that's going to be a rule that World Lacrosse looks at, is you have a certain amount of time, like basketball, to get it across, to get it into the attacking position.
So Suze Oliphant is one of the best runners on Scotland and good at possessing the ball. So they've gotten her stick right away. Jenny Ayton, she's very hard to dispossess. So you can see sort of the tactic here. Let's get it to our experienced players.
Here we go. Let's see what
6
Wales
seconds in match play 2, 1. And there it is.
Heartbreak.
14-13, Scotland over Wales.
Heartbreak for Wales.
In the final match of the Home Nation Sixes tournament here in Peppermill Playing Fields, Edinburgh, Scotland. So we don't have much time to say goodbye, Jana. So last thoughts. Jana Kaufman, co-commentator on all the women's matches today. Wrap up your thoughts for the weekend.
I think it was a fantastic weekend. I think we saw good lacrosse. We saw the best part about what happened this weekend is almost nobody knew what they were getting into, and that's something that can be fun and exhilarating. And everybody attacked it with vigor, and they really had great opportunities and really had a great attitude towards saying, I'm going to go do something I don't know how to do. So that was fantastic.
Spot on, I agree. And sort of my wrap-up for the weekend, having sat in on both men's and women's games, so I'm trying to kind of make an umbrella statement for both. This format is for real. I kind of call it the players' format. In other words, it's just fun to play. There are some different skill sets that get emphasized and de-emphasized, and there's a little pushback on that. But the fact is, it's fun to watch, it's fun to play, and I think in terms of a tournament running perspective, it's come off as well, thanks to the tournament organizers, Lorna Powell, Lacrosse Scotland, World Lacrosse have been the sponsors. I want to thank them all for what has been a terrific weekend of lacrosse.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming along, Jana. Well, it's been an incredible weekend of lacrosse. We've got these women's teams who have played 3 sixes matches in one day. And for those who have played sixes, your heart rate gets to absolute max red zone. and then you sub out and it goes down, and then you go out again. And this is very stressful on the bodies for these amazing athletes to have played 3 matches in a day. And for Wales to come off a back-to-back match in that last one and push Scotland to within a goal is very, very impressive. So it's been a terrific weekend. And so now I'm going to send it down to Gav Ritu, who has an interview for us. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Dave Simpson out.
Right, I'm here with Scotland women's captain Jenny Aiton. Jenny, that was a nail biter at the end. You must be delighted to come away with the win there.
Yeah, definitely, because we've had some really great games over the last day, and it was just really great to have such good competition. Wales definitely made it hard for us, but it was really exciting and really fun.
Yeah, well, it was nerve-wracking to watch. What was it like to play in? Were you nervous, or how'd you cope with the nerves?
A little bit. I think definitely for me, I just try and kind of keep your composure and kind of keep focused on the game ahead. I think, I think definitely those kind of points is just kind of thinking about your past experience. Think kind of, okay, keep it calm, keep the ball in control, and you can hopefully win.
Yeah, well, everybody did really well to get that win in a very tight game. But in terms of the format, in terms of the sport itself, Sixes, are you a fan? How have you enjoyed playing in the competition today?
Yeah, it's been so much fun playing. I think for me, I'm normally straight attacker, so it's a very different kind of energy. I think obviously lots more running than the normal tennis side game, but it's quite fun. You can do a lot of tactics, especially as a low attacker, kind of dropping back. So that's been really fun just to kind of play around with that as well.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of the day-to-day, played four games. What's been your favourite thing about today?
Oh, honestly, it's just really nice playing lacrosse again after such probably about 18 months off. It's great being in Edinburgh with the sun shining. You definitely can't not be happy in Edinburgh when the sun's shining, and it's just really great to kind of have everyone out playing again together.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for talking to us. You were great, and have a lovely evening.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, we're about to finish, but before we do, we're going to give you some quick highlights of Scotland's victory over Wales. Unfortunately, that brings us to the end of our coverage today. We've had a brilliant time today, enjoying the sunshine and watching some high quality lacrosse. Well done to both England's men's and women's teams, who are both undefeated for the day, and thank you everybody at home for watching too. It's safe to say the Sixes have lived up to expectation. From all of us here in Edinburgh, bye bye for now.